on the 4:30 mark. 2 minutes behind.
Oh my gosh, we're live.
Let's do it live.
Oh, there we are.
I suppose I can go.
Oh yeah, that sun completely wipes out the head
I
tree.
had just started my sentence. You say there's room service doesn't need a specific authorization with each time you go to room service. You can sign with the room.
Say that again, dear. I didn't understand you.
Well, I have to rush or else they'll interrupt me. That the room service doesn't require a specific signing and authorization for each time. You can sign it to the room and such.
Oh, you mean if you're ordering room service to put a charge on?
Yeah. Ah! What is that?
Not sure who that is. Maybe we'll do the pizza route then. Or if the waffle and chicken will take your order, maybe they will take the instead of room service, we'll get it from the Waffle House that's close by, the one that's attached to this.
I'll just call and see if the... It is a hotel restaurant,
right? See what they'll do. Otherwise, we'll order you a pizza from outside or takeout. Maybe they have takeout menus?
Well, if it's takeout, I have to go get it.
No, delivery.
Well, delivery, there's some delivery.
Yeah, they deliver to hotels all the time. If there's one close by, you're in a pretty populated area, I think.
Yeah. They're there somewhere.
And then when they show up at the door, just sign it.
Yeah, Domino's should be available. They're everywhere.
Yeah, Desert wants to do it. Okay.
Even in the closet.
They usually they leave you a book about the hotel and what's around it.
Oh, wow.
Maybe they'll have some
yeah, that might be at the front counter though.
Takeout menus.
I didn't see it. The desks
At the front counter, they might have local restaurants you can order from. But yeah.
You're supposed to have it in the room.
Hello, wouldn't that be helpful? These people are starting to piss me off, and you haven't been there 10 minutes.
Well, here's the funny part, though. Nadia is so dedicated to her hangouts that before even settling in, she had to start a new one.
That's our girl.
It's it's kind of like the hospital thing. It's all right, I'm in the ICU. They're currently jabbing with me with things and testing my blood, but I'm on the air.
Hold on, we're going to have to make a changeover, but that's okay. You can put my IV in as long as I can get my hangout up.
Yeah, that was just weird. Oh, the old hold up. I hope that's not holding it up for bars.
Nope. It's got 3 bars in the room.
Okay, that's adequate.
It's not very good compared to what I had in the, I guess, quote-unquote apartment.
Yeah. It's probably better than hotel Wi-Fi.
Yes, I was wondering about room service.
No, we don't have room service here.
That's interesting. Okay, is there a hotel restaurant?
No, there isn't.
Okay, that is also news.
I didn't just hear that. Did I just hear that?
Yeah. So bad.
Oh, we don't have room service. What is that crap?
This is so bad.
Restaurant? No, we don't have one of those.
No worries, we can order.
It's funny though, how most hospitality people will be like, well, this is nearby and this is nearby. They'll at least direct you, and he's just like, no.
I'm about ready to fly to California and beat these people up.
I don't know where the Waffle House across the street is. I can't give you directions.
I'll tell you what, I'm ready to check your ass out of that flea bag joint and put you somewhere else. Fuck them, the motherfuckers.
Damn.
Yeah,
My
Yeah,
claim
but
is
you
over
have to go through the
pops.
trouble of getting another limo to take her to the Marriott.
Well, this is just absurd.
what chain is this that you're in?
Not a chain, Jacqueline, and one
Maybe we
off.
can just order out for her and then just leave a really bad review.
Well, I'll leave a review. We were like here vicariously.
Exactly.
Hey, we were all
We
10
all hung out
technically there.
We were
Yeah.
hanging out there, and it's definitely a 2-star hotel.
We called up the
We were there
manager
with
and he
her
yelled
camera.
no at us.
We saw how unhelpful live.
Unbelievable. Just unbelievable. I'm shaking my head.
While there, an airplane taking off of SFO dropped its landing gear in the pool.
Oh, that's not good.
Was Alex piloting?
Oh, my Lord. I swear.
You know, if Alex was piloting, he probably would drop the whole damn airplane in the pool.
So, little bit of a fun fact for you guys today. Apparently, in 2009, Jeb Bush, the ex-Florida governor, identified himself as Hispanic on a voter application.
He's not Hispanic, he's Hispanic, okay?
Well, okay, Mang, but I don't think he's either one.
Well, he married a Hispanic lady, so he's in with the club now.
Is
That's
he?
how it works, right? Pretty
Okay.
sure that's how it works.
Yeah.
He
Yeah,
probably just didn't. It was probably a box that was within.
You probably
an
just can't
inch
read,
of the other
okay?
box, and he just,
No,
checked
no,
the
no.
box. Okay.
Everybody knows that the
He was-
Bushes have got some challenges.
Yeah, he was confused. I mean, Hispanic, not Hispanic. I mean,
They sound the same, kind of.
How can anybody know the difference? I just find it so hard. Speaking of which, apparently the BBC
IKEA's
reported.
awesome.
Apparently, the BBC reported on a restarting of the Large Hadron Collider, but they spelled it as the Large Hard-On Collider.
Did they really?
They did, I swear.
Oh,
but-
cool.
yeah.
They probably fixed it.
They
Wait,
fixed it. They fixed it good if it's a hard-on collider, boy. Let me tell you.
Hold on, kids. I think Nani needs to speak.
Oye, soy hispana porque mi madre se nació en La Habana, Cuba. Entonces,
Yes.
también mi primer idioma fue español. Entonces, soy hispana.
Okay.
Okay, now why wasn't there translation titles scrolling across the bottom of the
Second.
screen? I mean, what is this Google Hangout software crap if it doesn't have translation?
Yeah, I thought Google already was on board with the translation stuff.
Microsoft fails us again.
Meanwhile, back in the air,
For now.
Oh, damn.
It looks like he's already in an uncontrollable spin. Oh.
Off we go
The
into
frame
the
rate can't even
down
keep up.
under.
The action's pretty choppy.
It's because he needs to use XSplit or Minicam.
Okay.
I'll go get Manicam in a second. Well, I have it. It's
Just
need to load it
torrent.
up.
You have uTorrent open. Just download XSplit.
We don't need to talk about this.
No, we don't speak of torrent on these places.
He forgot to minimize
Gosh,
it.
no, I don't know
Just-
what you mean.
Rule 1 of Pirate Bay. You don't talk about the Pirate Bay.
Yeah, if only that were true.
Too bad Pirate Bay is gone.
They're
Nope.
not. They
That's
come
back
back
up.
every
Again.
now and
Back up now,
They
yeah.
resurrected it.
Yeah.
The Pirate
Yeah,
Bay is
it's
Even though everyone's in jail, they still came back.
The Pirate Bay is like the clap.
The
It always
pirates keep coming back. They'll never die.
the clap
Never.
came back the very next
It's
day.
impossible. If people will get or people want the content, people will get the content by whatever means
Well,
they
I
feel.
thought you were gonna say people
Well,
want
yeah.
the clap. They're gonna get the clap.
That's
That's true too. That's true too.
No.
If people
By
want the
God, they'll
clap,
come and get the clap.
God damn it! If I want the clap, I'm going to go out and find.
First of all, I'm a man that never does anything in half measures. I'm going to get the applause, never mind the crowd, the clap. That's how that's going to go. As a matter of fact, I want the standing ovation. Fuck this half measure stuff.
yeah, you'll be in a hostel in no time.
That's what I'm talking about. See, look at this. Look at this. First of all, the guy's only crime was that he likes Mercedes, and second, you can't shoot him because he's your friend. Why do you shoot your friends? You're gonna be all alone, and that cockpit's gonna smell.
It's also gonna have bullet holes in it, so the air's gonna be flying in your eyes the whole time.
That's exactly what you want. Especially when you're doing Mach 3. That's great. You want that air to just come rushing right in there to grip your face in a vigorous neck hug.
I thought only the MiG-25 could do Mach 3.
Yeah, the MiG-25 can do Mach 3.2 at maximum altitude for about 5 minutes.
And then you need to replace both engines.
2.5 minutes if you'd like the pilot to come home alive.
Yeah, but either way, you have to replace the engines after it does that because it burns
Yes.
them out.
With two
I
brand
remember an interview with a MiG pilot talking about that. He was like, never could catch one of those SR-71s.
That's right. Not that we didn't try.
Yeah, the SR-71 evasion procedure. Just fly straight and level at full throttle. Nothing will catch you.
The missiles eventually are just like, oh, fuck
Yeah,
it.
by the time it's like by the time they can push the launch button on the missiles, the damn plane's out of range.
So Nadia, what are you going to do to get yourself fed, girl? Are you going to order out or what?
Imagine somebody else had a pizza. Hopefully with enough caffeine to keep me awake for a while.
So what you're saying is you have faith that someone's going to bring you a pizza?
It's just going to happen. That's the way it is. You go to a hotel.
I said no. Someone already said. I said no. Someone already said they would.
That's fair.
Yeah. You go to a hotel. 45 minutes later, someone knocks on the door. Pizza, Domino's. You ordered extra oil, right? As oil is dripping from the bag.
Did you find one nearby, Nani, to call into?
I carry you.
Did you find one to call into?
I'm not 100% sure which all things deliver, but there are. I know Domino's. I think is pretty reliable.
Are you online looking, or?
I'm not looking to suicide. I figured Desert. I think was plotting to send it and such.
Oh, okay. Does he know where you're at?
Yeah, I don't know.
Does he know you need him to send it? Do we need to contact him?
Yeah, I could be him.
Let him know that you're there?
Dude, you got a lot of icons on your desktop.
What?
This is one of my desktops.
You have ADD? Like, seriously?
Is this a thing? Wow. Okay. How is this gonna work?
Hopefully well.
Do you see that?
Nope.
No.
Is that your dog, Deidre?
Yes, it is.
Guy looks awesome.
He's a character.
And you
Someone
guys
should
are
explain this to
hell
me.
derailment. You're like non sequiturs, like non-stop.
Well, I'm not exactly sure what we're veering away from. I mean, there's an awful lot of waiting involved in making sure you're okay, Nadia. So we're kind of stringing in
Squirreliness.
stuff to fill the void while we're making sure that you're all right as best we can, considering
You've
we're
got the Mountain Dew.
just considering we're just disembodied voices on the interwebs.
Yeah. She's got her Mountain Dew, so that's something.
Someone should explain Manicam to me.
I'm using it, and I don't know how the hell it works.
For you. It's a virtual camera. That's all the explanation you need. You can build your own computers. You can run Manicam.
You will not receive any more explanation. Now, don't even ask. Just put the damn picture on. What's the matter with you?
I'm trying, but it's very weird.
You should join my church. Jeez. Just kidding.
Oh,
It doesn't
well,
show up with anything on Google.
non
I changed my camera to it.
Somehow that could be used for marketing. Like a shopping store called non sequitur, where all the items in the aisles are just placed in random order rather than grouped
Or in
by
alphabetical.
product category.
It's alphabetical order.
Not even alphabetical order, just totally random. So it's like, what are
Oh
the
my god, I would hate to work there.
well,
Where all of the items in the store are placed in squirrel.
yeah, and everything gets rearranged on every time there's a delivery of stuff. It just gets stuck wherever there's room for it.
Oh my god.
That's real supply side management.
That would be
Deirdre, I can't believe how many times this Prince Ali fellow appears on this page of yours.
Does anyone know how to use Manicam well? Because I am at loss for words with this. It just I can't even. It just doesn't work.
I would talk to Deidre. She seems to be using it pretty freaking well.
Or McKay. McKay knows what's going on. She straightened me out.
dude, you're gonna have to grow up someday and learn how to figure things out for yourself.
Easy, son. Easy, son.
Don't call him
Manicam
son.
is not one of
I'm your
those
grandfather,
things.
damn it.
Back in my day, we learned how to do everything on our own. There was none of that breathing oxygen. We had to make the oxygen ourselves. And we liked it that way. I'm gonna watch Deirdre's dog. He's funny.
Nadia is carefully trying to arrange to have the same background that she had before so that her QR codes can be scannable. Except for that pesky sunlight coming in through the window. Boy, not only is it low... Ooh, it almost came in sharp for a moment.
Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. That isn't right.
So, Nadia, what would you like to talk about? Maybe we can follow your lead.
Oh, well, let's try. Well, the latest from Right Wing Watch.
Oh dear. Do I need to look right now? Is it bad?
Actually, what is the title of this hangout?
Hey, if Jeb Bush can be Hispanic, anything's possible.
All right, let's go look at the Right Wing Watch page. Let's see what's going on. Probably something exciting.
Yeah,
Pat,
it has to be exciting. They're always.
Pat Robertson says the gays want to. Pat Robertson says the gays want to control everything. When you talk over me, I'm getting real sick of starting over. Brian Fisher says AIDS patients should sue gay rights groups for not warning about the health risks of homosexuality. Pat Robertson says gays will force you to like anal sex and bestiality. Bill Robertson hypothesizes about an atheist family getting raped and killed. Mike Huckabee says the gay community won't rest until there are no more churches.
Is it just me, or is Huckabee a nutcase? Absolutely.
Oh, Huckabee's a freaking nut.
Dude, leave him alone, alright? How old is the guy?
Who cares? He's fucking governor of
He
Michigan.
has dementia and stuff. He's still
Or
like.
not Michigan, Massachusetts. Massachusetts.
Ryan T. Anderson says that gay marriage advocates are like opponents of interracial marriage.
What?
Yes.
That's like trying to turn things over, and oh my gosh.
Okay, wait. So, like, proponents of interracial marriage, does that mean that they're progressive and forward-thinking?
Yeah. Michael Sedge says Obama is inciting the white man to revolt.
I like that one. That one's a good quote.
Calling all white men. Calling all white men. Band together.
Alert, white people.
Bill Robertson of Duck Dynasty also said that liberals are worse than Nazis and led by Satan.
Wow.
I
I'll
only
shut
make
that off.
suggestions. I don't actually lead them.
Did you see that Brian Fisher took a call from a doctor in Tyler, Texas, who suggested that AIDS victims ought to sue gay rights groups for not warning him about the health risks associated with homosexuality? Wow. Because straight people can't get AIDS, right?
Yeah.
You should sue the
Like the gay
Right Wing
club.
Watch.
You have to be gay. It's a requirement.
I thought the only way to get AIDS if you're straight was from a blood transfusion that they got from a gay guy.
Gosh, I feel like this is 1981 or something. People are like, this is like really old stuff that people used to say.
Yeah,
Like,
a
people
friend of
are-
mine had that. A friend of mine had that disease. What was it called? GERD?
Mhm.
Yeah, so Bobby Jindal said Phil Robertson, or sorry, Duck Dynasty star Willie Robertson would be a great running mate.
If you wanted to run a campaign right into the ground.
Yeah, that's almost as bright an idea as putting Sarah Palin on the ticket.
Yeah, the Fox guest, can't tell what the name is from here. To keep
By the way,
discrimination. Sorry, do you mind? I haven't finished my sentence. The Fox guest says one should keep discrimination legal because the Bible tells businesses not to hire atheists.
Get this, atheist? You don't deserve to get a paycheck. So ridiculous.
Yeah, those who want to
I'm gonna tell everybody that the Bible told me not to hire Calvinists. See what they say.
There's other heretics too, I suppose.
Tell them that Joel Osteen says you're not allowed to hire Calvinists.
You have to be a name it or claim it Christian. Name it and claim it Christian in order to get hired here.
And make sure to read The Shack, too. That drives Matt Slick crazy.
I read that, actually.
That's right. drives him. If you ever get a chance, you should see the interview, more like a grilling, that Matt Slick did with the guy who wrote The Shack. He just called him a heretic on top of a heretic on top of a heretic.
Wow.
I like the Rick Santorum, rise up before liberals destroy freedom.
That's right. 'Cause
We
that's
are
what
out to destroy freedom. I'm letting everyone know that right now.
damn right.
I'm really, really looking for a Bachman-Palin ticket for 2016.
Old Crazy Eyes is back again.
I think I'm just really tired of embarrassing Christians, like ones that this whole American right wing kind of Phil Robbins stuff, this is not the majority of Christians that I know. You know, I mean, I know Christians in Texas, I know Christians in Oklahoma, you know, and they're not even like that. I don't know what's going on. It's like 20% of us have become the mouthpiece on the internet and media, and then the other people are silent, and it makes me kind of angry.
I mean, more than just population being stupid is when we have dumbass politicians who are supporting the stupid-ass people who are supporting them. It just becomes a circle of stupidity.
Creationists, T-Rex had tiny arms, so I couldn't masturbate. Yeah, and that's why it was angry too, because it's standing there beside Diplodocus with the extra thumbs, just wanking away, having a good wank, and it just got mad and just decided to eat everything. That's why Dinosaur decided to eat Dinosaur. Everybody knows this.
So yeah, there's a trolley side to me. I'm kind of a messed up person, but I mean, usually it's with reason. It's usually because like that was made for the Christians against dinosaurs people, and it's just ridiculous. And so they're so ridiculous and hateful too in the mix. Like then you just start kind of poking at them a little bit because it's so ridiculous. And at that point, like I don't know, they're just an example of they're so ridiculous that you don't know who is actually real and who isn't. And when I look at politicians, I feel like that too. I'm like, who actually believes this and who actually is just saying this? You know, like I think some of the politicians are probably not even religious and they're just being wacky because they've got some votes sealed in. I don't know.
You never know. The conservative right seems to really have launched a pogrom against anybody who doesn't take the pledge. I mean, between Grover Norquist's anti-taxation pledge and the rights, you know, good God, king and country without the king part pledge, it's really a wonder people, the poor Republican, the classical Republicans don't know whether they're shot, fucked, powder burnt, or snake bit. That's what I think.
For this video, well, we have Cuba, I guess, video link and John right there inside our section. So.
Wait, what is it? Is it Brian Fisher wackiness?
What?
Is it Brian Fisher wackiness?
No, it's link to the YouTube video for this channel.
Oh.
Not much caffeine.
You look like you need a refill.
Yeah. Well.
There has got to be a Walgreens or something nearby.
It was really
Or at
rude
least
the
they
way
have
really
vending
rude the way that guy
machines
talked to
back
you over the phone.
Yeah.
Actually, you know what you can do when you get your pizza delivery? 2-liter Diet Mountain Dew as the drink. I mean, they always give you the ability to get a drink. Or at least a Diet Coke or Diet Pepsi or whatever the hell they have.
Honestly, they should have Mountain Dew if they have Diet Pepsi as well.
They
So,
should.
They have products.
Dew is a Pepsi product, right?
yeah.
They have Coke products, not Pepsi products, and they, um, yeah. Yeah. Well, I think the other one. Push it offline.
What was that?
But I thought Desert wanted to do it, but it's offline.
Don't look at me. I got no train coming through my window.
Okay, I'm going to kill myself. Is that train coming from you, Nadia?
Yeah,
Okay, Michael Ann. Guess what?
Is this the freaking room from hell?
All your generosity is paid off, Michael Ann.
I'm beside myself. Please tell me that train is not going to run every 15 minutes through your room.
Yeah, but the good news is it's filled with Mountain Dew.
Oh, sweet Jesus, Mother of Christ. Listen, if it's intolerable, Nadia, you call me and we're out of there.
I see the train a-coming.
Coming
It's
down the
rolling
tracks.
around.
Uh-oh.
No, you get it wrong.
Oh, sorry. All right, I'll shut up.
Yeah.
And
You were
I ain't
you
seen
were
the sunshine
frozen.
since I don't know when, and I'm stuck in Folsom Prison. Time is passing by.
My favorite line in that whole song is I shot a man just to see him die, and I don't know why.
Hold on, kids. She's trying to speak. You got serious lag, Nadia.
Okay, well, the the trouble with all this is oh, I need to keep myself awake so I can actually do something about it.
And I shot a man in Reno just to watch him die.
What makes you think songs or singing or whatever on the Hangout is a good idea?
Seems like fun. I don't know.
Oh wait, Alex, I think I may have downloaded a flight simulator. Yes. Do you have flight simulator or do you only have Arma?
I'm downloading it right now.
Okay.
One moment. I will be right back. I have to help someone.
Okay. By the way, Nadia, I'm so glad that you moved out of that apartment and got into a hotel.
That can only last so long.
And I heard that you were moving to Michigan with your name here. Is this true?
Yes, yeah.
That's awesome.
Well, there might be more ceremonious ways in.
Uh-oh. Deirdre, also known as Eddie Van Halen.
Oh, yeah.
Ah, where'd my
What
plan
happened
go?
to McAllister?
Nadia, you're looking like you're like literally going to just pass right out. Maybe you should like get to the bed.
Yeah, if you took a nap now, you'd be able to order a pizza when you woke up.
Alright, so it says Capital Corridor. Capital Corridor trains down through Jack London Square every half hour. Except, I think I'm not sure if that's for the parking or for actual trains. 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. Says what the hours of operation are.
Maybe Michael Ann can move you to a hotel on the other side of the tracks.
Is everything okay?
Yeah. Why? I mean,
Talking about, hey, darling, hey, you're talking about leaving the hotel.
No, that was a joke.
Oh,
I can't believe it was that bad or everyone missed it.
I wasn't listening to that, or I was not in the call, so.
no one's listening to a word I say, so I'm not worried about it.
I don't know when that joke happened, so I can't say.
well, what were you saying, Nadia?
I was saying I look at the train schedule and come every half hour, I think, and
And if
have.
that's you should let Michael
Alright,
in now if that's a problem.
finish my sentence. Yeah, they have a nightly shutdown from 5 a.m. to 12 a.m. or 12 a.m. to 5 a.m.
Michael Ann said she was willing to move you out if that was a problem, right?
Yeah, I heard her say that she would get you out of there if that was unbearable.
Well, I don't know. I bet you right now Nadia can sleep through those trains, even if they are every 30 minutes.
It does take some practice. I remember when I first bought my house, for the first week, I heard the trains. And they're way off in a distance. They're like 2 miles away, and I still kind of heard them. But then now I don't hear them at all.
I pretty much sleep through train wrecks anyway, so I'm not terribly
Yeah,
concerned
I
about
like
sleeping.
trains.
What?
No one got that. I said I like trains, and no one said anything. I was trying to make a reference.
Something
Yeah,
to keep.
well, I think the other side of the train tracks is a better reference. I mean, come on. Wrong side of the tracks?
True. I think that is a better one. I was mentioning the ADSF movie, where he's like, I like trains, and the train just passes by and it hits him.
Ah, I haven't seen that one.
It's like the animation short of ADSF, and they have like 5 or 6 different ones.
Yeah, it's not being set here, so it's probably not a good idea to move this. Absolutely. I absolutely have to.
And do you still need to go back to your other place to get more stuff, right?
What's that?
You still need to go back to where you were to get the rest of your stuff, right?
Yeah, if I need to sleep. Get up early. Yeah, I guess it depends on how much cash I have on me. That's what it was. I think kind of replaceable. Yeah.
They've probably already changed the locks.
What?
Well, there's no way they did that within that short amount of time.
No way they did what?
Changed your locks yet?
That'll be 6 to 1 a.m. tomorrow.
Yeah, there's no way they did it within like an hour.
Maybe.
It's about 13 hours from now.
It would have been nice to leave a little present, like, a small incendiary device, timed to go off at 6:02.
Flashbang grenade for the guys who are changing the door.
Yeah, it's like, time to leave! Oh, no one's here. Boom! Okay, so maybe I am a little bit evil.
Just a little bit.
We all are, Fudd. We all are. Why do you think we're on the internet?
Evil.
To plot the downfall of the world industrial
Shh. The NSA is watching.
order.
I didn't do it.
Well, the NSA has crowdsourced all the data required to track us. They just haven't got the algorithms to keep track of us.
What if I told you Google Hangouts is part of the NSA?
You see, that'll be the last Snowden release. The NSA can listen to this, they can listen to that, they can decode this, they can decode that. The last release will be, they have so much data that it would take them 100 years to go through one day's worth.
Technically, it's not Edward Snowden releasing, it's journalists. Like, he handed over all the information to them.
Right, but that'll be the last Snowden release from the journalists.
Okay. Just making sure everyone was on the same page.
Yeah, I believe his visa to Russia was contingent on him not continuing to divulge information.
But wouldn't the Russians love that?
They already know.
Oh, they're probably getting all kinds of information from him under the hush-hush, but...
That's actually a possibility.
Oh, it wouldn't surprise me at all.
And there was that embarrassing time when the NSA got busted for tapping into a fiber optic line in the Baltic Sea.
Eh.
It was after the fact, but the Russians found the tap that was put in.
So, how do transatlantic internet connections work exactly?
It's kind of embarrassing, but what they do is they literally drape a big 6-inch wide line, a physical cable, across the floor of the ocean from, I think it's from Virginia to, I forget what the eastern side is, but it's a physical cable, big bundle of them actually, heavily wrapped up to protect them from sharks and stuff. It's just draped across the floor of the ocean, over the mountains and all that crap, to the other side.
Interesting.
Sometimes satellites are involved, but they can't carry enough data with low latency, so you just have this big, massive cable.
That sounds like a very outdated method of communication.
Well, the punchline is because of the way fiber optics work, they need an amplifier every couple hundred meters, which has to be powered by electricity.
Oh, I forgot that I was uploading on uTorrent. So now I'm playing Battlefield 4, and I have a ping of like 650.
He said nothing about any torrents, so I don't know what you guys heard.
Oh wait, what?
Gus, your breathing sounds suspect, just letting you know. I'm like, why are you so out of breath?
Well, I'm having a bit of a bronchial episode, so
Oh, okay.
everything I do takes twice as much effort for my lungs to get to get done too. So
Yeah, since I got pneumonia, like my voice isn't the same. I have a lot more crackle to my voice. And
yeah.
and the breathing thing, I totally feel you. Like I walk across my yard and I'm like, like what is this?
I hear you.
Okay, Nadia, tell us that that bed is more comfortable than the one you had at your place.
It is. But it's
The
really
good thing
freaking.
is I don't see anything crawling on you, so that's good.
That helps. Yeah. But again, as much as I thought like body and facial hair felt like bugs crawling on me, I got a pretty stern reminder. No, not the first time really. That well, actual bugs crawling on me don't bother me anywhere near that much.
Oh wow.
Did you take your meds?
Not yet. It's early.
Don't want you to have gotten this far, go to sleep and not wake up. That would really, really blow.
I'll be fine. Yeah, for whatever reason.
There we
Got
go.
to I got through the entire 90s without having a serious bug attack or whatever. Well, I got to put it on my ass and after Hazard died in '09 and yeah, freaking body lice. Oh, well, I got scabies back in the 90s.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah.
Someone has Skype.
Everyone has Skype.
Yeah.
I haven't logged into Skype in a while. I imagine if I do, I'm going to have like 10 million texts. They'll all have to be downloaded.
There's also going to be an update.
Oh yeah.
I hate updating in Skype.
Brilliant Microsoft. Why did they buy Skype anyway?
Because they wanted to mess it up.
Achievement unlocked.
Oh yeah. I
Nadia,
think it's.
just so you know, do you have anyone else with mod? Because I'm gonna have to take off pretty soon.
Oh yeah, that would be a good idea.
I'm gonna sound so nerdy, but I run a raid and I have a raid probably, not in about an hour. So I was just kind of warning you before you go to sleep that someone else that you trust you might want to have had mod.
So what raid do you do, and what MMO is it in?
The World of Warcraft.
The World of Warcraft.
I'm a horde shaman, elemental shaman.
Personally, I don't like the style of the World of Warcraft, but I think it's a great game nonetheless. It costs like $120 per year to play, I think, something like that.
Yeah, there's a monthly fee. That's why it's the only MMO I play, really. Any of the free MMOs to play are very frustrating to me anyway, so
I would agree with that.
I played Old Republic for a while. That was kind of fun
I
until.
tried it, but it wouldn't. At the time, my computer was crappy, and it just wouldn't. The interfaces wouldn't work really well.
But
Well, that sucks.
my answer to my response to World of Warcraft is Guild Wars 2. I've been waiting and waiting for something to totally some MMO that is that you pay for that I can get behind, and finally I found one. It's Guild Wars 2, where you just pay once and you have it forever. No paying like monthly or yearly for anything. You just pay once, your $45 or whatever, and you have the game.
Yeah, and Guild Wars has nice graphics. It's just, I don't know. I'm just connected to the other game. You know what I mean? So.
Honestly, I couldn't get into Guild Wars because you didn't have enough moves.
Yeah.
And it stuck you with your weapon, like that was how you had certain moves. So if you got a new weapon, then you had to change your moves.
Yep, it sort of restricts you. But I mean, I also the only other thing I do is like at PS4. But
What do you play on the PS4?
I don't play that often, but when I do, I mean, I don't know. We've got a lot of the big hitters like Call of Duty, and I just got Evolve, which is kind of fun.
Oh, that's cool.
Oh no, Evolve, you.
It's kind of fun. I like to be the hunter or the trapper or whatever.
For a $60 release, it's too expensive.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought there are other games that were more quality, like I don't know, Left 4 Dead, I think it is, or what is that one that I have? I don't know. It's across the room. The one with Juno in it. That one's good.
Juno, what?
Yeah,
Oh,
Ellen Page
Ellen
is the
Page.
voice. Yeah,
God, was that Last of Us or something like that?
that one. That one's pretty
Oh,
good.
I love The Last of Us. You have the remastered for the PlayStation 4, right?
Yeah.
Oh my god, that's like the best single player experience you can ever have.
I mean, we have a few. Thief, which I wish I regretted buying new. I should have waited a long time for that to come out because it's not that fantastic. Assassin's Creed.
One thing I preach to everyone who's buying games for PC or any system is that do not pre-order, do not buy it the day it comes out. You must wait and to see if it is worth the money or worth buying at all. Because like you never know in this market. Like companies will just throw crap out there.
Oh yeah.
So I personally always, even if it's a game I'm really really like I was like so hyped for Destiny. And I was like, I really hope they don't mess this up. I'm not gonna buy it, but I really hope they don't mess it up. And they messed it up. So
See, I kind of like Destiny, but I understand. I mean, I like the straight up Halos though too, and that's the only bummer about going PS4 is we don't have the regular Halos.
like personally, if I was what is it called, design director for that game, I would be so angry because it costs so much money. That game, I need to look up the numbers, but that game is like one of the most expensive games to make to date, I think. And what the result of that was not that great. It was pretty poor. All the enemies looked exactly the same. All the guns looked exactly the same. The voice acting by Peter Dinklage was not exceptional. It was rather mundane. Like a lot of stuff you can point out that's pretty bad and not really good. So if I was like a content designer or director of that game, I would be either firing people or like getting stuff fixed and whatnot. Like instead of just screw it, let's release it, they'll like it.
And then my husband and I split ways on things like I mean, I have like the Blizzard games on my PC, so like Diablo and all that stuff, and he's like, "Yeah, let's get Diablo for the PlayStation 4," and I'm like, "Why? We have it on the PC." He's like, "No, put it on the PlayStation 4." Why? I don't
Because of the
know.
co-op experience, he probably wanted to play with you. I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually very nice looking on our TV, but still, I don't
Is
know.
that why you got divorced?
I'm not divorced. I've been married 13 years. Not divorced. I'll tell you the secret. Gamers don't get divorced if they're both gamers. Ha ha.
Hardy har har.
Just kidding.
Ah, actually, that's got some wisdom in there.
Actually, it's funny. For us, we're kind of independent of each other, and then we kind of like we're great at traveling together and stuff like that. But I've met couples where they're extremely dependent on each other. Like they have to spend all their time together, and they're like, "This is how marriage should be. It's just beautiful." And we're not like that. We're kind of like we spend time together and we kind of don't. I don't know. Like I kind of like to do my own thing sometimes. I'm really abstract and he's really concrete, and I'm really like, okay, I'm in my head a lot, and like I like to read books like fiction and stuff like that, and he's like, I want to go kayaking, you know. So like, I mean, I give like in situations where I'm not completely unathletic, but I'm not extremely athletic, and so he's pretty athletic, like in a sportsman kind of way, like he likes to go kayaking and he likes to go rock climbing. So like he'll get me to go rock climbing, but if he wasn't there to get me to go rock climbing, I probably wouldn't go rock climbing, you know. So
Well, you know what? It sounds a lot like my grandparents' marriage, and they've been together over 70 years. So you're on the right track, I think.
so having semi-independence is the way to go, huh?
I think so.
Like he likes like to build things and stuff, and I like to draw things. Like I don't know, we're creative, but we're just different. Like he's a craftsman totally. Like you could give him anything and say, "Can you build this?" and he would. He's just great that way. Um, but there's a lot of stuff he doesn't care to be interested in too. Like he's absolutely a believer, but theology is boring to him. He wouldn't want to discuss that with people. He's just a doer. I don't know.
A doer.
Yeah, he likes to do things.
Yeah, well, my grandparents, they rarely do things together. The only thing that's kind of bumming me out is right now my grandmother is in very bad, very, very bad health. Like, so it doesn't look like the next wedding anniversary is going to happen.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that.
But other than that, I mean, shit, they've been together. They're one of the more successful marriages, I would say, based on time together. I mean, they got married during the war, and yeah, ever since.
Yeah, it's those marriages sometimes that give us a little hope, like, oh, maybe we can make it. Because it is kind of disheartening when you meet so many marriages that fail, and then you wonder what are the factors, because when you look on the outside of relationships, it's like an iceberg, we don't see the whole thing, so we don't really know what goes awry, and so like underneath the water, it's a whole bunch of stuff, so.
Yes, indeed. And I imagine that, like with everything else human, it's every single case is different.
Absolutely. There's always a spectrum of stuff going on, and people are different, and I don't know.
So is Alex still in the room? I'm in game, so I can't see.
Yeah, he is. I don't know if he's. Alex, you there?
I
Put
thought
it
he said he went BRB a while ago, but I guess he's not back yet.
Yeah. He said he had to help someone or something, so who knows
yeah.
how long he'll be AFK.
FXAA is working wonders in my game. I'm like, oh my goodness. If anyone knows what that is.
Now would be a perfect time to throw together a Visual Basic GUI to track back his IP address.
Why would you want to track back his IP address? To find out his location? Like, really?
Actually, I was making a CSI reference there. It's on YouTube. All the cyber blunders of CSI.
The way you said that, it sounds absolutely bollocks, as the British would say.
Yes, it is. It's absolute complete bollocks. And that's what's the beauty of it, because it was actually on a major television show in the United States.
Oh, wow.
Well, CSI was like the most unrealistic thing ever. I don't think they ever had an unsolved murder besides like the one where Grissom was dealing with that guy for a while.
Yeah, but it was just beautiful. It's like, hey, that's a live broadcast. He's hacking it right now. Ooh, I'll build a Visual Basic GUI to track back his IP address.
That all that is a visual, a graphical user interface made through the programming language of Visual Basic. That's
I think what it was is Microsoft probably paid them to embed, product placement, and Visual Basic was the product placement, and that's how they put it in.
It's not really a big product, though. I don't see why they would do that.
Yeah, I think they got, Visual Dev Studio or whatever the hell they're calling it, and they're pushing C# and their Azure platform now for cloud computing.
Interesting. Yeah, but making a graphical user interface does absolutely nothing but make stuff look pretty in regards to your program.
Pretty much.
Makes stuff look like anything because you need a user interface to actually do anything because that's what you see.
Yep, and guess what? When you're writing programs for iPhone, 90% of the work is on the fucking graphical interface. And
I know it. Yeah, like there isn't that much logic that goes into the apps. I can tell. Like a lot of it is just in making it look nice and pretty for the internet people, for the common folk.
That's pretty much it. Yeah.
And maybe some networking stuff, but other than that, yeah.
Yeah, the networking stuff actually can be a little challenging because you're dealing with a dodgy network. So you have to be robust enough. In fact, you've got to be able to maintain a continuous connection when you travel from Wi-Fi to cellular.
So, Alex, did you finally get cashiered from the Russian Air Force?
Cashiered? What do you mean?
Cashiered, that's when they bounce you out on your head and say, you don't fly no more.
Oh, bounce you out on your head. What?
It's like I'm speaking a whole nother language. They tell you no can fly plane for them no more, you there, him there.
Okay, I understand what you said before. Like, you said they cashier you, and then I was like, what?
Cashiered you. Cashiered.
Yeah, cashiered.
Like getting cashed out.
Okay.
Like having your career removed from you. Pants first.
Yeah.
Yeah, like that guy who crashed 3 different MiGs because he saw UFOs.
Yeah. Psychosis, right?
If
I
you're lucky.
forget the guy's name, but it was like, I can't believe it. I mean, the first one, okay, anyone can have an accident. Number 2, okay, those things cost a fucking load of rubles. They're going to keep him flying, but nope, they kept him flying until he crashed number 3.
He crashed 3 planes?
3, yeah.
Even if it was a Cessna, like even if it was like the cheapest plane they had, like the dinkiest and most stupid
No,
plane.
these were high-end. These were top-end MiG-29s or some such.
Yeah, I'm emphasizing the fact that no matter what plane he was flying, if he was like
Yeah, 3 crashes, that should be the end of your career.
yeah. One crash is enough to ruin your reputation. 2 crashes, like you're pretty much over. 3 crashes now. What like is this a new career? Maybe you should like make that a thing, like plane crashing enterprises.
Yeah, crash test pilot. Is that your crash helmet? Ooh, I hope not.
Yeah, did this guy eject from all 3 of these crashes to survive?
Yeah.
And
But
the
it
fact
doesn't save it from the fact that, these are like multi-million-dollar aircraft in US dollars. So he took out 3 of them.
And what specifically, what aircraft is this?
I don't remember if it was the MiG-29 or just a 23 or whatever. This was a while ago, but he kept seeing UFOs and chasing them, and never got them on gun camera. Never got any evidence for him.
Even if he legitimately saw a UFO, like why do you chase it? Is that like training or whatever?
If you're part of the Voiska PVO, which was the Soviet air defense network, it was basic doctrine to give chase to any foreign anything that wasn't squawking and identify friend or foe. That was a frequency that you recognized over your airspace.
Okay.
They would have chased an Angel down if they could have gotten a lock on it.
Pretty much. But the thing is, the guy got no gun camera footage even. He got
Which doesn't necessarily mean anything because, frankly, the MiG-23 and the MiG-27 was a interesting, very, very interesting piece of equipment. Both of them put together. The MiG-25, well, you might as well have forgotten it. The MiG-25 was a javelin designed to carry 4 missiles designed to take out bombers from here to there, land it as quickly as possible, swap out the engines, and then go and do it all over again.
Whoa, swap out the engines?
Yes, because with the MiG-25, when you use them at full performance, you destroyed the engine inside of a 20-minute to 45-minute turnaround time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that is some maintenance there.
The MiG-25 was literally built to take on what the Russians believed were going to be a whole new generation of American high-flying supersonic bombers. They believed the Americans were going to make those, so they said, Nichevo, we're going to have to make something to take them out. So they essentially put these MiG-25s together, and for a while, NATO was looking at these things and crapping their pants. And then there was a pilot.
That's why we built the F-15.
There was a pilot who stole one and flew it to Japan, and NATO got their hands on it and they took it apart and they went,
what a piece of shit! Yeah, they probably did the coughing too.
Not so good.
But but the thing is, they did have a legitimate worry because the Valkyrie, we built 2 of them, which were high-flying supersonic bombers to carry a couple of nukes.
Yeah, but those were never put into production.
Outside of missile range. But one of them crashed during testing, and it actually Well, the way that crash was actually a rather awful accident, because what happened was a camera chase plane got caught in its tail wake and literally sucked into it. And there were no survivors in that incident. But
The other problem with the Valkyrie was it had an enormous price tag.
yes, it was so over budget, Congress just said, forget it, it's not worth it.
By the mid to late 1960s, Congress started actually giving a shit about how much money they were spending on military stuff.
Yeah, plus an intercontinental
interesting.
ballistic missile could do the same job.
Which is interesting, considering that shortly thereafter they went and built the F-15, which was purpose built from the ground up, and very little expense was spared.
Yeah, and it was purpose built to beat the MiG-25.
And then the Navy. The Navy, not wanting to be left out, they got the F-14, which was built for them.
Yeah, and the F-14 was underpowered until the D model, at which point it was just barely marginally powerful.
Underpowerful depending on what you wanted to use it for. There's
well,
a lot of
it's okay
people
for standoff, but if it got into a dogfight, the thing would be fucked.
Well, that's yes. Thank you. And so
there are two. Tell me if I'm wrong, but are there two ways to approach a aerial fight? Either dog fight, which is a turn fight, or a boom and zoom, where you go pretty much straight at the target and make one pass and then just fly right by it.
well, that used to be the two classic ways. One of the things that the American Air Force has been working with, there's a bomber called the Rockwell B-1, which was kind of a bomber that got its purpose pulled out from under it, but the Air Force decided to keep building it anyway. And so what they did with it, what they developed it out of was a supersonic low altitude bomber, and instead what they did was they're basically using it as a mule to carry a couple of dozen air-to-air missiles, and then what happens is the plan is to have F-35 fighters link in with the avionics on the bombers, and then essentially use the missiles on these bombers almost the way an archer would use a quiver full of arrows. So that's another way that's being gone at it. But you're essentially correct. That's the two basic means of. But sooner or later, what tends to happen is that you don't get, Air Force A that wants to build standoff missile firing fighters, doesn't tend to get countered by the enemy using the exact same tactics. What tends to happen is the enemy wants to build fighters that are designed to hit the enemy's fighters where they are incapable. So if you, like in Vietnam, the F-4 Phantom was a big, heavy, stable platform for firing missiles at distance. But the problem was it couldn't dogfight if you put a gun to its head. It had a turning radius of I'll talk to you in a week, and as a result, the smaller, lighter MiGs, which were no good with their own missiles, got inside cannon range and just chewed them to shit. That's why the American Navy reopened the fighter weapons school at Miramar, the so-called Top Gun school, because everybody'd forgotten how to dogfight. So ideally, instead of creating fighters that adhere to one or the other of those doctrines you're talking about, what they tend to do is they create what's known as air superiority, or long-range air superiority, or long-range interceptors, or short-range multi-role fighters that try to mix in as many abilities and as many mission-capable situations as possible.
So adaptive combat.
It's always adaptive. It's always adaptive, if for no other reason than for cost.
Yeah.
Because it's just not cost effective to have two fighters to do two different jobs when you can simply hang a bunch of bombs on an F-16 and it's not elegant, but it'll do the job.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I hate to sneak in, but I need to ask a question about Nadia. Do you guys know how she's supposed to get the pizza delivery?
I have no idea, because her communication was so full of lag that every time she tried to communicate with us or we tried to communicate with her, we were frustrating the hell out of her because we kept chopping through the middle of her sentences. So she just, I guess.
From what I heard, she thought that Desert was buying her, and that Desert knew her location. But I don't know if Desert would know if she actually wants to eat right now. And if she did, I don't know if she's sleeping through it, if she would be able to pick it up from the delivery if they came to the door. I don't know.
Well, they come to the center of the hotel, but Desert's not in here anymore. And I know that we're talking about fun stuff, but I'd like to make sure she gets fed.
Understood.
Oh, yeah. Well,
I am actually going to drop out right now. So is Desert in chat? Does anyone know?
Not that I saw.
But actually, thank you, Ermine, for reminding us.
I think she'd sleep right through a delivery at this point.
Yeah, I'm wondering. You probably want to get food to her though before she completely zonks out because I mean, eventually most pizza places in California they'll stop delivering around 10. And right now it's almost 6. It's 10 to 6 right now.
Yeah, maybe the motel she's at can slide it under the door.
Yeah, it'd have to be in New York style.
But sometimes your sarcasm is less than can be desired.
I mean, do you know if somebody that's, obviously you've known her for a long time, like do you or Michael Ann, you guys have her number, right?
Yeah. But if she is going to sleep for a few hours, that's fine, sleep. But I just want to know, like, when I'm going to call her and wake her up, or somebody is, to make sure she gets fed, because Michael Ann's asking the same questions.
Mm-hmm. Is Desert even in the Hangout chat? Let's see.
Yeah, it's definitely a valid point. I don't know.
What time is it in California right now? It's 3 hours before.
5:49.
It's 10 to 6.
Yeah, we have some
She can
time.
sleep for another like 3 hours, and then she'd probably have to get up to order the pizza or whatever.
Yeah, we have some time. We just have to make sure we don't lose track of time.
Yeah, I actually need to get out of here in a second.
Yeah, if someone, Ermine, can you set an alarm for when it's like necessary to order pizza, considering they probably will stop taking orders at 9?
It's California.
They should stop taking orders at around 11.
All sarcasm aside, excuse me, but
No.
all sarcasm aside, it's going to be really difficult to arrange the delivery if Nadia's not even awake.
That's what I'm saying is
Well,
okay. You can
okay,
deliver the food. The question is how's she retrieving it? Well, they'll leave it at the front desk, yeah, but.
Well, they might deliver right to her room.
Yeah, they should be able to just go to her room.
Okay, but if they knock on the door and there's no answer, what then?
Well, that's the other part. You wake her up.
Oh, 6 people answer, I hear nobody.
Can you mute yourself if you're ringing?
I'm not ringing.
I think that was Ermine. But yes, I guess.
Ring, so I don't.
Someone should probably call her in about 3 hours.
Ermine has a point. It is California. Our places do open late, but 10 is the safe closing time. That's why I said 10.
I agree with you.
Here's my concern, kids. She hasn't eaten anything all day. This is a diabetic. This is not about she wakes up and has a leisurely pizza.
I understand that, Michael. I'm just saying.
So should we wake her up?
Yeah, gotta make sure she's awake to get the pizza, or all of this is for naught.
Well, I believe it's like on automatic. He's going to send her this pizza. I don't know if they've designated a time, but it'll come to the front desk. They'll either call her and have her come down and pick it up, or maybe if they're nice, they'll bring it up to her.
Okay, so instead of counting on him, does anyone have a way to contact him?
I just try to reach him through text, so I just sent him a note.
Okay. Now, if he can't do that, I have no problem buying a freaking pizza. So, just let me know.
So do we want to? Well, you have an event to do, I thought.
I do have an event.
Well, anybody can take care of doing the pizza. That's not a problem. I can certainly do that. I don't want to order 2 pizzas, and these people are crazy. They don't take credit cards over the phone.
It's pretty intense. Like, it's crazy.
like I know Papa John's, you can just easily order online and they'll send it, but this
Yeah.
isn't. I don't know if there's a Papa John's.
The other question I have, being that she's diabetic, is the pizza okay for her?
It won't matter at what stage. She's not eating anything all day. I got to get something in her, and if it's a cheese pizza, that'll be some protein for her, and
Yeah,
she'll
makes
just
sense.
cover herself with her insulin.
Okay.
At this point, as long as she's not snarfing down chocolate bars, something is better than nothing.
Yeah, I was just thinking because of the bread. Okay.
Well, she's been drinking that stupid diet soda all day, so, you know, I got nothing in her. I got no sugar in her. I got nothing.
So, my question is, do you want her to sleep for like a half an hour, and then do you want to ring her? Because you don't want her to sleep
This
too
is
far
where
to where she's exhausted.
Well, this is where you go into diabetic coma, and you can't tell because there's no one standing there to wake her up.
Then
So
should somebody try to wake her up now, and then we
That's
put
what I'm thinking.
the process into.
Yes.
Well, I'm hoping she can hear us. Otherwise, I don't know how you would do that. You'd have to call her on the phone.
Well,
Yeah.
Maybe, maybe we could call her on G Plus, and maybe the ringtone will wake her up if it's on speakers or something.
Why is F417H saying she's in the hospital?
She doesn't know what she's talking about.
I think he's just trolling, but whatever.
Fair enough.
That's a she.
It does. Oh.
And it's Faith.
Fair enough.
She actually, that does look like a hospital garb. Like she's got the bracelet, she's got a hospital-looking blanket and pillows.
She's not in a hospital. She's in a home.
She's in a
Does anybody know her cellular phone number?
I think Ermine does.
Ermine, would you mind doing
I
that?
would say call her early then, because like I said, like you don't want her to zonk out. I mean, even I'm not diabetic, and even if I haven't eaten all day, if I zonk out, I don't wake up. Like I just completely.
Okay, Nadia did open her eyes. She's hearing me call her.
Nadia.
Nadia.
Yeah,
All right,
here.
Nadia, can you hear us? You got to get something to eat. Nadia?
We need to get the foodstuffs for you.
Yes, you got to get something to eat. Hate to say this, but I don't want to. Nobody wants you to go out without getting something to eat here. Can we order you a pizza, and can you hold on for the next 45 minutes? Yeah? Okay, so if you can
Ask
stay
her
up.
if she's had insulin.
Have you had your insulin?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your room number?
216.
Okay.
Okay. So, how are we going to take care of this? Do they need the credit card? Like, what are we going to do?
Well, we got to call and see if they'll take a credit card and deliver it to her. I used to do it for my niece all the time. She'd call me from college. I'd order a pizza around the street from her, use my credit card. They delivered to her, and the bill came to me. I can do that now if they'll take a friggin' card.
Okay, so just so you know, heads up, I live in San Diego, so it might apply to where she is. I know that for sure Papa John's will do it that way.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Domino's does not do it that way in my experience. And I only know this because I've had to order for churches and stuff. So
Yeah.
I would say go with Papa John's or Pizza Hut because they will do that over the phone usually.
Remember, kids, I'm in Philadelphia. I have no idea if there's even one around her.
Okay, so if you have her address, you're going to have to Google kind of what's near her.
Google.
Okay, hold on. John's 444 S. What's the name of that stupid?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now is the name of that street. It'll take me a second.
Embarcadero. Embarcadero.
And then Ermine, just tell Desert to hold off and maybe order something tomorrow, or I don't know when.
California. Well, tomorrow she'll have money, so she'll be able to do whatever she needs to.
Okay. She's not unfunctional, Faith. She's okay. She's responding. She's talking.
May have had a few to drink tonight.
Yeah, don't panic. Like, there's nothing wrong. It's just that we don't want her to fall asleep after she's not eaten all day. That's all. Nothing's happening crazy.
Oh, is that someone concerned in the comments?
Yeah. We're ignoring desert. We're not gonna we're gonna go around them right now just to get it done.
Okay, so we gotta find a street address. 444.
Oh, it's 444 M
Goddamn.
West.
Garrett Drive. Oh, they want a zip.
94607.
94607. This is it's a business. Hee. Oh, you dirtball. 444. Oh, Lord. Can you say that zip again?
94607.
Alrighty. No.
I screen capped the address, so.
Okay, they have a delivery, so I don't know. It sounds like there's one that's 1.8 miles away,
Right.
and they do deliver.
Right.
Well, that's excellent.
All right, hold on. Do we know what kind of pizza? What kind of pizza Madame would like?
I say, or get her something with some cheese.
Yeah, protein toppings.
Well, ask her. God forbid I send her something she won't eat. I'll have a heart attack.
Nadia, what kind of pizza you want?
I can do anything. I'm not like religious about veganism or whatever.
Okay, so you want chicken or you want pepperoni?
I go with pepperoni.
All right.
Do you do wings or anything? And if they don't have your Mountain Dew, is there a substitute?
Diet Coke.
Diet Coke, okay. Let's see how this goes. I'm going to put you guys on mute for a second.
No problem.
Yeah. Get a few 2 liters, because I go through.
Yeah, but she was mentioning that some stuff is coming tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, you know what? It's not my order. Get a few 2 liters, Michael Ann. Sorry, Nadia.
All right, you guys take care. I gotta go.
All right, bye, Deidre.
Yeah.
Good luck in the raid, Deirdre.
Time to experiment.
Can you guys please turn off the picture app? Because Nadia's like laying in bed. Alex specifically.
What does the picture app do anyway?
It takes pictures of the hangout. And it posts it on Google+.
Oh.
Alex, can you please turn off the picture app?
Alex, if you can hear us, please don't give us any reason to kick you.
That's probably better stated. I'm going to count to 5 and then I'm going to boot. 4, 3, 2.
Alex! Wake up, boy! Oh, we tried.
Hello.
Is that you, Seamus?
Hey, Seamus.
Yeah, I think it wasn't you. There's just this camera app that's actually a bit obtrusive, I think, but you know, whatever. Hey, Von Helton. Who else was joined? Hey, what's up, Seamus, and your boat? By boat, I mean OAT, not butt. For all the Canadians out there.
Yeah, I was off work today, and I was there like for most of the day.
Oh, I'm at the hotel. Oh, sleepy.
Yeah, but I'm glad you're going to stay up with us for a little bit until you get something in your stomach. I think my gland's right. Get you a nice extra large pizza, man, because you haven't eaten all day.
So
Now,
where's Nadia right now?
at a hotel.
Oh,
Nadia's doing that transition though. I don't know if this is confirmed or not, but your name here is going to take Nadia to Michigan.
Yeah, that's fun.
oh really? He's a
Yeah.
truck driver. I've talked with him before. He seems like a really nice guy.
Yeah, he is. Very much so. God bless him.
He's always been really, really respectful. So I think, yeah, I think he's a winner.
Yeah. There
So where's
were.
the final destination for Nadia? I haven't really been keeping up.
That's an interesting question.
Ann
Yeah.
Arbor, Ann
The
Arbor.
final destination is hopefully a home of her own.
The final destination for now is Ann Arbor.
Oh yeah, what? So that's Michigan?
Yep.
Oh, wow.
I've been to
That's
Traverse City before, but I haven't been anywhere else. Actually, I take that back. I've been to what's that one city? In Traverse City and
Pontiac, Detroit,
uh,
Flint.
I'm drawing a blank here. Hold on. I can look at a map and find it. Grand Rapids.
Oh, yeah, of course. I can't wait for my kid to get home. On a lighter note, she got her prom dress in the mail today.
What color?
It's red. Here, I'll show you the dress. It's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about, but
Why is that such a common color?
um, share screen. All right, that's the dress.
Oh, it looks nice.
Yeah, it was a super deal because I kind of prayed about it and said this is how much I want to spend, which was $75. So it came in right at that price because it was $50 for the dress and $25 for shipping. I don't believe in spending more than $100 on any of these prom, dance, whatever dresses because they only wear them once, maybe twice.
I'm looking at the dress and I'm looking at the price tag and I don't believe it. Like,
Yeah, that's why it took me probably half a day to find it, but it was the perfect dress for her and the theme and everything. So I showed it to her and she's like, "Oh my gosh, that's perfect, Mom." So I know how to pick my kids' clothes. It's totally trivial,
All right, kids.
but okay.
They didn't have Diet Mountain Dew, so I had to get her Diet Pepsi.
I'm looking at the dressing.
Your pizza, Nadia, is coming in probably about 30 minutes.
Yay.
It's going to be paid for by credit card, but you're going to need to add a tip onto the bill. So he'll hand it to you. Just give him whatever you think he deserves, sign it, and then you're good to go.
Okay. And
So you can take about a 30-minute nap.
And before I start calling you again.
how many 2 liters again?
Yeah, I got you 2 liters.
Wrong one, I got dropped.
1 2-liter bottle or 2?
I got you one. It's a 2-liter bottle. Do you need more than one?
I think she was hoping for 2, and I made the mistake of speaking over her, so that was my fault. I'm sorry.
It'll be alright.
I'll call them back. It's no big deal. I'll make them add another one.
Such a blessing. Faith, how have you been? Faith? No.
That's pretty dressed. Wish I could wear things like that.
Now, what's this conversation on the side? Somebody have someone blocked? Oh, James, can you hear James Paul Von Helton, can you hear us?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So
And I can see you now.
okay.
I can when I first logged. It was really weird when I first logged in. I couldn't hear anybody, and I couldn't see Nadia's camera. All I could see was a still picture of Nadia. I don't know what causes that, but
Yeah, it's been pretty glitchy lately.
yeah. Google Chrome and Google Hangouts are both acting up a little bit, I think.
Yeah. How are the kiddos?
Oh, they're fine. They're fine. They had a good Easter.
Good.
That's all that matters.
Easter Bunny was good to him.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
That's great. Well, this is someone new.
Who?
Obrushka Productions. Wait a minute, I've seen him before, I think. Alex, okay. Is it Alex?
Yeah,
Okay.
it is. Why did I get banned earlier?
You got kicked for using the picture app or whatever it's called.
Yeah,
Oh.
I repeated myself for like a minute, and then I was like, "That's it."
Okay. I don't even know what that app is, but
I kept telling you to close it. It's this one right here. Watch my camera. Do you see
okay.
the camera just came on?
Oh yeah, I think I just clicked open capture.
Oh, when somebody else was
Yeah,
using
for me.
it. Yeah, I was trying to get people to cut that out because
Yeah, that was weird.
you said some serious.
Okay, we're good to go.
Great. Well, I'm glad you're back because I really didn't want to. But I don't know. I probably shouldn't be mod all because I'm kind of at wits. I wouldn't say at wits end, but you guys ever get beat and you're not willing to put up with more shenanigans, or so-called, not even what we did with serious shenanigans, but just.
I'm that way all the time. I mean.
You just get your testedness level just is like not where it needs to be because usually most things don't bother me. But
you're singing my song tonight. I'm about ready to slit my throat. Everything has been an ordeal. I've never, you call Amazon, you give them a card, everybody takes the card over the phone, no problem. I don't even know what language the person on the other side of the phone was. The ordeal to order one pizza and 2 liters of the 2 double liters of the Diet Pepsi was a monumental task.
Yeah,
it's unbelievable.
That's globalism for you. How you like it so far?
I was training someone today in social media strategy, and we usually meet for an hour, but we met for 2 hours today. And she said, to me, thank you, because I'm finally understanding and getting this stuff. And I just realize sometimes that I'm just on a different wavelength, and I've got to either speed up or slow down sometimes, just to get on the other person's. But it's just everything has just taken longer all day today, but it's turning out well. But I'm still, like, all day I've just been, like, thinking about how great this community has been and really, like, come together and everyone just pitch in any way possible. And it's just made me cry.
No.
Yeah, like, just it's like I'm not even PMSing. Why am I crying? Oh.
Well, night before last, I asked Freya to intervene on Nadia's behalf, and then the following morning I woke up and everybody was making the arrangements to get her out of there, and it's like, yes, yes. So I'm a happy camper.
There was a lot of prayers going out, a lot of prayers.
I'm sure of it. I'm sure.
But it's so, like, I feel like this could be a new start, a new beginning. And McKay being able to find her or help her find a role will be really significant to get back in the working, consistent, getting a paycheck, that sort of thing.
Well, I actually was talking to Bob, and he said he was looking in the local paper where she's going in Ann Arbor, and there's a Colonel Wynix, whatever the heck it is she does.
Oh, Colonel. Oh, wow. Wouldn't that be something?
That's on my prayer list, so let's pray she can get that job.
Wow. It's just any significant start, and being able to get really good health insurance and, taking her time. And it's hard because, even the first year that you start work, you really can't miss it to be out for surgery or anything. You know what I mean? Like, not in the first year. But after that could be a really good thing.
But now, every job I've ever had, admittedly, most of them have been low income, but every job I've ever had, they always withhold, like, the first 2 checks. So you don't end up getting your check until, like, a month or a month and a half later. Like, see, if you get your check every 2 weeks, they'll withhold 2 checks, and then you get your check. You follow me?
There's usually the jobs that I've had, it's been 2 to 3 weeks. But you're right. Some jobs I've had one that took 6 weeks. That was painful.
Ouch.
But the benefit of it is when I started my new job, it was so cool. They were on schedule, so no matter what, you get paid up to that day. So I was getting 2 checks for like almost a month and a half, and it was like I was living La Vida Loca then.
I bet.
All I did, I used all that money to save for my down payment on my house. That's all I did.
There you go.
It's 2 checks or 3 checks.
Yeah. Sadly, most of which went to taxes, most likely, but oh well.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, whatever. But
Uncle Sam's got to get his cut.
always. I remember that.
I was a little bit incensed earlier today. I didn't think that the conversations levied at you, Hermine, were very appropriate. And unfortunately, I could not get in at the time to vent my frustration and share my opinion on it. But
What was that conversation? Well, I got kind of frustrated with the one with my daughter, but
well, just the questions that were levied at you in general, and yes, the questions about your daughter, and I just thought that the conversation had degenerated a great deal.
I call it the Bunto effect sometimes. And you just gotta laugh, like just.
Well, if you want to call me an old fuddy-duddy, go right ahead. But I thought it was in very poor taste, and
Yeah.
I thought it was totally unnecessary, particularly in light of other conversations that have been going on previously. So, just wanted to get my 5 penny in there.
I really appreciate that. I do wish you could have come into the call because I don't know what it is lately, but that's kind of been the theme of late. And I'm like, well,
like I said, man, that I thought it was in poor taste, and oh well. And I didn't want to put anything in the text chat, in the YouTube text chat, because I knew the trolls would have a field day with it. So
right, it's true.
I figured I would better talk to you personally.
I appreciate that.
No problem. No problem.
So tomorrow, you guys, when I talk with you in the afternoon, I will be on super high-speed internet.
Wow, you getting new fiber optic cables?
Yeah, we are getting fiber optic in my little.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Awesome, man. Yeah, they strung fiber optic out this way, boys. Yeah, they're stringing fiber optic. They have been stringing fiber optic out this way, and yeah, oh man, it's great. It's wonderful.
It's a kicker. It's only.
Of course,
it's only $50 a month.
Yeah, and they've strung all new fiber optic lines out through here, and I live way out in the boonies. And I just happened to go outside, and there was a bunch of guys out there with their survey equipment and stuff, and I'm like, what the hell are you guys surveying for? He's like, oh, we're running new fiber optic lines. I said, yes! Yes. Real internet, yay!
I've been listening in. Sorry. Yeah, I've been listening in. I just want to say, Hermine, I really do apologize about the conversation with regards to your daughter. Sincerely, I'm rather embarrassed about it.
It's all right, Bud. I know you were very well buzzed. You just gotta learn to shut it off sometimes.
Yeah, I know.
I'm instinctively curious, but I feel as if I should
I'm not repeating anything whatsoever on that subject again, other than I really am sincere with my apology.
Well, I accept your apology, and I appreciate it. Very much so. All right, let's definitely...
I'll be honest with you. I was ready to reach through the damn monitor and choke somebody, but, that's just my opinion.
Let's definitely change subject. It always makes me feel good when someone sincerely apologizes, and I can get over that.
If anyone has noticed, I'm starting to post my wardrobe in the comments.
Your wardrobe? Okay. Let's see what you got here. Oh, that's nice. The Levi's 517s. Okay.
Black and gray.
What is Rue 21? Oh, the fedora. My daughter has a dark gray instead of a black striped fedora like that. So funny that I can just name pants and or shirt hats. Oh gosh, that is a great look. How are you doing all this? Is that what you're wearing right now, Matt?
Not at this moment.
But that's your style.
Yeah.
That's a very nice style. That's like, it's not totally hipster. It's like It's like J. Crew crossed with some hipster. Very nice. And 517s are tough because I don't like skinny jeans, but you have to have the body for them, and I just don't. I'm like more curvy.
Oh. Yeah, I don't get skinny jeans. I get slim or just like regular.
Well, I thought those ones, the Kohl's, those were skinny.
Let me check.
Oh, no, you're right. I stand corrected. They're not. I didn't scroll down. I just assumed because of the cut. And it says boot cut. You're right. I just didn't look. Although that male model is awfully slender.
Yeah.
Have to talk to him.
The main viewport isn't showing up, but I'm getting all the others down below it. Go figure.
Yeah, go figure. Something's up with your internet, man.
Who knows? Who knows? But I'm not getting it. I've tried refreshing twice now to see the bootcut jeans. Won't show up. Won't show up at all. I don't know what the hell's going on. Very weird. And it's not it's not it's not any of the things I'm blocking. So, I mean, I have no reason to block Kohl's, right?
Right, right.
So, that's blank. So I don't know why it's not showing up. Very strange. It says the image could not be loaded.
So Vaughn, were you debating Art on something? Because I wasn't really listening to a broadcast that Nadia was doing, but I saw that you and Art was showing up on the screen. It was popping back and forth between you two. So I was like, something must be happening here.
No. Sometime back, though, I did point out to Art that he was using the image of Thor, and that I incorporate Norse mythology in part of my walk, and that I would appreciate it if he not use that image, considering the fact that he's an atheist. Now, this was quite some time back, and he still has not stopped using the image, so take that for what it's worth, right?
So, wait, say that again. Why do you not want him to display that image?
Because he's an atheist. He's not a theist, he's not even, he doesn't believe in the Norse mythology at all. And I think it's a bit disingenuous for him to use the image. And I confronted him openly about it. I didn't, there wasn't nothing hidden about it. And I asked very politely, very nicely if he would stop using it, and he never has. So, que sera, sera.
So, if I hate Tom Cruise and use a Tom Cruise logo, I'm bad or something, or?
No. That's apples and oranges, okay?
Okay. Yeah, I know it's a false equivalency, but I'm trying to draw some type of argument here.
Okay, well, what if I used an image of Muhammad? I mean, Farhan could potentially object.
Yeah, that's probably a better...
No.
Yeah, it is.
Farhan most definitely would object. Farhan most definitely would object. No question about it.
Strikes me as being a moderate.
Well, he might be moderate, but the Quran says that, the Quran doesn't. Hadiths do. Hadiths say not to have an image of Muhammad.
Right, but the Christians have many, many, many representations of their Christ figure, and, well, although there is a running motif, there's a lot of variations and differences. It's not like you have a photograph of the guy.
Hey, when you guys are done talking about this, I have a question for you, Bud.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Are you sure? I don't. Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. The question I have is, I want to do my daughter's graduation party, and I want to make it a Doctor Who theme. Everything Doctor Who.
Ooh, you got to get the color code for the TARDIS.
Yeah, see, this is the problem.
Pantone color scheme. Darn it. I don't remember the Pantone number for it. TARDIS Blue. I think if you search for TARDIS Blue, you'll be able to find it.
Kind of like a royal blue, isn't it?
No, it would have to be a TARDIS Blue because there's a specific color that the TARDIS is painted, and there's actually a Pantone color number that goes with it.
Interesting.
Which particular series are you interested in, Ermina? Or rather, which Doctor? I mean, which ones?
Tennant. Tennant's our favorite.
Tennant? Okay.
Yeah, so what I'm trying to do, the problem is I'm trying to get cool, like, decals and cups and all that stuff, but I don't want to spend a fortune.
Oh, that's going to be difficult with the BBC.
You know?
Yeah, because, I mean, that would be BBC licensed merchandise.
Like, I was thinking of stenciling some stuff in, even. I'm not going to paint anything in the house, but I've been looking on stuff on Amazon, and, like, it could cost just, like, $200 in...
Ooh. I hate to interrupt.
Basics,
Typed into the group chat the Pantone number for... a link to the Pantone number for TARDIS.
Oh, on Pinterest, of course. But what's the...
I'm looking.
So I will take this, I'll copy it, I'll put an email for myself. I'll
Yeah, also, okay, since you're... Oh, wait, the St. John's logo doesn't show up until the Michael... until... I'm already forgetting his name.
Okay, so what's the name of the stick that he uses? I have to get one of those.
Oh,
the Sonic
Screwdriver.
Yeah, Sonic Screwdriver. Let me start with that.
And Tennant's is silver with blue on the tip. Blue light on the tip, it's a silver one, skinny, like Tennant. You don't want the big one that, why am I forgetting Mike something's name?
Is it this one? Wait, hold on. That was what I found on Amazon. Is it that one?
Yes, the one in the middle.
The one in the middle. Yeah,
That's the 10th Doctor. You want the 10th Doctor, not the 11th.
I have a friend who has that exact same pen, and it's the top part, or actually the bottom part that's not blue, with the black tip. It's not that stable. It can easily come off.
See, that's the other thing. That one was a toy. This one is, I don't know. I'll figure it out.
Well, after Tennant regenerated, his screwdriver did in fact fall apart. So,
funny.
Mind you, it was eaten and spat up by an alien, but that's not the point. It really did fall apart as part of the plot element of the 11th Hour episode. But
yeah, other than that, it's a pretty functional sonic screwdriver.
Yeah, there's some interesting things in there. For example, favorite companion, because Tennant has had the most companions.
Do a mini construction play set. That's too small. Like, I want like something cool, like an inflatable or something.
Okay, an inflatable companion somehow doesn't sound right.
Yeah, I have to agree. Just hearing that, yeah.
Yeah, I'm having airplane flashbacks just thinking about that. Yeah.
Oh, you mean the autopilot scene?
Yeah, the inflatable autopilot, right?
Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, that would just be so wrong.
All right, the Doctor Who small inflatable Dalek for $39.99. Wow.
Ooh, you know what? If you get somebody, there must be some better ones. I mean, there must. Well, for $44.99, I would expect a wooden one, not an inflatable one.
For $44.99, I should be able to build you one.
Oh, come on now. Everything's more expensive these days.
Yeah. No, but a Dalek does have a fair amount of detail, especially if you
Not only
want-
that, but this stuff is probably coming over from the UK, which might explain some of its
shipping
increased
costs,
price.
VAT
Detail.
on their end and all that.
Detail. Where are you getting the detail? It's a trash can, for fuck's sake.
Have you seen the detail on the new Daleks?
Do not insult the Daleks! Do not insult the Daleks!
I mean, we're not talking William Hartnell's Daleks here. We're talking Daleks that have not only a rotating dome head, but the gun turret and toilet plunger thingy, that can rotate independently.
I love it when my toilet plungers can rotate independently. It helps me enormously.
Sucker cup. But, I mean...
What if I do it all around, like maybe I just get one Doctor Who thing, and then I get a bunch of like weeping angels. You know what I mean?
Ooh, the weeping angel.
I get like, statues of angels that might be cheaper.
Yeah, okay, yeah. The Weeping Angels, that was an excellent episode, Blink. So if you want, you should check out Martha Jones' wardrobe so you could dress up like Martha Jones.
I hate to interrupt, but Nadia looks like she dozed off again.
All right, so we have about another 10 more minutes till the pizza comes, so we can give her another 10.
Yeah, hopefully the guy will knock loudly.
Can you drop me that Martha Jones website, please, Fudd?
Oh, Martha Jones' website? I don't know the website. I just know that Martha Jones is the companion.
There's got to be a Doctor Who wiki out there somewhere that you can just drop the name Martha Jones into.
Oh, absolutely.
Worst comes to worst, you can just dump it into Wikipedia and see where that takes you.
Yeah, Martha Jones was the companion after Billie Piper, Rose Tyler.
Just put it in a Google image search.
And then there's that.
Yeah, the Google image search will do you fine.
Yeah.
But Martha Jones had several outfits.
Oh, perfect! Weeping Angel Doctor Who life-size cardboard cutout.
Oh, awesome!
$29.95.
How much?
$29.95.
$29.95 for a cardboard cutout. Oh my god.
Well, that's not
Yeah,
bad.
they have all of them. They have Dalek. But see, the thing is, I can just get 3 of them, and it will set the tone for the party. Everyone will know it's. And then I'll get some Doctor Who paint, like you said, and I'll paint some like cool stuff in the TARDIS blue, and then I'll get the stick and I'll give it to her and be like, "This is your party." And then I already commissioned a painting of the TARDIS. So
Okay, you got a television set, right?
I do.
Okay. I'm debating. I can. Well, let's see. I'm going to type this in the side.
Now, I think it would be key that if the other kids also knew who Doctor Who was, or this is going to end rather abruptly.
Oh, I don't care. It's not about the other kids. It's about mine. Yeah.
All right.
That's our favorite show. Let me show you the link I just found. Look at these cutouts. They have them of everyone. Yeah, because the kids may or may not, but it's just to show that I watched with my dad, she watched with Grandpa, and the two of us watched together. Like, and we don't have TV. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Give me a moment. I'm going to get something on Dropbox for you.
How many seasons are they up to now?
Oh my goodness.
11? Oh wait, no, seasons. Who knows? Doctor is 11.
The Doctor Who series has been going on since the 60s, so
that part I know.
Tom Baker was always my favourite Doctor Who with the big scarf. But
yeah, he
the
was
modern
definitely mine.
Especially the latest one. He's a great actor, but I'm afraid he hasn't really brought much to the character. But anyway,
well,
back
I hate to inject a note of politicalness to the thing, but I personally, and I'm just speaking for me personally, I'm not going to watch the show until they either have a doctor who is female or a doctor of color, because I'm starting to get a little fed up with.
Oh,
I think it's crazy, man. That's crazy.
I
That's
understand.
like saying that you're not going to believe in witch doctors until like you get a white female witch doctor.
That is the weirdest equivocation I've ever seen in my life, but I think the thing is that the Doctor can be anybody, but I think there's been particularly on the part of Russell Davies and the people who've come after him, to essentially pretend that nobody wants to see a Doctor of color, nobody wants to see a female Doctor.
Well, hang on. Why don't we want to see a witch Doctor of white color
I don't understand.
And a female?
I can't dock with the question you're asking me about witch doctors. I don't know where that's coming from.
Well, I don't know where you're coming from.
We had recently we had Wild Wild West with James West. It was a movie, and unfortunately they did not cast it with a white man. They cast Will Smith in the title role. James West has always been white, but they kept for some unknown reason.
Nick Fury's always been white. Nick Fury's always been white.
Yeah,
That's right.
I don't think it matters.
Well, it doesn't matter. It matters about the acting skill and ability. I mean, who cares what color they are or what sex they are? It's whether they're entertainment. It's entertainment. It's entertaining. It's not a cultural icon. It's not.
Oh yes, it is. Doctor Who is very much a cultural icon.
They were furious. They were furious when Nick Fury was cast as other than white, and James West was cast. In fact, Wild Wild West bombed.
How many movies they do that with? They take Exodus. And they don't. All the characters were white, and what they do, they spray tandem. It was stupid. Like, it happens all the time, and if black people can get over it, white people can too.
Well, I
I'll tell you what was really
this puts. Look at. First of all, I started saying this just as a statement of my opinion, but your statement, your mind puts me in a strange position of arguing with a person of color by saying that I don't know, as it can be definitively said, that every single person of color can get over the fact that they're not represented in the Doctor Who franchise. I don't know that statement can be made.
Are. We had finally we had one of his assistants that was black.
Yeah, she was pretty cool.
Sure, great. So now a Doctor can be female and or of color.
Martha,
but your idea that you're not going to watch the series until that happens is just strange.
Okay.
The Master already regenerated to a female, so they did that.
Yeah, they had a regeneration. Yeah.
Fantastic. They're making strides every day, and when they finally fix this
you know what? Making strides towards what?
Well, he's had a frickin' gay companion too.
Oh, great, fantastic.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, what are we supposed to be making strides towards? Like to some predefined goal, or I mean, what exactly are we aiming towards? In your opinion?
The Doctor's been around for how long now? 50 years at least?
Yeah, probably.
We had the 50th anniversary back in 2013.
And so you don't think it's about time that someone other than an old white dude or a young white dude or a bouncy white dude should be Doctor?
Well, the Doctor
I just think that you seem to have a predefined goal for the series. Like culture emerges, it's amorphous. You know, it's not something.
Culture's not amorphous. What are you talking about?
It is amorphous.
Go to a Star Trek convention and tell me culture is amorphous.
Yeah. Check this out.
Go to a comic convention and tell me.
Let me go ahead and get in on this. I think, in James Paul's defense, I'm gonna play devil's advocate here and say that movies where how should we say it? Where the characters are cast with an opposite race than what they originally were in reality or how they were originally written tend to fail. I mean, look at, James Paul talks about Wild Wild West. Will Smith was, he was playing a white man.
That was a multi-million-dollar movie. That didn't fail. That was wildly successful.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes and no. It didn't make the numbers that people were expecting.
It didn't make its projected numbers. But
what tends to happen?
Hold on. It was the same thing with Exodus. Okay, it was supposed to take place in ancient Egypt, and all of the characters were of European descent, and it also failed miserably. And on top of that, it was banned in Egypt because it was historically inaccurate.
He was the original Moses, and that did fine. Excuse me.
Well, I mean, I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, I think I think there's
Yeah,
a kick.
Wild Wild West didn't make the numbers it was supposed to.
But it did go on to make money as a DVD, though, which
Well,
often happens. That
well,
often happens.
Yes, that's true.
You guys
it
remember
made
that?
some money.
Do you guys remember that movie Waterworld?
Yes, Waterworld was another one that kind of bombed, and then
Waterworld blew chunks in the box office, but it made 4 times its budget in video rentals and sales inside of a year and a half.
Wow.
Oh, I highly doubt that. Waterworld would cost about $112 million. I don't think it made anywhere near that back up on the box office.
Oh no,
on the movies.
They made their
I
money.
could be wrong about. I'm going to look it up. I could be wrong. So I'll look. I find that very, very surprising if that's true. Almost unbelievable, but I'll look it up.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I don't think it's any issue if you don't want to watch a series for any multitude of reasons. Good for you. I think watching TV for the most part is bad anyway.
Fair enough. That's there we go. I'm not a crusader for the cause. I simply stated my opinion on the matter.
Yeah.
I haven't watched TV in years, and I don't know why. It's just, the last show that I really watched, that I really enjoyed, was probably Star Trek Next Generation. But I watched that back when I was in late high school, that whole type of thing. But I don't know. I think it's TV has morphed into something that I just can't get into. I think a lot of it has to do with the reality TV shows that have pervaded everything.
Oh God.
Well,
it's just, you watch these shows, man. It's just,
whatever.
I don't see how anyone could watch them for any significant length of time
I'm
without
totally with you on that one.
brain dead. I'm sorry, but
which shows are we talking about? Star Trek: The Next Generation?
No, reality shows.
Oh yeah.
I don't watch those either. I grew up with Doctor Who. Okay, this is my point of view. I grew up with that show, and I still like it, even with the new format. I dig it entirely. I like the fact that they've, put more money in the production budget, and even though Stephen Moffat has taken some punches for some of his weird decisions, got to remember he still wrote some of the better earlier episodes before he took over from Russell T Davies. Blink is one of his actually. It's a very good episode. He also did Silence in the Library, which introduced River Song. That was another Tennant episode.
I loved Are You My Mummy? Mummy? What was the name of that episode?
That was there was a two-parter.
Yeah.
The Faceless Child and The Doctor Dances was the second part.
Okay. Yeah,
it's the one Doctor Who episode, one Doctor Who story where no one dies.
Oh, interesting.
That's why I danced. It's like, just give me this one. No one dies.
All right, Nadia's awake.
Yeah.
Great, Nadia. Your pizza should be getting here any time. So if you want to stay up, it'd be fantastic. We're just they're giving me great ideas for my daughter's graduation party.
If it makes you feel any better about the costs of... Sorry, keep going. I didn't mean to interrupt.
I was just thinking, since you have the TV, you could put on loop a portion of the Doctor on the TV, going, don't blink, recycle, don't blink. Set up a loop to play on that.
I will do that. I will bring the TV upstairs. Like I have one in the gym, and I'll bring that one upstairs, and I'll put just Doctor Who will be on. I won't set it. I'll just put like a season on.
Oh, a 60s one? Oh, okay, because I've actually been uploading Blink to my Dropbox.
Yeah, I can get some Doctor Who. I'll do that. And then upstairs I'm going to have all of her baby pictures and kid pictures growing up on the TV in the living room. And then on the TV in the bedroom I'll put like today's Doctor Who. Because some of her friends will be like, "What's Doctor Who?"
Yeah. Well, they don't deserve to be your friends.
They need to be educated if they don't know who Doctor Who is. Absolutely.
But yeah, you're a super mom.
Yeah, they
Ooh, I hope that Nadia is getting up to get her pizza.
I hope so.
Hermine, is that your name? Hermine?
Hermine.
Hermine.
Yes.
Hermine, don't feel bad about having a low budget for Doctor Who, because in the original series they had a very low budget, and me and my sister used to call them Doctor Who and the Glad Bag Monsters, because they just basically like a glad bag, over the monsters, and they would, so it's
I can totally do that.
I can't.
Yeah, Doctor Who and the Glad Bag Monsters, it's all good stuff.
But did you see what I found, Truth Cracker? Hold on a sec. Let me look.
You said that you found something for $29.95 cardboard cutout or something.
Yeah.
Weeping Angels.
Yeah. Well, no, more than just the Weeping Angels. It was all of them.
The Weeping Angels, though, they
Here's the cardboard.
They reoccurred in multiple episodes.
Yeah.
And so they turned out to be pretty damn important.
I'll get a dollar. I'll get a Weeping Angel. I'll get a Doctor Who, and then I'll get his assistant. So I'll have 4.
Yeah.
So this Doctor Who party you're having, like, is this at your own place, or are you going to someone else's, or?
No, it's
the Statue of Liberty is a Weeping Angel. That was absolutely epic.
Did you know the Statue of Liberty is actually not a gift from France? It was like an entrepreneur's idea they tried to sell to the Colossus of Rhodes.
From France, but the French
and a couple of different newspapers bid for it. The New York Times and the Pennsylvania, whatever they bid for it all, and they had this competition. It was actually paid for by the subscribers of different newspapers. It has nothing to do with being a gift from France.
It was a whip wrap.
It's crazy. I never knew that. Like, I was floored. I'm like, what?
No, the Liberty Bell is the one that was an actual gift from France.
Right. Okay. I didn't know that either. So I'm not an American. So.
Unfortunately, they did a bad job casting it, which is why it cracked.
Oh, it cracked, did it? I didn't know that either.
Classic French workmanship. What can you do?
I thought that would have been better than that. Well.
Yeah, it did crack. In fact, it cracked a long, long time ago.
Really? Whenabouts? Like about 10 years later, or 20, 30, 40? Who knows?
I don't really remember. I'd have to Google it. But
I don't even know anything about it. Like, I'm just.
The last time it was either for Lincoln's assassination or possibly Kennedy's, but
it's a long time in between drinks.
It's
a long time in between drinks between them.
Yeah. It cracked prior to that, but it cracked again, and that is, they fixed it, or so they thought, but then it cracked again in pretty much the same place. And so now there's 2 spikes holding it together. It used to be available to see for anyone at Independence Hall in Philadelphia, but some idiot decided to take a hammer to it. So now it's got a lot of security around it.
Can someone school me up on the Liberty Bell? Because I don't even know where it is. I'm just finding out about it now. I mean, I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. Like, I mean, it was a gift from France. When? Does anyone? I can look it up.
1700s. It was shortly after our independence.
Right. Okay. So yeah. Okay.
19th century, maybe. You can wiki it.
Yeah. Sure. No worries. I just thought sometimes you run across.
I want to say 1789, but that may not be accurate. Okay.
That's right. Like, just sometimes you run across people who know everything about this stuff. I'll just look it up. It's okay. But you know what I mean? Like in chat, sometimes you run across people who just know all the history and they can rattle it off. So that's cool, man. I'll look it up.
Well, I'm going off of fuzzy memories, but yeah, Liberty Bell was last time it was available. I mean, last place I remember it being was Independence Hall in Philadelphia, where it spent most of my life.
Okay.
I live near Philadelphia, so it's kind of one of those local treasures.
Yeah. And it's cracked twice. Wow. All right.
Well, it cracked the first time. They repaired it, and then it cracked again. And they did a partial repair, so it's visible with the crack now. But
then someone took a hammer to it.
Some ass took a ball peen hammer.
You know what? It's weird because you look at church bells. Now, I've never really thought about it. Maybe they're getting replaced all the time. We just don't know about it. But I just assumed they'd been there for hundreds and hundreds of years. But maybe that's not the case. Maybe they replace church bells frequently too. So.
It could be. I mean, it depends on the quality of the casting, because it is bronze. And bronze is a trickier ally. Well,
it's probably not the toughest, is it? Like, I mean, if you think about the Bronze Age, right, it got kicked out ass by the steel, you know, so bronze is probably not the strongest thing in the world. You hit a fucking hammer against it all the time, like ringing the damn thing. It's probably gonna crack after a while.
Right, but it's gotta. I mean, the idea is it's got to have sufficient ductility that it doesn't crack. But if
what does ductility mean? The ability to form it into tube-like structures.
Correct.
Wow.
But
ductility. I learned a new word.
Malleability and ductility. One of the tests.
I gotta look that shit up.
One of the tests of the properties of any item, any piece of matter, is whether or not it's malleable or ductile or ductile.
Wow. Ductile. I know the word ductile, but I didn't actually know the word ductility. Yeah. Wow.
Okay.
In material science, ductility is a solid material's ability to form under tensile stress, often characterized. The man is 100% correct.
There's also a procedure used for steel called case hardening, where they're interested in getting both the properties of a hard material and a ductile material. The old process was to wrap the steel in leather and put it in the kiln, and the leather would, of course, carbonize and make the outside layer of the steel high carbon, which is hard, and the inside would remain ductile so that it could have some degree of flexibility.
Yes, if you stab somebody and there's too much pressure, it bends rather than breaks.
Yeah, and case hardening was a very important process for, well, manufacture of one thing, firearm receivers. And during World War I, there was an issue with the Springfields that were being issued. Some of them were brittle, because in those days, things were primitive. The way they judged the appropriate hardening was to look at the color of the metal. They judged it by eye. They didn't have the sophisticated tests that exist in these modern times.
So how did they remedy that? Like, what did they change to make
better metallurgy, basically?
Yeah, they improved the metallurgy. And if you can get a copy of Hatcher's notebook, it actually has the serial number list of the ones that are bad.
Nadia, you're still cold?
She went to get blankets, I think.
Yeah? Did you find some blankets for yourself? So I hate being cold. There's no reason why anybody in California should be cold.
Well, they should have extra blankets on shelves somewhere in that room. But you get your...
So how does that metallurgy differ to... Sorry, go on.
I was just going to say check in the bathroom.
Oh. I was going to say, how does that... is that metallurgy different? Sorry, continue. Sorry.
I thought I was bumped. I had a massive lag out. I was asking if Nadia got her pizza.
Yeah, it's right here.
Awesome. Okay, that's good. That's a load off my mind. All right. I hope it's a good one. I guess
I was going to say,
it's been seriously stressful.
What is Nadia doing in a hotel? If anyone knows, I don't know what she's doing there. So.
She's in the process of transferring from one area to another area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Short story. She got evicted. The eviction actually came through.
Oh shit.
She has had an offer of a place to stay in Ann Arbor, Michigan. She's in a hotel instead of on the streets, thanks to the generosity of Michael Ann and perhaps others that I don't know about. But Michael Ann is the one I've heard primarily talking about it.
Definitely
so
others.
Kudos to her. Thursday, I guess it is she's scheduled to go off to Ann Arbor. And we'll have a temporary place to stay. that is a bit longer term. So anyway, one step at a time.
What about a family? Are they just out of the picture? Or?
Unfortunately, yes.
Hmm. Well, I've always wondered about Nadia, why she just doesn't get a job. Like, she's so skilled in different areas. But anyway, you got good friends, Nadia, I'm telling you. Otherwise, you'd be on the street.
I've been trying, you idiot.
Well, you need to try harder, man, because you're going to run out of friends at some point.
Easy. Easy.
Chill. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that question starts hitting on a sensitive area.
Yep. Yeah, it does.
A matter of basically something I think you mentioned earlier, which is simple discrimination.
No, man. Look, there's been lawyers in Australia who've been transgender, right? And we've got a very famous one here, right? And
This is the United States. Believe me, there are actually laws in place that allow people to distinguish or to actually be wow, I just said the word and now I've forgotten it.
Discriminate.
That's all right.
Discriminate.
Take it, son.
Yeah, discrimination is actually legal in the United States, quite recently in Indiana, and the LGBT class is not a protected class. And in fact, it's actually a singled out class frequently for for actual discrimination rather than simply, being protected against discrimination. Still happens.
Protecting people against things with laws is not going to work, right? That's exactly how we got into trouble in the first place. I mean, originally there were laws against being gay. There were laws against being transgender. There was laws against these things. You can't then turn the law into the weapon of protection, right?
Of course you can. Of course you can. We do it all the time.
Well, you know what? Then that's my problem with the law. I think that people just use it as a weapon for either side. The thing to do is to be self-sufficient and actually add value to society and get a group and a community around people who are supportive rather than appealing to the law, because the law is the actual tool, especially if you're in a minority, that's going to come and beat you on the ass later one day. So I just think it's a very short-sighted idea.
Nonsense.
Do you own an Android device, like a cell phone?
I do, yes. I do actually have an Android. I don't have one now, but I used to have one, unless you're not talking to me.
I have three names for you, Martin Luther King.
Yeah, you have benefited from
Do what?
My programming achievements, my code, are in the Linux kernel.
I got a lot of respect for Linux, all right? I got a lot of respect for Linux.
Well, Android runs on top of Linux.
Yeah, look, I'm in the IT industry as well. I've been doing stuff since I was 9. So.
You have an Android device, it runs on Linux kernel, therefore, what I wrote benefits you.
Well, then just, continue to do it, That's just my simple solution. Look, I was brought up to work for a living.
They won't let me.
Well, I just completely disagree with that. The idea that you're not allowed to work is...
You don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. Honest to God, you don't know why she's out of work. You don't know what the circumstances are. You don't know what the background is. You don't know what you're talking about. You are talking through your buttocks, man.
Well, that's just your opinion, okay? You can work from home and create Linux stuff. People don't even need to meet you.
Oh, well, as long as it's just my opinion, why don't you hear a little bit more of it? You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, how would you know that? You don't know anything about me. You don't know how much you know about Nadia. I think you're the one who doesn't know what you're talking about. I'm not telling you you don't. You're telling me I don't.
Okay. To be fair here.
Hold on. If you're accurate in anything that you're saying, have you heard anything in the last 15 minutes that Nadia has said to you? Gosh, you're right about what you've said. Gosh, you're right about your judgments of me, says Nadia. No, I didn't hear any of that. Nadia, if I'm speaking out of turn and I'm saying, and I'm talking out of my ass, please shut me up. But I am so fed up with people looking at each other, knowing maybe, I don't know, a couple of cupfuls about them, and deciding that they know what they need to do, what's wrong,
I'm afraid that's
what they
exactly what
should
you're
do.
talking about.
You haven't
with
got the
me.
faintest
You're
idea
actually
what
doing
you're
that.
talking about. What is it with you? What is it with
Look,
you anyways? You
you
can't.
don't know me and Nadia's history, right? You don't know
I
anything. You're
know
actually
you by
speaking.
what you do. I know you by what you say. I know you by the attitudes
No,
you
you
present.
don't.
And
No,
those
you
are you.
don't.
Until you change them, those are you. You
You
have
don't
no
know
business.
that.
You have
Why don't
no
you ask
business
Nadia?
jamming a prod into.
Why don't you ask Nadia?
You know
Ask
what?
Nadia.
If Nadia, okay, well,
Ask
I'll tell
her.
you what. I'll tell you what then. Nadia, am I wrong? Should I just shut up? Because I will if you tell me to. You're right. Thank you.
Okay, but to be fair here, I just want to say something. I can kind of see on both sides of this argument. What's his name? Okay, look, even I can kind of see where you're coming from. In terms of, people should be motivated to get out there and build things for themselves, because that's one of the things I talk about a lot on my channel. I talk about empowerment, people going out here, doing for themselves, building their own infrastructure and making themselves marketable. Okay, and that's how I try to live my life. But I can also understand Nadia's side of it, being unemployed, losing your career, okay, being part of a minority class that is discriminated against. I can understand all those types of things. Okay? So, but at the same time, I think that when it comes to guys like Look Even, I'm gonna have to. So I'm gonna have to come down on your side of the argument, because at the end of the day, we're really all only responsible for ourselves. And I mean, you can talk about the law, you can talk about discrimination and what have you, but there's a million and one reasons that a company could have to not hire a person. Okay, I mean, with discrimination, you're going to have to actually prove that it is discrimination. Okay, but at the end of the day, there's a million and one reasons why a person wouldn't be hired, or they wouldn't qualify, or all this and that. So I mean, as far as the laws go, I mean, I don't think there's ever really going to be a place where the laws are 100% favorable to you, for the simple reason that in not every instance the law can be used in your favor. So that's just how I look at it. I
Well, if you
mean,
throw your hands up in the air and say it's not going to happen, I might as well not bother getting the law to work in my favor. Then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy.
well, no, I'm not saying that what I'm trying to say is that the law, it can work for you, okay, if you got money. Okay, if you have a lot of money, you can get good lawyers and you can get all types of things done through the legal system. But for the average citizen to predicate their own, how should I say it, position in life and stuff based on the law or the government, it's ultimately it's not healthy, because laws and governments and stuff, they're gonna do what they're gonna do. Okay, regardless. The
No,
question
no,
is,
government, no. In a democracy, government does what we tell it to do. And if
you're
it
right.
doesn't, and if it doesn't, it's because we, the voter, have become lazy. Thank you.
Well, you're right, but you're right. The government in a democracy is supposed to do what the people uh, vote for it to do, but it's not always going to do what you individually want it to do, because your side may not have won the election. So,
But this isn't just about the individuality of Nadia getting a job. This is about LGBT rights in general. This is about discrimination against LGBTs in general.
Right.
And for the other gentleman who I was talking to earlier, to say things like, well, you got to get out there and you got to work and you got to have some drive. It presupposes sloth. It is a presupposition of sloth. I understand that you do. I will stand firm on my statement that it presupposes sloth. And I'm sorry, but that's not something that you can. There are so many, and it's insidious the way it seeps into the minds of the abled, of people who are able, who have privilege in our society. It is insidious the way that all of a sudden, if you're not successful, it's ultimately your fault. The simple fact of human demographic dictates that cannot be true in all cases. Beware the lazy, easy truism. Beware the lazy, easy truism.
The reason I did not go down the gold road, the whole reason, the only reason I did not go down the gold road, because the gold road was presented to me. I could have went down the gold road. I chose not to, and you know why? Because when I got there, I was seeing how these people were looking down their noses at the poor and the downtrodden and the weak, and I said, that's not me. I can't live with that.
What do you mean by the gold road?
Setting you up for to do great things. I mean, they have me. They were grooming me to be a governor or mayor or some shit. They had me getting ready to go into high levels of politics. They had me getting ready to be self-established and everything, and they have me hobnobbing with congressmen and senators and foreign dignitaries and all that. They were literally grooming me for a high-level government position. But when I got there and I saw their attitude towards the poor and the downtrodden, I said, that's not for me. Because they literally looked down their noses at the poor. They literally did. And it didn't matter what their political persuasion was either, by the way. Didn't matter.
Okay, but my thing is this. I kind of think that with, LGBT rights, okay, I can understand that. But so what do you guys want? Do you want some sort of additional, federal legislation passed?
No, let's just start with the Constitution. The Constitution affords everyone.
Here.
No, let's start with that first, and then when we get that established, then we can move on to other things. But right now,
but hang on, Vaughn, are you asking for affirmative action? Is that what you're asking for, or you just want everyone's constitutional rights? Because I'm cool with the Constitution and everyone's free. I'm just against affirmative action.
I want a level playing field for everybody. That's what I want, and that's what I do.
Okay.
I am on.
In my opinion, if affirmative action is necessary, fine, but not necessarily affirmative action.
Right.
Well, hang on. That's just a ridiculous statement. Like, when you say, is affirmative action necessary, I mean, what does that mean? What does that mean?
Well,
I don't. Excuse me. I don't think there's any word in the statement that I made that is difficult to understand. Quite frankly.
Yeah, it is. It's just like a weird kind of reversal of language, where it's like a Eastern proverb where you basically say the same thing and then the opposite. And I'm asking, what does that mean?
Well, in this case, it would be nice if there were not laws on the books that allowed people to use religious reasons to discriminate against other people.
Well, there should be no laws pertaining to religion at all in the Constitution. I mean, there should be no law about religion per se. None.
There isn't. Well, there are. That's the problem.
But there shouldn't be. I agree with you on that.
Worded. Although the Indiana law that passed last week or the week before was called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
Yeah.
So it has the word religion right in the title.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that is probably more a law directed at saying you can't pass laws against religion.
No.
No. You might want to do a little bit of research into that before you keep talking, my friend.
Yeah.
Well, look, I'm here to learn, right? I'm an Australian, right? My understanding of that law from just my little brief thing is that, like, certain people don't believe in gay marriage because they think that it's a sin, and the Indiana legislator is upholding their right to believe that and say you don't have to serve somebody, at a gay wedding. So that's kind of like the genesis of the argument. Now, so you're saying that they do have to, and that if they think that it's a sin, then they should be forced to go to that gay wedding and film it. I mean, that's pretty much what the law is saying. Now, why you would want to do that in the first place, I have no idea. I mean, if I was gay, I wouldn't want someone who doesn't believe in what I believe to come and be my photographer or my wedding cake person.
What if you lived in Indiana? You had a very limited income, okay? So you had a very limited base of funds with which to work with. So leaving the state to get married outside the state wasn't really an option, okay? So you were forced. And what if, because of this new bill, okay, you couldn't find a single anybody anywhere to actually marry you? What the hell are you supposed to do then?
I would say these people hate me, they hate my guts, and I'm leaving before I get lynched or killed or something. That's a dangerous situation.
I think here's the issue. Here's the issue. From a legal perspective, I think you could argue that if one state makes a law like that, that it's actually affecting interstate commerce, or maybe not. You could make a lot of arguments at how it could affect other things, and in which case you might have a de facto case as to why it's legal to force the hand for people to do this thing.
I think your mind is right. I think your mind's right about the interstate commerce thing.
The interstate commerce clause was clearly brought in not because they wanted to make a huge federal government to be used as a whip on and a hammer against the states. It was brought in to regulate commerce in terms of units and measures. And this idea that somehow you can stick this gay marriage law into interstate commerce and make an argument is stretching the law to the point of, dental floss thin for an ideological point of view. And it's definitely not constitutional, and it doesn't have the heart of the law in respect. It's, again, using the power of the state to wield for special interests, which later will be used against you. That power has been used against special interest groups, and it will again. If you try and wield that hammer will get bigger and bigger, and eventually it will hit you, and it'll hit everybody.
Governments do not need an excuse to make oppressive laws against minorities. They don't need a precedent to do it. They will simply do it. So that, as far as I'm concerned, is a red herring.
Okay, so
I would make the argument.
So hang on. If that's the case, then, if that's the case that governments don't need an excuse to make laws against minorities, why are you expanding the power of government?
Well, he's not.
Because we control the government.
Well, you don't. You're a minority by definition. So how can you control it?
The minority.
Why would a minority seek to expand the power of government that you just said will come and smack you in the head?
I'll answer that if you like. I'll answer that if you like. You want me to answer? I'll answer. So here's the thing. What has often happened in the past with minorities is they have appealed to the consciences of majorities, who in turn have voted with the minorities to change laws for the minorities. That's happened in your country with the Maoris, has it not? Excuse me, not the Maoris, but the Aboriginals, pardon me.
That's all right, man. Next story.
I want to go ahead and interject. I don't know how you're logically gonna accomplish your goal when you guys say that, LGBT aren't protected in certain states, specifically Indiana, and that there needs to be some sort of legal safeguards. I don't know how you're gonna do that without an affirmative action system, because if you're gonna tell companies that, it's wrong for you to not have any LGBT workers, what mechanism are you going to do to make them hire more LGBT workers other than affirmative action? What you're going to do is you're going to implement affirmative action. You're going to say, okay, if you have a company got 10 people, at least 2 of those spots have to be open for LGBT people. Okay, so I have a company and I hire my 10 people, but 2 of them are LGBT. But the thing is, and here's where affirmative action fails at, is, okay, I hire the 2 LGBT people, but I didn't hire them because I wanted to hire them. Okay, I hired them because there's a law that says I had to hire them. So if you put someone in that situation, in that position, okay, where they get hired because a company feels like they're obligated to do so, how do you think those employees are going to end up getting treated?
Here's the thing.
They have a job.
Well, here's the thing. No, here's the thing, Ermine. Because the same thing happened with...
How do you think people feel when they don't have a job? You told me
Well, I would say I'd rather not have a job and just work with what I have until I do have enough to go start my own thing.
All due respect,
rather than work in a job where I'm treated like shit and I'm not valued.
And that's great, but when you have a family to support, that doesn't count.
Here.
Yeah, but in Nadia's case, she's single.
And she still has to eat.
I can understand if you're talking about people.
She still has to eat, yo.
And live with. She doesn't have people that she could call in and say, hey, I'm going to take a chill for a while until I collect myself. She has nobody. No.
You're right, but she does have a support structure, and you know,
What's the
I
support
think
structure? What kind of support structure is
her friends.
that?
Would, if you were Nadia, and I'm sorry that I keep speaking for you, Nadia, but if you were Nadia, would you want to keep leaning on your friends who obviously have their own obligations, their own burdens, their own stresses, or would you want to be able to do it yourself, being treated like everybody else in the workplace?
I'd love to be able to do it myself. And in the instance you talked about, I would love to be able to get a job, even as an oppressed minority, and be treated fairly, just like anybody else.
You're even able to get some of the jobs that you're able to get, or at least could apply for some, is because of the people who came before you who gave you affirmative action. How dare you sit back and say now that you've gotten the benefits of it that no other group should either? That's
Okay, no, that's not. That's not really what I'm getting at. I mean,
the people that came before you and the work they had to do to ensure that you could get a job, but you have some nerve.
Not to mention losing their lives, I might add. Some of them.
Thank you, but you have the nerve to say other people don't deserve that right.
Okay, no, I'm not saying that. What I was simply saying was I was simply critiquing affirmative action. I'm not saying that, okay, affirmative action, was it something that was necessary and probably needed in society? Yes. Okay, but in practice, what ends up happening, and you saw this with the LAPD, in the 1990s, and I was a baby back then, but in the early 1990s, the LAPD had a huge hiring drive to hire African American officers. So that's exactly what they did. Yeah, and that's but in the early 1990s, that's what they did. They went and got all these black people.
You don't understand.
Okay,
they didn't do it. No, you can't finish because you've been talking for 10 minutes and talking a bunch of foolishness.
Well, let me finish, and then we'll discuss the merits of what I'm saying. But anyways, in the early, this won't take long. In the early 90s, the LAPD they hired many African American officers. Many of the officers came from the communities that the LAPD's patrols themselves, South Central, and all of that type of stuff. Now, what ended up happening is many of those officers either were fired quickly, were fired while they were still in the training academy, or quit. Okay, and it was because of the way many of them were treated on the job. There was this one case, and you can look it up on Google. It was this black female police officer. She was a cop with the LAPD in the early 90s, and she talked about how she would be out on patrol, her and her partner, and the other cop in the squad car with her wouldn't say anything to her the whole entire day. Oh. And she talked about how during the disciplinary, hearings, when a cop does something wrong, they bring him.
Point.
Can I finish, please? When a cop does something wrong,
none of us getting any younger around here.
They bring him in front of like a disciplinary board. Well, if it was a black cop, they would almost always fire him. Okay, they were not treated fairly. Okay, there was a guy. His last name was Banks. He was also another black cop. He wrote a whole book about it, how he was mistreated on the force. Okay, when you go through those types of that type of treatment, it affects your peace of mind. Okay, and it can even give you health problems.
Okay, that was enough for me. All right, that's the whole point you were trying to make. Got it.
Okay, but my thing is, if that's what affirmative action leads to, that's quite a very unhealthy.
Except it's not.
Okay, well, prove me wrong.
Okay, you know what? Can I ask him?
No, wait. Incorporated has asked a question. Incorporated has asked a question, and I'm going to answer him. I'm Canadian. Okay. Now, Canadians, sometimes we like to pretend that we've never had any racial trouble up here, or we've never had any trouble with disadvantaged groups. That's far from the truth. But we have had affirmative action in this country, and we've had it for quite some time. And the reason that we've had it is that there is a peculiarity to human psychology, okay? Whether we like it or not, it's the way it is, that if a person looks at a hierarchy, at a structure or an institution or an organization, and they don't see people there who look like them, they believe and they internalize the belief, and it's extremely difficult to get that belief out of the community they belong to. They believe that they have no place in that structure.
Yeah,
The only way to combat that, and we found this up in our country over and over again, the only way to directly combat that problem is to take people who are no less qualified than the white people who are doing those jobs and give those jobs to the people who are not white. It has worked. In my country, it has worked. It isn't perfect, but it is not the horror show that it's portrayed as, unless the people that you're trying to do this with actively fight the situation, and then it becomes an even bigger mess, and obviously it doesn't work.
If I may interject, what you're talking about in psychology is referred to as in-groups, where you disassociate people who are not in your in-group. So you have people that are in your in-group, and anyone who is different or identifies differently will be cast away because you're not in that in-group.
Well, Gus,
Well,
you
I
sound
mean,
like you're... Sorry, go on, Gus.
I think there ends up being problems with affirmative action when you're forcing organizations that do not value the groups who you're trying to integrate. You're forcing those organizations to accept those people, and it never really ends up working out in the end, because somehow, some way, those organizations and the people in those organizations are going to find a way to circumvent it. Okay, so yeah, they'll hire some black. You can have a company say, well, this X company has to hire X amount of black people. Well, they'll hire those black folks, but I guarantee you they'll fire them as soon as possible, as soon as they can, or they'll try to replace them as soon as they possibly can.
Well,
Okay.
not necessarily.
And
It
that
all
whole type of
depends
thing.
on how well everyone gets along once hired. You got to get past the HR screening process, which is designed to screen out people, not to screen in people. And that is really the crux of the matter. I mean, if anyone had the opportunity at a Fortune 500 company that depended on good programmers who had the level of talent that, say, Nadia has, yeah, they would want to actually, if her resume made it to a technical person, like got through the HR screening process, I am pretty sure that, a technical person who knows exactly what all those libraries and things that Nadia contributed to, they would be like, we need this person.
Okay, now let me use this analogy. Let's say I have a tech company, right? And I'm hiring, or let's say I have a video game company, and I'm hiring programmers to work in my company. Now, I want the top of the line programmers, so I hire Nadia, I hire Fudd, okay? But there's an affirmative action law that says I have to hire X amount of people with birthmarks. So let's say there's another guy who applies, he has a birthmark, I have to hire him. But let's say he's not half the programmer that Nadia and Fudd are, but I have to hire him anyways. So he's working on the same team with Nadia and Fudd. Okay, now Nadia and Fudd, they know they're way more qualified than this guy. They know they're way smarter than this guy. How do you think they're going to treat that guy, knowing that he was only hired because of
But that's not the case. That's not the case. These people who get hired by affirmative action do not get hired as substandard. They don't. If affirmative action does not say that you hire someone that is less.
Have you ever employed anyone, Gus? I'm 43 and I've employed 20 people. Right? I run a small IT business. Okay, I don't know whether you know what you're talking about. Have you ever employed anyone ever?
No, I haven't.
Okay, well, I'm telling you, Gus, it doesn't work like that, okay? You look at the mix of people that you have, you try and, I try and build a business.
Are you telling me that you don't hire the best people for the job all the time? Is that what
I
you're
try
telling
and
me?
hire the best people for the job all the time.
Then
Exactly.
don't
Yes,
tell me
I
I
do.
don't know what I'm talking about, because
Well, then
obviously
what are you talking about affirmative action? Affirmative action means I hire someone out of sympathy or pity. If someone's fucking up, or they're having an episode, they're getting divorced, or let's supposing
There's
I don't know,
nothing to do
throwing
with
up on
pity.
drugs,
It's got
or
nothing to
whatever,
do
man.
with
It
pity.
doesn't matter. If someone, no one's gonna hire someone who's going through some weird life transition that you don't understand.
A
or
weird
is
life
is
transition? What
unstable.
the fuck are you talking about, you
Okay,
insensitive
hold on.
creature?
Dude, I'm telling you.
Let me say this. If
Hey,
okay, hold on. Let me say this.
and Vaughn have not been able to talk. It's just been all of us going around and around and around and around and around. And it's gotten really crazy. I would just like to take the time now to pause a little moment and see if Vaughn or Nadia would like to comment on what has just been brought up.
Yeah, weird life transition. But we're here.
Well, I can tell you, I can give an example. I can give an example of what Incorporated is trying to say, because I haven't directly experienced this, but I've seen other companies that have. And what Incorporated is trying to say, I think, is like if you, let's say I've got a web design business, all right, and I need somebody that's qualified in Perl, all right, and, you know, affirmative action forces me to hire a minority. But the problem is that there isn't enough minorities out there that know Perl. That's the problem. It isn't the problem that you don't want to hire somebody that's qualified. It's that there isn't people out there that's qualified. That's the problem. The problem is not being able to find somebody.
You're right. And in the past in Canada that has happened. James, you're right. And in the past in Canada that has happened.
Mm-hmm.
There are two remedies to that. Okay. The first remedy is to go to the, and this has happened a couple of times, is to go to the government and say, look, you want us to fulfill this, help us. Get into the education system. Find people in the education system who may be working at those programs but may be struggling financially. They may be having some problems. Help these people graduate. Because underprivileged groups are underprivileged from adulthood to childhood and back again. These people can often be spotted in cohorts years and years before they eventually reach a point where they don't get the chance to live up to their potential. This affirmative action isn't something that gets dictated from the top down. It is something that everybody has to buy into, and when they do, it has a greater chance of working. I'm not saying it's automatic. This is human endeavor. If there's anything flawed on this planet, it's human endeavor and cow shit. And we're not talking about cow shit. So I'm just saying that this is how one of the ways that it can be taken care of. And the other way that it can be taken care of, and here's something, is for companies to start training in-house again. Something they dumped on the education system because they didn't feel like it, because frankly they figured they could make more money if they outsourced their training programs back into the education system and kept people running back and forth for expensive degrees and diplomas they may or may not have been able to use when they actually got out.
And as a result, a lot of minorities slip through the cracks. Absolutely. I totally agree with you on that.
You're here, Gus.
Okay, now can I also interject? Affirmative action also kind of, I would like to say that it doesn't actually include people. It gives the illusion of inclusion. Okay, hiring Google hiring X amount can hire X amount of people, minorities or whatever, to work in their company. It doesn't mean that those minorities have any influence at all of what's actually going on, the important decisions that are being made in the company itself. Okay.
Now wait a minute, Incorporated. I got to stop you on that, because a lot of companies now are allowing their employees to actually be shareholders and actually take part in the overall process. Walmart was one of the first to do that, and there's other companies that have since then followed suit. So that is changing. Okay, that is slowly changing.
Okay, but come on, Von Helton. You know damn well that owning a couple shares and making $8.50 an hour Okay, that's far from having any kind of significant influence on what goes on within a company. The fact of the matter is, and I'm kind of losing my train of thought, but the fact of the matter is, affirmative action can also be negated.
May I add something regarding
Let's say, and let's speak theoretically here.
Of course it can. Of course it can. Any government
Okay.
program can be gamed or thwarted if you work
Okay,
hard
but
at it.
let's say we're in Star Wars, right? Okay, because you have a Star Wars avatar. I don't know. Let's say we're on
I used
Coruscant,
to.
right?
I've got like
And I have a company there. I have like a tech firm or whatever, and I hire X amount of and there's a law that says, well, you have to hire X amount of
Jawas.
Jawas, yeah, whatever. X amount of Jawas
You have to
to work
import
in
them
your
in
company.
from
Okay,
Tatooine
so
because
I
that's the
hire
only.
the Jawas, but these Jawas, let's say these Jawas are classified as minorities. Okay, so I hire these Jawas, but I really don't like Jawas. I'm prejudiced against them. I can't stand them. So, but I hire enough of them anyways, and keep enough of them in lower level and mid-level positions to give them the illusion that they're included, but I never let them rise any higher than that. Then let's say 20 years down the line, a huge influx of Twi'leks come in, okay, but they have the same minority status. But let's say I hire. What I can do is I can say, okay, well, I'll hire a bunch of Twi'leks to replace these Jawas, but I'm still hiring minorities. But a group is still being marginalized because they're being replaced and supplanted by a larger minority group. That's what's happened in the United States with blacks and Hispanics.
Well, let me
It used
give
to
you
be.
a real.
That's got a lot more to do with population demographics than anything else.
Yeah, but it's the same concept. It used to be blacks were the ones who did a lot of the manual type labor, or they did a lot of the they did a lot of. I know back in the 70s it was black women who were the cleaning ladies in a lot of the hotels and stuff. But in the 1970s came around, they all lost their jobs to Hispanic immigrant women who went and got those jobs, and they worked for lesser pay. So they were supplanted. Okay, affirmative action was still taking place. They were hiring minorities, but they were trading one group for another group that they could get for cheaper labor.
I can actually offer something rather more relevant to the IT.
Can we hear something from, as a woman of color, can we hear something from your mind, please?
You're mean. And
Sorry.
Don't you agree with me,
I
Ernie,
just have to- I have to
on
take- I
that
have to
whole
take
analogy
exception to
that I
that.
made about, with blacks and Hispanics?
I'm sorry about pronouncing your name wrong. Sometimes it takes me a long time. I mean to disrespect, I swear.
I just have to. This is something that blows my mind, right, in the whole discussion, right? Can I please hear something from the woman of color? I thought we were supposed to say that we're all the same. There's no affirmative actions that replace
We're
stuff.
not all the same. That's what.
Color?
We're not all the same. That's why we have to have affirmative action right now.
I think it reinforces stereotypes, and I just think it's crazy. I mean, why don't you just deal with people as people and stop talking about it like Bill Cosby
Because
said?
as much as we love to profess that that's what we do, we don't do that.
Bill Cosby said
People-
the way to get... Dude, I haven't talked for a while. Right? Give me a chance. Bill Cosby said the way to get around racism is to stop talking about it. And secondly, when he was asked, what do you think about Black History Month?
No way to get about racism.
Hey, I listen to you. Are you going to do the courtesy? Are you going to do me the courtesy of
Are you
listening?
going to stop talking bollocks?
Well, you know what? I listen to you. You don't listen to me. Is that how it works here? Is this kind of discussion where you just like rattle on endlessly with no counterpoint, nothing? Is that what you want?
Well, listen. I've heard what you said.
I have been listening. I haven't been listening.
Well, tab al neck. I heard what you said. The fact that it strikes me
You didn't hear what I said. You told me
fact
to
that
shut
it's-
up. I haven't made one point. You've been talking for 10 minutes. I said one thing for
another
10
glass
seconds.
of
You told me to
wine.
shut up.
I've been,
You know what?
You guys are done.
You know what, you guys? What you want is you want to rattle.
okay, I've been keeping track, and it has not been 10 minutes. It has been 7 minutes, because I am actually been like I have it on my Moto X right now. Like 7 minutes 30 seconds. So close to 10 minutes, but not quite. I believe Gus was trying to direct to Ermine to have her opinion.
Yes, he was.
So Ermine,
I keep seeing sound waves come off her icon and then stop. So I'm I'm under the impression that she wants to say something. Now, I don't know. I mean, I'm new to this sort of thing, so I could be wrong, but...
All right. Well, if she's not going to say anything, let me go ahead and interject at this
No.
point.
Let Ermine go.
Yeah,
I'll go because I have something of relevance to the IT industry.
Ermine, we're pinging you. Please.
Maybe she's mad at me because I still can't get her name right after like a day and a half.
No. Okay, I'll go. And
It took me a few days to get it. Don't sweat it. It took me a few days.
yeah.
So,
I'll go because it's short, and if Ermine joins in, fine.
All right.
The IT industry itself is actually not really racist, but they are misogynistic,
Oh, yeah.
especially in the gaming industry.
oh my goodness, yes, yeah.
That is a severe issue. I mean, a major one. It spills out onto Twitter and social media all over.
Yep.
You would be blind not to see it. Now, take that and apply that to Nadia's case. Because the IT industry actually doesn't really care if you're gay or lesbian either. But she is in the trans category, which is an entirely different kettle of fish. That is, I mean, that's going to trigger the misogynistic issue tenfold. Believe me, it is a real issue. And the fact that she has officially earned severe respect, I mean, her contributions to the Linux kernel are for real, and they are deep and important and demonstrate her capabilities in technical programming issues. I mean, believe me, she is many, many levels more advanced than I am. The simple fact of the matter is that being trans, having type 1, which requires a lot of medical issues to be settled before she can be a stable employee and stuff, are all things that work against her. Now, so that's not insurmountable, but unfortunately it is mountain probable. I'm done.
Oh wow, that was like less than 5 minutes. So, okay. I believe Nadia is back. So, would you like to comment on anything? And if not, then we'll go to Vaughn, and then we'll go to Look Even.
I missed what the last 5 minutes were about to.
Okay, Vaughn, comments?
Well, I just, like I said, I kind of saw Incorporated's point. Now, having said that, I think that, a lot of things have happened. I think that there is even, reverse discrimination out there now. There's even reverse affirmative action out there now. Those things are real. They exist. And, so I just, we need to be wise as serpents and harmless as doves when it comes to the whole thing, and treat each individual separately and treat them on the knowledge that they have of the job that they're applying for. For example, like I said in my example of doing websites, okay, if they're good at Perl and they're good at HTML5, hire them. It shouldn't matter what the fuck their skin color is. It shouldn't matter what their sexual orientation is. It shouldn't matter what the fuck they eat for dinner. Who gives a shit? If they're good at Perl and they're good at HTML5, hire them. Period. That's the way I would approach it as a businessman, and I don't see why anybody else can't approach it that way. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, but functionally that's not how it's been done.
Oh, well, look at you, right? Okay, look.
Well, then
Look, okay, I've got a real bone to pick with you, okay? You don't understand how capitalism works, how business works. Here's how it works. If you get a government in, it's a honeypot. No, you don't. It's a huge honeypot. Do you know how many contracts that I have worked on that are government-based, that are fraudulent, that are basically, people just sucking up to pieces of shit in government who go forward and get work, right? And they don't give a fuck about the things that you're talking about. This is how society drags down. The way to lift it up is to have a decentralized system where people actually work for people on a voluntary basis that actually help people. And then people like Nadia or you or whoever have an actual chance to have your voice heard. If you think government is the solution to your problem, then you are very sadly mistaken, my friend. Very sadly mistaken.
Okay, and I would agree, and I want to go ahead and expound on what Airmean and what Look even said earlier. First of all, I don't agree that what Bill Cosby said, that the way to get around racism is to not talk about it. No, the way to get around racism is to insulate yourself from it. Okay, you don't see Japanese people in the United States complaining to the government that they're not getting hired. You know why? Because they have their own economy. Okay, you don't see Chinese people in the United States complaining to the government that they're not getting hired. You know why?
What are you talking about? We've exported all of our jobs to China.
They have their own businesses and they have their own infrastructure in this country.
Yeah, but that's entrepreneurial.
Asians as a group. Hold up, guy. Hold up. Asians as a group have the lowest unemployment rate out of any other group in the United States. Why? Because they employ themselves and they employ one another. Okay, and they stack their resources, which is what everybody should be doing, but most people don't have that type of mentality. The only time affirmative action, hold on, the only time affirmative action becomes imperative for a group of people is when that group of people either has neglected or failed to build the infrastructure to sustain themselves. So They have to go beg other people to let them use their infrastructure.
Oh, bullshit.
Okay, and no, that is not bullshit. That is actual history.
You don't know what. You must be a young guy, Gus. You know, I think you're a really nice guy, and I think you really care about people, and I applaud that. Like, and I might have been there. Like, I'm 43. When I was young, I kind of felt like you. And I'm not saying that.
See, way to go making interesting.
Just hear me out, right?
No, I will not allow you to proceed on false premises. I am not younger than you. I'm the same age as you.
No.
Okay. What age are you?
I will say this: the Asians do seem.
How old are you? Are you 43 as well?
The Asians do seem better organized. They do seem to support one another better. That is true. I don't know how it translates into actual jobs, but they do seem to be a little bit better organized and a little bit more supportive of one another. That is true. I've seen this. I've seen this with my own eyes. Is that something that we all could learn from? Yes. Yes, we all could learn from that.
Well, Von, if you let me just say something. My girlfriend is Chinese Malaysian. We went to university at Sydney University in our teens and late 20s, or early 20s actually. And, like, you know, we had a gap, and, like, you know, now she's my girlfriend. We lived together for about 3 years. She's a Masters of Taxation in Australia here. I know her family. Her family's a doctor. Her mother's a pharmacist. I've been introduced to the whole Asian network of businesses. They support each other. They run businesses. They come to other countries, and they just get on with it. There's no complaining. There's no quest for affirmative action. They've been brutally suppressed in the gold mine rush in the 1880s. You don't hear a fucking whimper from them. They just get on with it, and now they're on top. They put people into education, and all this shit that people are doing from their, you know, bad past, in affirmative action, it's not helping. The people who are the target of affirmative action are the actually people who are doing the worst in Australian society. The people who get on with things and do it are the best. So if you want to feel good about being, like, bleeding heart, that's great. But history says it doesn't help. If you keep doing it,
cold words again, bleeding heart.
Okay, and let me interject with this as well. And being a black man in the United States, I want to go ahead and put this into context. In 1920, the #1 city for black businesses in the United States was Tulsa, Oklahoma, and it was an all-black city at that time. Okay, and every business, about 100% of the businesses in the city, they were all black-owned. It was a thriving community. Okay, all the blacks that lived in that city, they had a very high socioeconomic standing. Okay, because they had their own economy and they circulated their own money, and there were a number of other cities just like that all across the United States where blacks were thriving. Okay, black people did not start to experience the problems that we have now with the rampant unemployment, the mass incarceration, okay, the crime in our neighborhoods, no jobs in our neighborhoods. We did not start to experience that until we abandoned that model and we went along with affirmative action. Because when you go with affirmative action, basically what you're saying is we don't want to have our own infrastructure anymore. We want to go bum off of someone else's infrastructure. Now the thing is, that's fine. Hold on. Now that's fine. That's fine when the economy is good. But when things start to get shaky, you end up being the last hired and first fired.
Okay, let her talk. Let her talk.
What you don't understand about Black Wall Street was it wasn't just a case. Every single time, post-Reconstruction, Reconstruction, African Americans were doing exceedingly well, and even after 400 years of slavery, as Truth Cracker will say, they were like Asians and they got over it. But what happened was something called the KKK here in the United States. You may not be aware of it because you're from Australia, but any black community that was thriving, that was succeeding, they took it down. And how they took it down was they burned them. They burned their towns. They started lynching the people. They, one by one, systematically, anytime you saw growth, it was burnt down by an entire organization that was made up of not only crooks, but sheriffs, mayors, government officials, you name it, were at the helm of taking it down, the most powerful in this country. So you can sit and talk about, they didn't point at the Asians for whatever reason. They took down the blacks because they were supposed to be the slaves. So what you don't understand about American history is that it is fraught with institutional racism. It is fraught with, blacks starting to get ahead. What do? They introduce syphilis to our African American men, and guess what? They don't give them the cure. They pretend like they do, but they don't. And that's called Tuskegee. We have numerous cases here in the United States where that happens over and over and over again. So every single time we start to rise, there is an organizational and it is systemic, excuse me, that brings us down. And so I have no issue with what you're saying. Truth Cracker, you are right. In theory, if people were just allowed to progress and do what they wanted to, do what they needed to do, it'd be fine. But we have institutions. We even have the CIA here in the United States bringing crack cocaine into ghettos and selling it to keep the black man down. This is sickening. This is not what you're talking about in Australia. Get on with it. This is serious.
I am aware about the Jim Crow laws, and also I will acknowledge the difference between the crack cocaine laws and the white cocaine laws, and also I think the actual original mandating of marijuana as illegal was to hurt the black community, and so yes, I will I'll take my little cover off here. I will acknowledge that there is institutionalized racism against black people in America. Yeah, I'll acknowledge that.
But I would wonder, and this is my question for you, if there is institutionalized racism towards blacks in America, I wonder if the same thing isn't going on for gays and lesbians as well. I just wonder. And it feels to me like only time will tell. But getting on with history, I just wonder what is the right thing to do for a group of people, and I mean LGBT and Q, because I don't know what else to call.
It's not going to work. It's just going to create resentment against other people, and it's not going to work. I mean, I don't think there is a solution. If you're LGBT, some of it is such a small minority. Like there is a cross-cultural transgender movement. There are people all throughout the world in all different cultures who've decided like they were a different gender. So it's probably genetic, right? That's my thinking. But the solution to that, I just don't think. I can't see a social solution because there's going to be too much popular opposition against it. And secondly, it's going to be too easy to whip up. It's very easy to whip up a sentiment against some minority. So I feel personally that the best solution would be to become a productive, respected member of society, which is difficult when you come from a low base where you feel rejected, to come back from that, and most people don't. There's a lot of suicides and deaths. But I still think that is the most productive method to go forward. And there's been plenty of positive examples where that's worked. I mean, I didn't mean to call so-and-so bleeding heart before, Gus, but I'm just saying, like, you have to be practical about these things. You know, you have to be realistic. If you want to affect change, you have to have a hard head.
Okay,
I'm sorry. Is any bit of our conversation convinced you that I somehow have a soft head?
Now, since it's been 5 minutes since Ernie has started talking, I would like to open it up to Nadia if she would like to make any comments.
The institutionalized structures are what genuine racism is, and those other forms of prejudice discrimination. And it's sort of anecdotal, personal affair. Just epistemically, not necessarily so. It's categorically different phenomenon.
Okay, and I wanted to kind of address some of Ermin's points. And Ermin, you did make a lot of good points, but I wanted to address some of them. First of all, with the Black Wall Streets in the late 1800s and early 1900s, yes, they were thriving communities. Yes, they were targeted in race riots, okay, and not just by the KKK, but also just by marauding bands of angry and jealous whites who were furious that these black communities could have a higher socioeconomic standing than they did. Now, here's the thing. When Tulsa got burnt down, that happened in the late 1920s, I believe, okay? But by 1940, the whole thing had been rebuilt, and it was thriving once again. Now, it was the same thing with a lot of those other communities, but the thing was, what ultimately destroyed those communities, it wasn't the race riots, it wasn't the Klan, it wasn't any of that. It was the strategy. They said, okay, we're going to adopt a different strategy. We're not going to build our own communities. We're going to integrate with the white man's communities. Well, here's the problem with that. The white man has his company. Yeah, he'll hire you, but you need to understand, when things get rough, you're going to be the last hired, okay, and you're going to be the first fired, okay, because he's going to take care of his own first before he takes care of you. That is the price that we ended up having to pay, okay, for affirmative action. That was the price we had to pay, and we can blame no one else but ourselves. Don't blame the white man for it. The white man, he's just taking care of his own. He's just doing what all mammals do. He's taking care of himself and his own. The problem is we adopted a failed strategy, okay, that has put us in this position today. It would be wrong for me to sit here and put everything on the white man. That would be completely wrong. We had a failure in strategy, and we had a failure in leadership, because a lot of our civil rights leaders and organizations, they failed us. A lot of them got infiltrated, okay. They were never able to really...
Killed.
Killed. There you go. Killed, infiltrated, but they were never really able to pick up the ball and advance it down the field.
It's hard to pick up a ball and advance it down the field when you're dead.
You're absolutely right. But here's the thing. It's hard to get dead when you have your own community that's fortified, and you have men who are actually in the community.
Wait a minute. Have I misread everything I've ever learned about a good chunk of what the Black Panthers did in black communities in big cities?
Incorporated has no clue what he's talking about.
Well, you can sit there and say that. It doesn't change the fact that it's not true.
While a lot of white people want to think that the Black Panthers were a militant paramilitary organization, and they certainly had a wing for that, by and large, what they were doing was community improvement. Just about everywhere you saw a Black Panther chapter, what did you see? After-school food programs for kids who didn't have any food, breakfast programs, education programs, and on and on and on. But the FBI was afraid of that. There is a long-standing tradition. So they stepped in. See, this is the problem, okay? Look even deeper. And by the way, if anybody who's interested, you can scroll up. Anybody who's interested in here can scroll up, and they can look at some of the comments that Look Even Deeper has made about employing minorities, for heaven's sake. So, you know, I'm just at that point. I mean, you know, I have a hell of a time listening to Look Even Deeper when he writes that, you know, employing minorities is a losing proposition at best. And if you don't believe me, scroll up, look at the comments. They're in there. That's not me saying that. They're right in there.
You know, okay, well, let me say this. And I'm not defending the guy or anything, but let me go ahead and address another point Ermine made. They did target the Japanese and the Chinese as well. Okay, they in the early 1900s. Okay. Out here in California, they were lynching Chinese men. They were lynching Japanese men. Okay, in World War II, well, not World War II, but before World War II, when they had the big earthquake out here that hit San Francisco, it demolished a lot of the schools. And what they did is they went and they rebuilt all the white schools, but they did not rebuild the schools that the Japanese kids went to. That made the government of Japan furious. Okay, to a point where they put pressure on the U.S. government to actually make them go in and rebuild those schools for those Japanese kids. Okay, there were Chinatowns all up and down California. Okay, that were burnt to the ground by redneck whites. Okay, at that time, the Chinese men, you know, they would take them, you know, and they had those ponytails. That was their culture at that time. They would cut their ponytails off. They would lynch them. Okay, murder them. All types of things. The thing was, they got back up and they continued on with the strategy of building their own infrastructure. Okay, didn't matter how much they got knocked in the ass. They got up and they kept doing it. Problem with black folks is we got knocked down and we didn't want to get up. We said, okay, we're going to try this other strategy.
And it failed over and over again.
Integration has failed us. I'm sorry.
With mommy and daddy.
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Incorporated boy that lives at home with mommy and daddy. What were the numbers? How many Asians were lynched? How many blacks have been lynched? How many Asians were put into slavery for 400 years? How many blacks?
Okay, hold on, Ermine, hold on. You do realize that Japan had that there was a massive European slave trade in Japan. And the Spanish, they took a lot of slaves from Japan and had them work in their colonies in South America, right? You do realize that. Every race has been in...
United States of America, fool.
Do you have any idea how many Japanese were interned in World War II?
And let me get to the World War II part. And here's the thing. When I was a kid... Hold on. When I was a kid, I don't have the exact numbers.
How many?
It doesn't matter. What matters is that it happened.
How many slaves died crossing from the Pacific? Wait. Shoot.
No, what you're trying to do is you're trying to deflect the argument, okay? Because you know I'm coming with truth, and you don't have anything to refute it with.
Here we go.
Other than little arbitrary things about how many slaves. Look, there were 90. Okay, look, hold on, Ermine. There were 90. Hold on. There were 90 million.
World to deal with your stupidity, Incorporated.
There were 90 million African slaves killed during the transatlantic slave trade. For you to sit here and make this some arbitrary fact just to delay the argument, I find it's insulting. Okay, as a black person, that is insulting.
More, sadly enough, that were killed in the Holocaust. 90 million. That's how ridiculous our Holocaust was.
Okay, but during World War II, hold on. During World War II, hold on.
manners.
During
I've had
World
enough.
War
I've had enough of this shit.
Okay, Incorporated, you've been talking for
Dude,
a while.
the Holocaust was an invention. It was 6 million people supposedly going back to World War I with the Jewish people who dominate the media who pretended. and that was
fuck me.
Oh
my
Shut the
God.
fuck up, you're ignorant, okay? Listen.
Holy
me,
shit.
you don't want to know, I've got facts to back my shit up. Okay, you think 90 million people
Too much
killed
stupid
themselves.
for me.
Call it tooth cracker.
90 million people! There was nothing
Look even. A lot of those supposed Jews, their names aren't even real. Their names are names like
I'm
Braun.
not even gonna go for that. I'm not gonna do any
They're not even real Jews. They have
I
Jewish
don't
sounding
believe
names,
that.
but they're not even real Jews, man. So please.
I don't believe that. Think if your mother's Jewish, you're Jewish.
Okay,
They're not even
hold
real
on.
Jews. Oh boy.
Let me say this, and Ermi, to address.
Okay.
I just
Incorporated,
I
you've been
need.
talking for a little too long now. Let someone else talk.
Well, look, no one's gonna talk right now except me. I'm just kidding.
Oh,
Go ahead, Von Elton.
Rothschild's real name is not Rothschild. It's Braun. Okay. He has a Jewish sounding name, but he's not a Jew. He's a German.
Oh, there's not enough liquor in my cabinet.
No, I'm sorry.
I'll
but
loan you some of mine. You're my.
Okay, well, hold on. Just let me address this last point with Ermi. First of all, with the Japanese, and the reason I learned this is because when I was a kid, I went to San Francisco and I took a tour around the city, and I got a chance to learn about the history. And during World War II, the Japanese, they owned a lot of property in and around San Francisco. Okay, so much so that they were running the place pretty much. But during the war, of course, they were put into internment camps, for the duration of the war. And at the end of the war, when they were released, do you know that the government had went in and bought up all of their property and liquidated and sold it to white people? So they came back to San Francisco after the war to find their businesses, their homes all occupied by white residents. Okay, this is why in their culture they believe so much in what you say, aggregating their resources, because they understand that at a moment's notice everything can literally be ripped and taken away from them, and they'll be in that same boat. So that so you need to take that into context.
World War II, 90 million was for the African slave trade that happened. It was for our diaspora. And what happened from coming from the continent of Africa to the New World.
Okay, I understand that, but why do you keep you keep on bringing up this?
Nobody talking to you. Shut up.
Wow.
Your fair
Gosh,
share.
we were talking flat out for him.
Please.
Get a clue.
What was going on? What?
Oh, welcome back.
I thought I heard my name. Yeah. Did someone say my name?
No, I was responding to what you were saying in the comments. The 90 million was not in reference to World War II, but was.
Oh no, yeah. I understood that. I was just correcting everyone else who thought it was. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no. The total deaths for World War II, so everywhere in World War II is estimated around 60 million.
Isn't that a travesty? Oh.
Yeah, and then transatlantic slave trade was obviously what air mines did.
When was the word Holocaust?
I'm going to have to request mod powers soon, because really.
Actually, everyone can hit the mute.
Yeah.
I know, but look even.
Is he using sign language now? Or is he just fucking around?
It's probably not very polite sign language.
Can I just raise my middle finger for sign language?
Come on! Don't be like that. Don't be like that. No, real serious question, right? I didn't know this either, right? I'm no fucking history guru. I grew up believing one thing, and I've looked at the facts, and I'm on, mate. But look, when was the word the Holocaust first brought into the vocabulary, right?
All right, what
If you
does that have to do with anything? The date that the word
does,
appeared.
right? 'Cause, like,
It
people
doesn't
say-
change the fact that it happened.
No, but listen, right? People like someone in the chat said the Holocaust was between 1935 to 1942. The word the Holocaust was only actually invented in the 1970s, through the Jewish media press. The
Right, but that
Zionist.
doesn't. The word that we use to describe the event doesn't change the event. That your
No,
point
it doesn't.
is
No, it
moot.
doesn't. But it does actually cast doubt on whether the event was to the extent that they said. Now, if you have a look at the revisionist movement, nobody is doubting that there was a horrible, cost inflicted upon the Jewish people. The question is, are they milking it, right? Are they using it to their advantage now? Are they keeping Palestine down? Right? You have a look at Palestine. Palestine is actually an occupied territory that's been shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. You look at the 1960 war. I mean, they obviously have an agenda. So, I mean, to just give them a pass because the Germans fucked them over, and then the British actually had a secret pact after 1942 to put them into, Israel for their own purposes, and then they've gone off and done their own thing. That is a very facile and I think it's a very light version of history that will lead to more problems. I mean, we have to look deeper. We have to think a little bit more deeply than that.
We have to
Okay,
look
but here's the
more like
thing.
white men.
But here's the thing, okay? You did a subtle shift in what you were talking about. Look even deeper.
Yeah.
When you first started talking about the Jews and the Holocaust, you were all about the fact that now they're controlling the media and all that other stuff. And then when we talked about it a second time, you dragged it to Palestine. Here's the thing. I don't agree with much of what the Jewish people are doing in Palestine either. But I think that's a far cry from saying that they're using European guilt as an excuse to be able to treat the Palestinians badly. I think what's going on between the Palestinians and the Israelis is something that's gone on for years and years and years. There are no easy causes, no easy solutions. Some of it has to do with the Holocaust, but that's got nothing to do with the original statement that you made.
What do the Palestinians have to do with the Holocaust?
That's got nothing to do with the original statement that you made about how the Jewish people were controlling the media and that before you got shouted down. So stop moving the goalposts around, mate.
Well, what do the Palestinians have to do with the Holocaust?
You were the one who mentioned it, dude. I'm just gonna say.
Well, I'm mentioning it again. I'm saying they had nothing to do with it.
Then why the fuck are you
the
talking about?
Palestinians? Nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about. Nobody's talking about the Palestinians. About what the Palestinians did in the Second World War.
Exactly. The point is, nobody's talking about the Palestinians.
I'm saying that nobody's talking about the Palestinians in the Second World War.
That's
okay,
because
listen,
actually the Palestinians in the Arab World actually helped. They actually helped the Jews. They actually helped them escape, and then later they were fucked over.
All right, deeper. Even if what you were saying was true about the guilt tripping, let me give you some numbers. 22 million Russians, 30 million Chinese during that same period. During that same period. So couldn't it be just as valid for them to try to guilt trip? I mean, 6 million,
Yeah, absolutely.
22
Fucking
million.
yeah, they don't.
No,
They don't hear that shit, man.
hold on. 22 million. I mean, that kind of dwarfs 6 million. So I really don't see how your point is any valid.
Yeah,
They
I
could have
agree,
just
man.
dwarfed the
Like,
numbers
Russians,
even more.
Russians have every right. You know what? There was a recent meeting about the whole Donetsk situation, which the U.S. has orchestrated, in order to, push NATO forward. And you know what they did? They actually pushed Russia out of that meeting. There was like a meeting about what happened after World War II, bringing back the forces of Nazis, and then Russia was excluded. And they had 22 million people on the death toll who put their lives on the line for that shit.
Well, no, they didn't have 22 million that put their lives on it. Let's face it.
Well, they were forced to do it. Yeah, they didn't do it.
Quite a few of those were on their own leaders doing.
That's
yeah,
for sure.
Yes.
But look, you're right. Look,
But
you're
even
completely right.
even so, look deeper. Even so, look even deeper. The fact of the matter is that the Russians were allowed to sit on the Nuremberg trials, which, despite the fact that many countries suffered under Nazi oppression, only 4 countries were allowed to sit on the Nuremberg war trials. So it's not like Russia was never given any sort of reparation whatsoever.
I don't think the Nuremberg trials actually relates to reparations. Secondly, I think Russia did pretty well out of the Second
Oh
World
no!
War.
Oh, did you just say that? Oh.
They did
Oh. Is it too late?
Russia.
Is it too late to convert to Christianity? Because I need Jesus to help me.
Oh, you do need Jesus. You always need Jesus, Gus. Always.
Russia did very well out of the Second World War. I mean, they got a lot of territory.
Dude, what are you smoking, dude?
No,
I want some of that shit.
no.
Okay, so Russia did badly.
The Russian World War II.
They did very well. They ended up with all this territory.
I think World War II is why.
I'm talking about the Russian people here. I'm not talking about the people. I'm talking about the administration. I'm talking about Stalin. I'm not talking about the people.
Do you know how many purges there were in the? Do you know how many purges there were in the Russian military officer corps
I'm not
alone?
talking about the Russian people. I'm talking about the Russian administration.
You say shit about the Russian administration. A country is made up of its people, not its government.
One word: de-Stalinization.
Well, yeah. I mean, like, maybe you missed that point there. I wasn't saying the Russian people did well out of it. They did appallingly. I mean, they're one of the biggest losers in history out of that whole thing. I mean, they probably lost more people than what Mao did in China, you know, which is itself equally appalling, but slightly less. I mean, on a level of genocide.
But, I mean, overall, they didn't do better. So
Mao did not secure China until after World War II.
Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to give a comparison
Yeah, he's talking
between.
post-World War II, yeah.
Yeah, look, dude, maybe you guys think I'm a freaking dumbass because I got this fucking hat on. Maybe we should take it off so you can take me seriously. I don't know.
No,
Are you
actually,
that
more than that.
No,
Yeah.
I think you're interesting because of your views, not because of your hat.
I don't know. I think the hat's kind of interesting.
I kind of feel loved. It's wonderful. I'll be back.
You think this is love? I've got some news for you.
No.
Russia did better post-World War II.
Well, you need to understand. You need to look at the fact that,
of course, was the start of the Cold War.
well, you need to look at the fact that Israel is really a Western facade or pawn, okay, in this greater global game for Middle Eastern resources, specifically oil.
Right, but what does this have to do with the Holocaust?
They will fuck you up big time.
They may be a pawn. They may be a pawn, but the IDF is one of the toughest militaries ever to see.
Yeah, but
Right, I
they're
mean-
a military that's completely reliant on our materiel. Do you
Not
realize
completely.
that during
The hell they
19
are.
hold on, let me finish. Do you realize that during the 1973 Yom Kippur War, Israel was at least a day away from getting overran if it had not been for the United States sending them ammunition just so they can have stuff to shoot out of their tanks? Okay? They would have gotten overran in less than 24 hours in that war.
Okay, so
Lord.
that's why
Right.
Israel loved us so much that they attacked the USS Liberty in 1967.
Hold on. I never said nothing about the Liberty, but if you want to get me started on it, I'll get started on it. There were crew members on the Liberty who said that they were out on decks and they said they saw these low-flying fighter jets. Okay,
Yeah,
and
they
they
were
had
French
hold
garage.
on. They had Israeli markings, and they said that these jets were so close. They were so close that they could look and they could wave at the pilots, and the pilots were waving back at them. Okay, now
And then the rest of the afternoon,
they made a
the
pass,
Israeli
and
jets
then they left. Hold on, they made a pass, and then they left. Then they came back and they dropped white phosphorus on the ship. Now, to this day, we don't know why that happened. Some people say they think that they thought that the Israelis may have thought that it was an
No,
Egyptian
they knew
ship.
that well it was a U.S. flagged ship.
What does this have to do with affirmative action again? Anybody? Anybody?
Well, it was a spy ship. So if it was a spy ship
Like I
and it
didn't
did
say
not,
a word.
No.
hold on,
What does this have
let me.
What does this have to do with affirmative action again? Anybody? Anybody?
Nothing whatsoever. It
So-
simply has to do with our relations with Israel and the fact that Israel doesn't really need us. But they will take advantage of all our donations, of course.
First of all, if Israel, without U.S. aid, Okay, Israel would get swamped, overran tomorrow. I'm sorry. Okay, you're talking about a little tiny strip of desert. Okay, has no natural resources.
Do you
Okay,
understand how much
it's
Palestinian land they've
completely
taken away from the
dependent on
Palestinians?
Western capital and investment.
Palestinians aren't
Okay,
real.
as well as resources. All of their food is imported from other places. They
What
don't
does
grow
this
no
have
food
to
over
do?
there.
What is again? I hate to be a wet blanket, but what does this have to do with affirmative action?
The Palestinians are not real people. The PLO themselves have said so. They're not real people. They're basically criminals that Yasser Arafat pulled together from various Muslim nations.
Look at you and your straw man. Look at you and your straw man,
Yeah,
Mr.
James Paul, you're not a real person.
You know what? You know he used to do that. You know, you guys remember Newt Gingrich, the historian, self-puffed up. He got on television, right? And he goes, "The Palestinians aren't real people, right?"
They're
and he's
not
kind of got a point, right? If you go back to the Ottoman Empire and everything like that, you can
He's
make
got
the
a
case
point, all
and
right,
stuff
right in the
like
middle of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah, he does.
The head chairman of the PLO
There is a historical
is
point
on
that he's
record
trying to make
saying,
there. You know, you have to engage, right? Like, I can refute it, but I mean, he's trying to make it.
No, you can't refute it because I've got the PLO themselves saying that the Palestinian people are not legitimate, they're not real. They were basically criminals taken from various Muslim countries.
Mr. James Paul, you need to explain. You need to explain history.
Excuse me, sir.
You have to go back to the Ottoman Empire.
Sir,
You
I lived it. Excuse me.
You didn't live it. You weren't alive when the Ottoman Empire was predating you. Look.
No, sir.
I love you, Von, right?
Von, criminals
Von, I love you to death. I love you to death, mate, but you know...
Palestinians and push Israel into the sea. That has always been Yasser Arafat's goal from day one.
Von, you weren't alive during the Ottoman Empire,
That's not my opinion, that is fact.
Look, Von, all I'm trying to say is, why don't we take people back to the Ottoman Empire? Before World War I happened, all these borders happened. And when they carved the whole thing up, you know, into whole different pieces, and they put the Sunnis and the Shiites and other people together and then conflict, and they put strong men in charge, and they funded them and all kind of stuff like that. So, I mean, if you want to talk about what happened in the Ottoman Empire, you have to include that narrative, because that, and also, the Ottoman Empire was a fucking nasty place. I mean, it was quite brutal. It wasn't like, you know, the Happy-Go-Land Disney park. Bon, have I run out of your, he's, all right. Well,
it works. Didn't Australia have a color bar on all immigration until sometime in the 1950s, one of the last countries in the world to have one?
Yes, they
no,
did.
It wasn't that long ago.
It was
we had what's
called
called the
White
White
Australia law.
We had a cool thing called the White Australia policy in the 1920s and 30s, but that was a bit of a misnomer. I mean, basically, very early on, most of the leaders realised that we would need immigration in this country. So if you go back through Menzies, he was like our longest-serving Prime Minister for like about 20 plus years, and then later Gough Whitlam, and then go up to John Howard. Basically, we're a very small population with a huge need for immigrants. And after the war, we imported huge amounts. But what they did was, it's quite sneaky. They went to the Second World War and they found Slavic-looking people, like Italians, Russians. So it was kind of like the White Australia policy.
Sorry, Italians are Slavs now? How does that work?
Yeah.
Well, Italians, right? And then also Slavs
Okay.
on top of that. Yeah, so basically they found a bunch of people who look white, like us, quote unquote, and you know, they put them on newsreels and stuff and said, like, you know, these guys are coming, right? And they did. And there was a period, we had a very famous play written called The Streetcar Named Desire here in Australia. You know, it was kind of about racism and stuff like that towards just not even black people, just towards, you know, quote unquote wogs. But now they fit in really good. Well, now they fit in really well, right? Okay, so it's all good. And then it broadened out. After the Vietnam War, Malcolm Fraser, who was our Liberal Prime Minister here, who was very well received, he basically increased the quota for the Vietnamese to come here, and they created no problem either. I mean, they basically came to Australia and they created the bread shops because the French invaded them before that and taught them how to make bread. and like they were demonized in the media for a while because they were like trads and drug lords, but it just turns out they're quite a good addition to Australia. Australia is one of the very, very few countries in the world that actually has a multicultural society that's actually working. However, I think eventually it will probably go the way of, Yugoslavia, Iran, Iraq. The whole intermarriage thing will break down eventually. What will happen is people will. The world is so oppressive, in my view, that eventually it become like a big prison and a jail. And eventually people will go back towards ethnic lines, which I don't like, but I just don't see another alternative. So, if you think that you've got another alternative, I think that I wish you well, but I just don't see it. So, good luck. I mean, convince me.
What am I supposed to convince you of again? No, seriously, because you brought up a whole bunch of points and you sort of stacked them all together. And,
well, they're just talking points, man. Like, pick up whatever you want and run with it,
Well, I believe that. I believe that ultimately a government that we, as voters, are steward over, is able to assist and change a number of things that are unjust in society. I think they did it in the past, and I think they can do it in the future. There was a time when women in North America were chattel. They didn't have control over their own bodies. They couldn't vote. They were considered to be not persons under Canadian law for the longest time. We changed that. It was citizens taking hold of the government and forcing the government to give women equal rights to men.
Well, it wasn't really that at all. It was women. It was women taking control of their own issues and trying to push it forward, which succeeded.
Yes, and who did they go to change the rules?
They went to popular opinion. They went to
who did they go to when they had the popular opinion behind them? Who did they go to change the rules? I'll drag this out of you kicking and screaming like a flaming freaking dingo if I have to. Who did they go to once they got everything they needed? They went to the lawmakers and the legislators, and they said, "This is what we want. This is what we believe. Thus and such." And then when the time came, wow.
Let me give you an alternative point of view, right? Because I just like trying to, put your mind to different ideas, right?
Absolutely, because I haven't heard what somebody from outer space would think about this in a long time.
Go ahead. What? You should really stop being so dismissive because it's getting tiresome. Okay.
I don't care if it's getting tiresome. It's what I do when I'm presented with bollocks. I'm sorry, but it's what I do.
Yeah. You know what? If you don't want to hear alternative points of view and you're so sure that you're right, well then you can just be right and see how well that suits you.
Okay. Well, while I'm waiting to be right, you've decided now that you're not going to tell me after all. Okay. Well, that's fine. That works for me. Carry on. Enjoy yourself. You done pouting now? You want to unmute yourself and try, or what? Povre mon petit mounoun. Povre mon chéri. He's all mad now. A couple of glasses of wine, he gets mean.
There's been a gish gallop going on. I think it's impossible to respond to any one topic, but I would kind of like to address the Israeli thing because
I've got it on my screen right now.
What is that you've got on your screen right now?
Yeah, Israel exports more than they import.
What are their chief exports, Fud Mutton?
Agriculture and technology. In fact, oranges and tangerines come from Israel, typically. They also come from other
but how long would that stuff last in a situation where they were completely blockaded and besieged by the surrounding Arab states?
Yeah, except it wouldn't work like that in today's world.
Very long.
Yeah, every time the Arabs have tried to take down Israel, Israel has kicked their asses solidly to the ground.
You know why?
That's not true. That's not true. Hezbollah gave him a bloody nose last time they tried with their night vision. Yeah. Didn't work out so
And
well. for them.
hold on, Fudd. The only reason Israel does what they do is because we're backing them up. Okay, because Israel still gets $30 billion in U.S. aid every year, and they're not even a poor country.
Oh, I don't think they get 30
And they
billion.
get $30
I think they only get about
billion.
5. I
Well,
think
you
they
know
only get
what?
about 5 billion.
I bet you if the U.S. government ceased all foreign aid, Israel would still be getting money from the United States through private donations from.
Was it the APAC, isn't it? APAC?
From.
I'm sure they would. I'm sure they
APAC is a
would.
different organization. What the Israelis do is they get the U.S. taxpayers by infiltrating Congress to give them $5 billion a year. They spend a certain amount of it on importing arms, and they spend about another $1 billion. They spend about another $1 billion of it, basically trying to bribe people to get into Congress. Okay, so it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. The reason that the U.S. foreign policy doesn't serve the interests of the U.S. people is because they've been tricked by these people who've infiltrated the U.S. Congress.
By the dirty, obstreperous Jewish ninjas that have been infiltrated
No, it's a
Congress.
real thing. I mean, there's only very few people who can be dual nationals of the U.S. Citizens, and who can also hold positions. And Israel is one of the, I think, 2 or 3 that can do it. Now, they're a smart nation, right? Look, the Israelis over there, look, they have a big problem. Like, they didn't actually exist in there until after the First World War, and then after the First World War, they got reneged on. Right, they were promised that they would get into Israel, like they would have a state. Didn't happen. Then after the Second World War, they got what they were after. Right, they got it, and now, like, they've got no other choice. I mean, without the US. Without the British helped them huge time, but without the US help now, they would just be wiped off the goddamn map. So when they say it's an existential threat, they actually mean it. I mean, it's because they've been such asses in the region. You know what I mean? Like, but they're correct. If the US dropped them tomorrow, that would be the end of them. They'd be wiped off the fucking map, and there'd be another Holocaust. I mean, it's true.
Well,
I kind of doubt it.
Now wait a minute. Our current what is it?
Obama is
I can't think of her title right offhand, but she's an Iranian. She's not even American. She's an Iranian, and she's part of Obama's cabinet. Trying to think of what title she has, though I can't.
You mean Condoleezza Rice? Condoleezza Rice?
No,
Do you mean Victoria Nuland?
No.
Victoria Nuland?
Bush.
No, I'm trying to think of her name. She's Iranian. She's not even American. She's holding office here. Yeah, she's Iranian, and she's holding office.
That one I don't know. I'm sorry.
I want to say she's the current Attorney General, but I could be wrong.
No, she's not the current Attorney General. It's ridiculous. There's no Iranian current Attorney General. That was like someone else completely.
She is Iranian. She's not American. She's Iranian.
Nadia, are you well fed? Are you all taken care of? Are you well fed and you well hydrated and you're nice and warm and you're comfortable? And you're all fixed up with your insulin and stuff?
Yeah. Current Attorney General is Eric Holder.
Eric Holder is like a black guy, you know.
I assume the reason that she was able to answer that question and didn't descend into drooling cross-eyedness is because she has everything she needs.
Yeah, and Eric Holder is a proper asshole.
Yes, he is. But that's beside the point. The point is, I'm referring to this female. She's Iranian. She's a member of Obama's cabinet, a high-ranking member of Obama's cabinet. She is Iranian. Yeah. She's not American.
Okay, well, what about her?
To be fair, they were probably thinking about somebody else, right? They were probably thinking about somebody else.
Everybody's talking about how the Jews are influencing America, but yet all of Obama's cabinet are Muslims, or at least friendly towards Muslim countries. And, so, I'm...
Well, hang on, Von, what is wrong with Muslims? What is wrong? What is wrong with believing in the Muslim religion? Because I'd like to know.
It's called al-taqiyya. They're allowed to lie to you. That's one sticking point. Another sticking point is that they can force you to convert and then kill you if you try to leave. That's another sticking point. I mean,
you know what? You are just being rank populist here. Like, that's not true. There are so many versions of Islam.
That's not true. Well, tell it to the two Fox News correspondents that were forced to convert to
You know
Islam.
what, Von? Those people
probably the best thing that ever
were
happened.
hobbyists, right? They were hobbyists who started in the Saudi Arabia region that go way back before even like American
Slaughtering
conceived,
whole
right?
civilizations is a hobby now. Okay.
No, you know, Vaughn, you are so irresponsible. You know, you just do anything for views.
Out by the Muslims, but that's just a hobby, right? Okay,
No, that's wrong.
What the hell,
Vaughn,
man?
you're being irresponsible. Like, you might not have much money, but you can at least be responsible, okay?
And you changed the subject again. You changed the subject again. You changed the subject again.
So what if I did?
You changed the subject again. Yes, you did,
You don't want
because
to talk about it, guys?
because he was trying to talk about how there were non-Jewish people at the high levels of government in the United States, and he was using people who were Islamic as an example, and you torqued the situation to talk about, well, what's wrong
Okay,
with
let's
Islamic
go back.
people?
Let's go back and talk about Islamic people who are in government. Let's go back.
Saudi
Go back.
Arabia's military consists almost entirely of United States military equipment.
Of course it does. It's completely the same thing. We give them all. They're a bunch of fucking rich royal family who have no business being in charge, that we decided to be in charge. They're a royalist monarchist family who treat the population like a complete bunch of shit, and we pour billions of dollars in there to have our bully boil way in the region so that we can have control of the oil, because the neocons have decided they want to run the fucking world.
One thing that is not in dispute is that Saudi Arabia does, in fact, have mistreatment of women as one of their problems in that country. There is no disputing. There is no disputing that fact.
I think it goes a lot further than that.
Obama's cabinet, and see if you recognize the person involved. Let me start reading. So we have first the Vice President of the United States, Joe Biden.
Joe Biden!
Department of State, John Kerry. Department of Treasury, Jack Lew. Department of Defense, Ashton Carter. Department of Justice.
Ashton Carter's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, Department of Justice, Eric Holder.
Eric Holder's another idiot.
Department of the Interior, Kelly Jewell. Next we have.
Well, who's the Department of Homeland Security? Is that same Janet Yellen, that fucking lesbian freak?
Oh, for Christ's sake, man.
Next we have the Department of the Interior, Sally Jewell. The Department of Agriculture, Thomas J. Vilsack. The Department of Commerce.
Yay, Monsanto!
The Department of Commerce, Penny Pritzker. Department of Labor, Thomas E. Perez. Department of Health and Human Services, Sylvia Matthews Burwell. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Julian Castro. Department of Transportation, Anthony Fox. Do any of these sound like they're the Iranian person you thought of yet? Bun?
I don't know. Joe Biden seems pretty suspicious to me.
Well, you know, to be fair, Nadia, I think it's the lobbyists that, you know, are important and the money behind it. I'm not saying Bond's right, but you can't just go off their names.
I will try to find her. Hold on.
Over me. Hello. Okay. So, Vaughn, did you recognize the name?
No,
of
no. I will try to find her. Hang on.
Okay. Next is the Department of Energy, Secretary Ernest Moniz.
Well, the Department of Energy is like...
Department of Education, Arnie Duncan.
Arnie who?
Department of Education was Arnie Duncan.
Department
of Veterans Affairs, Robert McDonald. Department of Homeland Security was Jeb Johnson.
Yeah, fucking asshole.
Excuse me. Stop. Okay. So, next was White House Chief of Staff Dennis McDonough.
How long has he been in that role? I bet he's been fired.
Stop. The Environmental Protection Agency, Gina McCarthy. The Office of Management and Budget, Sean L.S. Donovan.
Found her. She's over there in the chat. I found her. Valerie Jarrett.
Valerie what?
Valerie Jarrett. She's an Iranian. She was born in Iran. She was born to American parents, but she was born in Iran. And she is loyal to Iran.
Really? Come on, tell me about this. What's going on here? Is this really someone who's born in Iran?
No, she's faking it.
Nope, she's
No,
faking
I'm
it.
just saying. Can you give me the link?
I did. It's over in the chat.
Oh yeah, I see it there. I'll have a look it up. Yeah.
Valerie Jarrett. Valerie Jarrett.
She forged herself an Iranian birth certificate so that she could appear to have been born an Iranian.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I wasn't aware.
That was a joke, by the way.
I hope so.
Yeah, I know that. I know, but I just don't like being wrong.
We can see that.
I'm shocked.
But I'm ready to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
Sure.
Who's this with the countdown timer here? Matt. Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, Matt is of noble purpose trying to keep the chat civilized and intelligible.
Well, I'm sorry, but I mean, what do you think was not civilized or intelligible about this conversation?
When everyone talks over each other, it becomes
that's-
unintelligible.
That's because Nadia is too out of it to be a moderator, but
Oh no!
normally her living presence keeps us in check.
No, she is actually a hands-off type moderator.
I know that.
But at any rate, basic point being, if everyone talks over each other, no one understands each other, and sometimes people will dominate the microphone.
Yeah,
I haven't found that in this chat. I think it's been fairly.
It usually
Really good.
ends up a garbled mess. It really does. When you go back and watch it on YouTube, if there's like 3 or 4 people trying to talk at the same time, it usually ends up as a garbled mess. It really does. That's true.
I'm gonna have to agree
I haven't
with you.
found that. I think this has been a fairly respectful chat, and not respectful, but it's been it hasn't been just one person dominating the whole time.
No.
There's been multiple voices the whole time, which is good.
Well, I can understand that sometimes a discussion will get heated. I mean, that's just the way of things, and I think that's why Nadia moderates the way she does, because she sees that and recognizes it and lets it happen.
I don't think so. I think Nadia is just got her own personal things going on, and I don't know. This is just sort of started as a random thing and has grown because she's so smart. Like, she can come in and say things that are relevant, and it's sort of over time attracted people. At least attracted me, to a discussion that's at least got people with a brain, in it. So that's just my take. So, yeah.
Oh yeah, she's got a brilliant mind.
Yeah. So that's kind of my take anyway. I still wish she'd get a fucking job. Anyway, told her that many
That's
times.
not her fault. That really isn't.
Jesus Christ,
Well-
we're back to this now.
Are we really bringing up this thing as whether we?
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am.
Are you trolling, dude? Like, seriously?
At this point, yeah, I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah, you are.
Sorry. What? Sorry. Let me really closely examine your mentality. The idea that you ask somebody to get a job is trolling now. That's trolling. So if you go up to the unemployed and say,
Okay, stop.
That's
Look
trolling?
even deeper. Stop. Look even deeper. Look even deeper.
What planet do you live on?
Look even deeper. Listen. All right. She has some health maladies that need to be addressed. That is not her fault. Those have to be addressed first. Okay. So the idea of of her going out and doing things just isn't possible at this moment. All right. So that's where we're at. Okay, so it's a bit.
Well, I don't accept that. I don't accept that.
It's a bit disingenuous to say that she can go out and just do any old thing she wants right now when she has obvious health problems. That's kind of ridiculous.
Do a paper run. She could whatever. If you really want to change your sex and you want to become a transgender person, then go out and earn the money. Go and do it. That's cool. I just do not accept this idea that the whole reason you're mostly here because you're bored. It's not because you support Nadia. That's my thoughts on the matter. If you really did care about her, you would try and
Holy God, man! What are you doing wasting your time here in this hangout? You should take that telepathic. You should take
How
that
many of you
telepathic
have
mind of
actually-
yours, and you should
Hey,
go
you know
to
what,
track.
Gus? You know what, Gus?
Someone
How
shut
many
him
of you
the
actually
fuck
sent
up.
to
It
a
keeps
job office?
interrupting.
That's what you should do. Because
Dude,
with
how
that
many of you have
telepathic mind,
actually
you could
tried to
make
go up
millions
there
of
and give her a
dollars.
job offer? How many of you?
Okay.
Thank you. Finally.
How many of you taken the time to figure out what
He
kind of
just came
jobs you
right
could
back.
do?
Okay.
Dude, I work in the IT industry, right? Okay, I'm telling you, there are people out there. Stop. You don't.
I'm going to
For a job. You just
Turn
want
his
to like
volume
hang out
down.
here and be bored.
point.
I'm so sorry. I'm drunk. Did I just do that?
No, he deserved it. He was being disrespectful.
I think I've been having a little drinky poo myself.
No, I mean, if you did that, you would have knocked out Incorporated. Although he has, to his credit, been quiet for a while.
Yes, he has.
True.
I think he went to sleep.
Oh, yay, Simon!
I think he actually went to sleep. But the one that I'm concerned about is Scott. I haven't heard anything from Scott. I saw him post some text earlier, but
yeah.
I know he's in the chat, but he hasn't posted in a while, so maybe he went to sleep also. I don't know.
Hello.
Oh well. Anyways.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't know how much Truth Cracker actually believes what he says, or if he's just trying to get a rise out of people. Like, I think he might be one of the ultimate trolls on the internet.
Yep.
I've just got to say, you people don't know anything. It's unbelievable how you can be so naive.
Yeah. Yeah, really. Yeah.
I mean, really, I think it's been a very even conversation. Nobody's dominated the mic, especially anybody with an Australian accent.
Not at all.
Yeah, but that's not to say that I don't interrupt people. I do
Okay,
from time to
Simon.
time. I just don't always listen to what they're saying. That's all.
That's
Simon,
right.
you know you're Monty Python in disguise.
Yeah, that's right. Whip out the holy hand grenade. Whip out the holy hand grenade.
Everybody knows you're all sitting around here because you're bored out of your mind, crikey, not because you actually give a damn about an idea. What's the matter with you?
Yeah.
Give us another glass of wine, then.
Tim?
That guy was sucking down wine like a crazy person, man. I was waiting for him to fall over.
I actually did not see that part. I just heard the ridiculous assertion that Nadia could somehow magically whip up a job after 20 years or whatever.
I didn't see him drink. I honestly didn't. Did I miss that? I didn't see him drink. Maybe I missed
I
it.
didn't see him do that.
The pictures are small, but one of the things that I tend to do when I'm focusing on someone that I'm giving a bollocking is I tend to watch their picture, especially if there's a person in the picture. And I watched him very carefully, and the guy was, you know, almost a flagon-sized snifter of wine he kept tugging out of every now and then. I'm like, okay, this is cool.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, well,
No,
I can
I
do
didn't-
a bottle of wine, and it won't touch me. But unfortunately, half a bottle, that is half a 1.75 milliliter bottle, a 1.75 liter bottle of 100 proof Captain Morgan's, unfortunately will get me into saying horribly inappropriate things. So.
No, I honestly didn't see it, so I'll defer to your judgment. But I honestly did not see it.
I think to be consistent, we ought to kick FUD.
Huh?
What's that?
I think to be consistent, we've got to kick FUD because he's getting pissed as well.
Actually, no, I'm not getting pissed. Well, maybe I am. I don't know.
Yeah,
But I'm not.
you know, you can't tell with
I've learned
FUD.
my
That's the
lesson,
problem.
though. I'm not going to say anything horribly inappropriate.
I was going to say you can't tell with FUD.
Good idea. That's a good idea.
La 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 la.
Okay, I am. That ringtone,
hey.
I mean, pick a new ringtone.
Yeah, that one's kind of I don't know. That's almost as bad as my clock. You know, my clock is bad, but I think that ringtone is almost on a par with my clock. So.
Well, that was exhilarating.
Yeah.
So you've met
I'm actually kind of glad that
Yeah, but the
Michael
question
Mann and others have come to Nadia's rescue, because I was really freaking that I couldn't do anything about her situation.
that really sucks, doesn't it? When you want to help and you can't, it really, really sucks.
It does.
It does.
And it's nice to see her out of that flea bag in a night. Yeah. Well, okay, not the best of motels, but something a step up.
Yeah.
And
at least ain't no bugs biting on her at night. Jesus.
I'm really hoping she gets to enjoy the shower.
All right, can I address Von Hilton real quick? Von Hilton, why do you have this aversion towards Muslims? Like you said, Valerie Jarrett.
Why do I have an aversion towards Muslims? Are you serious?
Yeah.
They wiped out.
My sentence. I was saying.
They wiped out whole civilizations. That's why.
I'll get on a short sleeve shirt, get the laptop into a spot with better lighting, and show how much damage has been done to my arm, left arm especially.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm also hoping. Well, I mean, Walgreens or something is nearby, and
yeah, you need some salve for them bug bites, man. Seriously, that's no joke. You need some salve for that shit.
Yeah, but to Von Helton, in all fairness, that was hundreds of years ago. I mean, they're not doing that now. If anything, they're wiping themselves out now. So, do you think that it's still right to discriminate against them?
Incorporated Islam. Incorporated Islam is the only religion, quote unquote, on earth that has not went through a reformation. They're the only ones. My God, even Satanism went through a type of reformation with the Levian Satanism, But Islam has never went through a reformation, and if anything, they devolved, in my opinion, back to an even more fundamental perspective than what was originally. I mean, if you go back and look at pictures of Muslim countries back in the 70s, they look very, very similar to us. They had Western clothes. Everybody was out on the streets. Everything was fine. The economies were doing good. You look at Muslim countries today, what are they doing? They're all wearing burqas. They're all in the madrasas and in the mosques, shouting death to America, death to the UK, and all this other bullshit. It's fucking crazy, man.
Yeah, but in all fairness, to be fair here, we also have to look at the fact that we as Westerners are also in their countries now, like we weren't in the past. Okay, in the 50s, Eisenhower had a very hands-off.
Good God. My
yeah.
What's the point of continuing to mute me? I don't get that.
Oh my God.
What's the point of that?
Yeah, you definitely need some sap for that, man.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Incorporated, but Nadia takes precedence here.
All right, I'm sorry, but I didn't know you were doing it because Nadia wanted to speak. If you'd just let me know, I would have been quiet. But
yeah, I apologize after the fact. Nadia was presenting and showing, the bug bite thing and whatnot. I mean, she's been through hell the past few years apparently, and
I'm
seven.
All right, whoever's eating chips has to share. All right, that's the law.
Uh-oh.
Past 7 years.
I knew you guys could hear that, but I was hoping maybe you could.
All right. Hold
Mr.
on,
Hearing over here can hear everything, dude.
Would you also, if you're going to say that, well, Muslims have wiped out whole civilizations, well, can't you also make the same claim about imperialistic Christians who conquered various parts of the world, such as the conquistadors when they conquered the Aztecs in Mexico, as well as the people in Peru. The Incas, they conquered them, they wiped them out and enslaved them.
You can make
and also, on top of all that, they went into Africa, okay, and
the white people in Australia, and the white people in Australia did the same thing. Yeah.
Yep, and they went into Australia and did the same thing. So I mean, you know, this whole thing about, well, you know, they wiped out civilizations.
Well, okay,
Everyone's
okay. Let me address your point. All right, now the thing of it is,
Stop.
though, these Catholics, these conquistadores, these Catholics, were they doing so by the behest of Christ's teachings? No, they were not. Jesus said to
they
love
were
your enemies.
using the Bible to justify their actions. So you can
Yes,
make the
but that,
argument here
right,
that they
right.
were,
But my
and on
point,
top
right?
of that, the Pope in Rome, he condoned the conquistadors.
Well, that may be
Said they were
true, but
doing a good
Jesus Christ,
job. That
right,
they needed to
right, but that,
convert
right,
the
but it
people
flies in
there,
the face,
convert the
right,
natives.
right, but it flies in the face of what Jesus himself said, which is do good to those who spitefully use you and accuse you. All right, you know, so they were not following when they did the burning times in England to the pagans, and when they went into Central America and South America and slaughtered those people. They were not doing so at the behest of Christ. Christ didn't condone that shit. Now Muhammad, by contrast, says yes, go out and kill the infidel, go out and enslave the infidel. You know, try to mass convert them if you can, or convert them by force if you can, but if you can't, then either enslave them or kill them. That is out of Muhammad's own mouth, okay? I'm not putting words in the man's mouth. He actually said those things, all right? So there is a major, major difference between Jesus and Muhammad here, okay? Jesus was essentially a man of peace, whereas Muhammad was a man of war, okay? There's no getting around that. There's no way to spin it or sugarcoat it. That is a fact. All right, and Muhammad was a warlord. That's what he was. The Quran could easily be compared to Sun Tzu's Art of War with a religious bent to it. I mean, I've made that comparison, so have others. Even some scholarly folks have made that comparison. Okay, so you know, it was primarily the Quran is primarily a book of world conquest by the sword. Okay, that's what it is. That is really what it is. And you know, there's no way to sugarcoat it. There's no way to spin it. There's no way to get around it. It really is that way, and that's just the truth. That's just the truth. And so, while it's true that Christians have done horrible atrocities to the pagans and to the people of Middle America and South America, that's true. But they weren't doing it in the name of Christ. Christ would never have condoned those actions, but Muhammad does and will. And has.
I actually 100% agree with you, Vaughn, about that matter.
Yes, it's documented. I mean, there's no getting around it.
I don't necessarily believe all Muslims believe that, but that's what the Quran tells them to do. And hey, how's everyone doing?
Yeah, but Von Helton, let's get real here. How many Americans have died from terrorism on American soil in the last 20 years compared to Americans dying internally in the country simply at the hands of other Americans? Let's get real, Nick. Let's get real here. Who is the real threat? And on top of that, how many Americans have died because of drugs?
Well,
those are interesting points, but ultimately, the question is, do we have reason to fear Islamic Jihad? And I don't mean as Islamic Jihad as in the actual group. I mean the concept of Islamic Jihad. That's what we need to answer. There are entire countries in the Middle East right now that, because of the Islamic notion of jihad, are under a boot. And we have to ask ourselves if we think that's going to become a problem here. And if it does, or if it could, we have to ask ourselves if it's truly worth it to declare war on an entire religion singly, because you know that Judaism and Christianity won't be lumped in with that. And the minute that that happens, now essentially you're persecuting one group of people for what they, while their book says they believe it, they may or may not actually practice it.
Well, the Quran breaks the world into two parts. Dar al-Islam and Dar al-Harab. All right, Dar al-Islam, the land of peace. Dar al-Harab, the land of war. And guess where you live? All right.
Yes, but we're the people of the book, though. We're the Qur'an al-Kitab or whatever it's called.
Yes, and if you keep reading in the Quran, you'll see where Muhammad even throws the people of the book under the bus. Okay, so I mean, you know, now as a pagan, I would be killed immediately. I wouldn't even be given a chance to convert. Now, if you're a Christian or a Jew, you would be given a chance to convert because you are, quote, children of the book, unquote.
I'm a
Right? I wouldn't even get that opportunity. I would be killed immediately.
You'd get an opportunity to convert. What do you want about? You would get an opportunity to
Not
convert.
as a pagan. Not as a pagan. No, not as a pagan.
No, you will. You would get an opportunity to convert because Islam is about conversion. It's just not about a very nice conversion. You would get an opportunity to convert, but what would happen? What would happen is if those of us who are people of the book would have the option of either converting to Islam or living under dhimmitude and paying the dhimmi tax. But you wouldn't be allowed to live as a dhimmi. You would either have to convert or they would smite your neck, which would be very sad because you seem like a nice enough fellow.
Yeah, I seem like a nice enough fellow.
Actually, I believe James Paul Bond is a nice guy.
You think so?
Even though I disagree with a lot of things he says, I believe he's a nice guy underneath.
Well, I have my best interests at heart.
Yeah, but here's my thing.
Well, maybe no. There may be actual pure altruists out there.
But here's my thing. ISIS right now in Iraq is killing other Muslims. Okay, how much of a threat are they when they spend 90% of their time killing other Muslims? Okay, they look at the Shias in Iran.
Shias and
they are against the Shias and the Sunnis.
Yeah, they look at the
the Kurds. They seem to hate everyone.
Kurds, yeah. Kurds.
Okay, but the fact of the matter is they're killing their own people.
Yes,
okay.
And they're also destroying irreplaceable treasures that belong to humanity as a whole.
Correct.
Exactly, but how much of a threat are they really if all they're doing is gunning one another down? If anything, they're cutting their numbers down to a point where they won't even be able to take over the U.S. How are you going to take over the U.S. when they've decimated one another to a point where their population is negligible?
Also, they're the fastest growing religion in the world.
What are these treasures that belong to the whole world that you're talking about?
They have been destroying ancient monuments that are over 2,000 years old.
Yes, they have.
Okay, what country have those monuments been in?
Mostly in the borders of Iraq.
Okay, so they're Iraqi. They don't belong to the whole world. It's exactly
that. Depends on your frame of mind, obviously.
No, it doesn't depend on the frame of mind because part of the problem of Western people is we were going into other countries and saying, "Hey, this looks really cool. We'll take it away from these people because they're savages and they obviously don't know how to take care of it themselves."
Okay, suppose the Egyptians decided to dynamite all of the pyramids and wipe out every last vestige of the pharaonic.
I'd say they'd better have a lot of dynamite and they had better know what they were going to do with all that rock.
Okay, so you'd be happy with them doing that?
Happy? No, but I would not exert a claim that is not mine to exert.
Okay.
Wait, hold it, Gus.
My worldview is that humanity is one group.
Hang on a second.
Oh, really?
Hang on a second.
But I bet you if I asked you about that, though, you wouldn't be too crazy about a single global government, would you?
Now wait a minute, Gus. Wait, hold it, damn it. Gus, are you honest? Gus, are you honestly saying that the pyramids are not considered one of the great wonders of the world? Really? Are you seriously going to go there?
It is a great wonder of the world, but that doesn't mean it belongs to the world. It doesn't belong to us.
Well, they don't belong to them either because they're not ancient Egyptians.
Well, let me ask you a question. Well, please, let me ask you a question. You were nowhere near. You didn't live near the White House when it was first constructed. Does the White House belong to the whole world? Do you not get a say in what ultimately happens to the White House? Does a world government get to come along and tell you what you can and can't do with your White House? You wouldn't stand for that. You wouldn't stand for that for 10 seconds.
No, that's true. I wouldn't. But I think it's pretty established that the pyramids are one of the great wonders of the world. They belong to the people of the world, and in fact, FUD is actually not far from the truth. There actually was Muslim groups that were threatening to blow up the pyramids.
Nadia?
We actually need a new world order with a one world government.
I agree. We do.
Yeah,
We do
I
need
agree.
a one world government and a new
No,
world
we do
order.
not need that.
Oh,
My
yes, we
God,
do.
we don't need to go there.
I would
Oh,
make
no, we
an
don't.
excellent emperor.
We don't need an emperor.
Join me and complete your journey to the dark side.
Oh, for crying out loud!
Oh,
I'm
but
going
actually,
to I'm going to swallow my own lit lightsaber and hope I get out of this without a migraine.
well, if you want to be headed, fine. But that's actually not what I'm into. I'm not into the violent thing.
Right.
Yes. Okay. Listen. Back to the germane point. The pyramids belong to Egypt. They are in the land of Egypt. Egyptians for thousands of years have had those pyramids. They belong to them. The Eiffel Tower belongs to the Parisians in specific, and the French in general, to be disposed of any way the French government wants. The Parliament buildings of Canada belong to Canadians. And I can go on and on and on and on and on. Mount Rushmore belongs to the United States. If the United States wants to dynamite the faces on Mount Rushmore and put up Jay-Z and Lil Wayne,
Yeah, but time out for
Miley
a second.
Cyrus,
How
it's up
old
to
is
them.
that, and who built that?
Doesn't matter.
Dude, like half the things you just mentioned are government buildings, so of course the government that the country that they're in runs that building.
Doesn't matter.
It's a completely different thing when you're talking about an ancient wonder.
The jus gentium has always been that possession is 9/10 of the law. Where the thing is governs who owns it and who has owned it. You can't go back 4, 5, 6, 7, 10,000 years and ask the people who built the pyramids if it's okay if they could dynamite the thing.
Well, ISIS
that's impractical.
ISIS is not a recognized government entity by anyone.
Okay, but that's not my point.
Government entities do have a concept generally of stewardship. Not just the United States, but also the Soviets and now the Russians. There are many cultures out there that have very ancient monuments in their lands.
I think we're creeping into
and
is
they
odd
take care
here.
of them. They look after them. They are stewards.
Okay, and so?
So ISIS is essentially doing mass vandalism,
but you've changed the point now. My point is that the Egyptians have the right to do whatever they feel is right to and with the pyramids and the Sphinx, for instance. That was my original point. Now you're sliding away from the point. And you're talking about, well, this isn't really the Egyptians, it's ISIL. If it's not the Egyptians, then my point is still valid on its face. If it is the Egyptians, then my point is still valid on its face. Either way, I got a face full of points.
Okay, let's take on the Egyptians and slide away.
Okay, let's kick that crap out. Where are they at?
Yeah, ISIS is an
Big
outlaw.
nose.
So let's set them aside and go to the Egyptians and the pyramids and why it would be a good idea for the Egyptians to maintain their stewardship as they have done for thousands of years.
I am not debating the merits of the fact that it would be a good idea for them to keep the pyramids. Okay. All I am saying is that it is their right to do with as they wish to, with, and of the pyramids. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
It's their right.
And currently they do exercise their rights. They restrict access to the internals of the pyramids, and they have rigid rules protecting their antiquities. You try to export an antiquity from there illegally, guess where you're going to end up?
That's a lovely point, but I'm going to drag you back kicking and flailing to my central point. The point is the people of Egypt and only the people of Egypt have the right to decide how to dispose of or not dispose of the pyramids. Only the people of Egypt.
Okay, that is currently the case, yes.
There we go.
However,
that's all. That's it.
Okay.
I don't see where there's even a however, because my point doesn't build on any howevers.
Gus.
That's it.
Fair enough.
Yes.
Fair enough.
Yes. Whoever's talking to me.
Yeah,
speak.
it's me.
Simon.
I can see your point from here, Gus. Just do your flies up.
Attaboy, Simon. Attaboy. Too right, Simon. Too right.
Yeah. But I would suggest, that Egypt does benefit strongly from those ancient artifacts.
Of course they do.
And Iraq would also continue to benefit from their ancient artifacts if ISIS was not blowing them up.
But
and if the museum had been secured at the beginning of the war, that would have helped as well.
But it is the right of the Iraqis to dispose of those statues and those antiquities any way they want to.
ISIS is not part of the government.
I never said that they were.
Okay.
So I don't even know what we're still badgering about.
We're badgering about a criminal agency.
I've never badgered about a criminal agency. As far as I'm concerned, criminal agencies should be treated like criminals.
Okay, then we're in agreement.
How's about that? That'd be a first for tonight for somebody in this place.
Oh my goodness.
All right then, Simon.
Yes.
How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Yeah.
Good.
All
Good.
asleep.
How much of the running gunfight did you get a front row seat to tonight while poor Nadia was trying to rebalance all of her nutritional requirements and we were beating up on each other?
Yeah. I've had that same gunfight myself.
Do you know that Australian fellow?
Oh yeah, mate.
Deeper and longer and uncut, or whatever his name was. Longer, deeper.
Yeah, he won't talk
creative.
to me anymore.
Look even deeper. That's
He's got like 50 sock accounts, dude. He's got a ton of sock accounts.
Yeah, he's troll. He's troll sitting.
Attaboy.
And he's I don't know. Yeah, he's not good at it. That's the problem.
No,
He's getting
but
a grin on his face, and you can tell at the end of his sentences. Because he's like half trying to suppress the laugh, as he's thinking about this great troll coming up with.
Yeah, part of it too is he brings the booze, man. And I know none of you guys saw it, but I really could see him drinking glass after glass of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I won't argue that point because what I did not see, I cannot testify to.
But I was watching him very carefully.
I paid his attention as best I could, but he has that. Doesn't he have that No Man Archon? That is, he wasn't always on
Yeah,
video.
well, yeah, no, he did, but he used it very sparingly.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the opportunities to see him drinking, I just happened to miss. That's out of pure chance. But I'll take your word for it.
Plunk. I kept wanting to ask. I think Deirdre was trying to message me, but the Google Plus window kept eating it. I don't know what happened, because I keep seeing across the Google Plus tab that it would marquee between Google Plus and Deirdre M, and then Google Plus and then Deirdre M. But when I clicked on Google Plus to try to see if Deirdre M had written me anything, it was like nothing had ever happened. I don't know what's up with that. Does anybody know?
I do know that I got dropped due to some kind of a weird communication issue, and then when I tried to rejoin, it said there was an authentication issue, and then I finally went to YouTube to get the link and come back in, and of course the room was full. Yeah, so, which means it basically, long story short, took me a while to get back in after that particular glitch. And there was an individual I wanted to send a private message to via Google Plus, and the profile did not seem to allow it. Could be a profile setup though. But fortunately there was an email contact.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
It's too bad I missed watching Alexander drop planes all over the landscape. I swear to God, man, that guy can't fly for beans.
Yeah, that was some hilarity there.
Pretty funny stuff.
Oh, fuck. Tommy Sotomayor is putting out more bullshit about it.
Who?
It's like, Tommy Sotomayor.
Nadia, I strongly recommend you just simply ignore him. Just for your own. You don't need stress. Because when you move, is it Thursday that you're going to Ann Arbor?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's going to make today seem like a fucking picnic.
There we go. You don't need more stress, and now here's some more stress for you to think about.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. It's just
I know, but it's just like you don't need any more stress right now because soon something is going to drive you mad. I don't want to.
Yeah, I understand, but the point is, Nadia should take advantage of her R&R.
Not actually delving into it. The thing is, just the title is already enough to set you off.
Yeah.
The title was dark-skinned girls, so was it angry and insecure?
Oh boy.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, gotta be shit.
Yeah, I'm just really glad Michael Ann and others were actually available to help you. I was fretting. That's kind of, obviously that's rather selfish on my part, but still.
Being concerned is not selfish.
Well, okay.
Since when is being concerned selfish? Am I missing something?
I guess it's an argument, an age-old argument at that, about altruism and not aesthetics, empathy.
Okay.
I'm not good at explaining these things. They're topics that philosophy has decided to grab and consider under their umbrella, and I'm not a philosopher. I'm more of a pragmatic, utilitarian type individual.
Fair enough.
Utilitarian? Do you mean the ethical philosophy?
I see. There's a question right there that I would have difficulty with. It's basically, all right, a goal-oriented approach to what works and what does not work to achieve the particular goal you have in mind.
Pragmatism. Utilitarianism is something else. Entirely. Utility is kind of like a scale of sorts that goes into both positive and negative numbers of like well-being versus suffering and so on.
Yeah, and I have to recognize that there are potentially dangerous issues with the way I think of things. For example, if the government decides the well-being of the whole is more important than the well-being of the individual, that means that certain individuals will be brutally sacrificed for the well-being of the whole as defined by the powers that be. And I don't like that. As a matter of simple personal preference, it's a brute fact. I don't like that. I have no argumentation for it to support why I don't like that. It's just the way it is.
Well, it's active utilitarianism and more. So, yeah, it's well beyond the naive Ferris. Where I think the favorite one is gang rape and so on.
Yeah. I mean, I can just see the idea of the needs of the many outweighing the needs of the few, potentially backfiring against the few in severe circumstances, especially when we're in a situation where the many can actually afford to take care of the few.
From the what? 0.1% to the 0.3% to the 0.0005%, and so on.
It could come down to a single individual. I mean, let's take the parable of, I forget it was, who was arguing to save the people of Sodom and Gomorrah. You know, if there was one individual in either of those cities who was good, would you save them? And of course, you know, obviously the answer was yes, and Lot and his family got saved, except for the wife, because of looking back. But point being, you know, trouble was taken to save somebody.
Oh wow, truth crackers. I guess by making the error outright, I have to point out there's actually a third word that gets confused and all that. Instrumentalism. Instrumentalism, pragmatism, and utilitarianism. Who can tell the difference?
Instrumentalism. I'm not sure what that means. In my mind, it sounds like using machines to extend our senses for improving the level of information we can take in through our senses, because our senses are inadequate to the needs. For example, radio telescopes.
It's the philosophy of science. It says the predictive value and such is the thing being sought within science as opposed to truth per se, or otherwise, you know, scientific realism is not the case. And the limit of the, I guess, claim to have grasped at any truth is, you know, the ascertaining of, you know, predictive value.
Okay.
Epistemology. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's running a little beyond my philosophy education, but I think the scientific method, as it exists currently, is the best epistemology we have come up with for determining what the physical world is like. And obviously there is the assumption underlying all that there is an ontological physical world that exists. But our awareness of it obviously is strictly limited through what we are capable of receiving as data through our instruments, our senses, cognitive abilities, and so forth. So the epistemology, if I can be so bold to delve into the philosophy that I don't understand, totally trumps the ontology, because we cannot know anything about the ontology without the epistemology.
Well, there's epistemological grounds for there are epistemological grounds for naturalism, and there are those sort of semantic, purely metaphysical grounds as well.
Well, I think I'm done for the night. Nadia, it's been a pleasure, as always. The rest of you, it's been a pleasure as well. Hopefully I will see you again on the sweet by and by. Sleep well, Dream of wonderful things.
Good night,
All right,
guys.
later, guys.
And I am out of here.
Yeah. So, one of the arguments is say kinds of confirmation is confirmation are included within methodological naturalism are actually, I guess, emblematic of what far broader epistemology should be, and I take that tack personally. And so I think there's a bit more that can be said than just the methodological naturalism is kind of the best instrument for naturalistic phenomena and so on.
Well, I don't know how to work out what the world is like around me without actual sensual evidence or instrumental evidence based on the logic and reasoning that we come up with based on central evidence. So it's I can't even begin to touch moral issues because, as far as I'm concerned, those become deeply opinionated.
But why do you even have an epistemology such as would limit you away from such grand claims as supernaturalism would have you make and profess and so on? Well, that's an ethical actual influence upon epistemology, isn't it?
Hi, Flip.
Hey, Flip.
Hey,
Well-
everybody. How are you? Hi, Nadia.
Hey, Flip.
Hey,
Glad to see you. I'm glad to see Nadia alive and well.
Yeah, how you doing, Nadia?
Oh. Yeah, I'm still trying to get over a gap in the caffeine stream.
Not gonna pull an all-nighter, are you?
No, I'm probably going to fall down.
Okay. I'm glad to see you're okay.
Yeah, nicotine stream is having a big hiccup. Looks like the big bag full of cigarette butts that I was smoking out of was left behind, so that's not going anywhere.
Well, you've done without before. I mean, when you were in ICU, you did without just fine from the look of it. So
Maybe you can pick some up tomorrow.
personally, I think even with cloves, it doesn't seem healthy to be chain smoking anyway.
Maybe not.
Do you inhale or no?
Oh yeah.
I can never tell.
I do need
She
nicotine.
inhaled, but she never swallowed.
Ah.
There's a bit of brain missing or something that needs nicotine to make up for it.
Well, you need to get a vape set up or subdermal patches. Or transdermal patches, sorry.
Is there a store across the street? Or anything like that?
It might be a bit further. I might have to take. Truth Cracker says, Nadia, for real. Why don't you just get a job? You fucking fucktard. What the hell do you think I was trying to do?
Wow.
Yeah, ignore those losers, Nadia.
Yeah. For once, I'm in agreement with Incorporated.
Yeah, same here.
Don't pay attention to that shit. You've got a short respite to relax and decompress from the big E notice to the big flying thing, and really strongly, I recommend you take advantage.
Oh wow. What's the list of what I applied to? Bringing everywhere, you moron. Okay. Yeah. Well, the medical stuff will keep me busy on my feet the entire time.
Yeah, one of the issues. Did you get your ice bucket, by the way?
No, I didn't.
Oh, fuck. Well, you do have a period of time. If you get it in the morning, you should be fine.
Did the driver bring the refrigerator for you?
No.
No, the driver was apparently unable to bring a device that weighed less than 100 pounds.
Really?
What are we talking about? One of them cube refrigerators?
Little college refrigerator type thingy.
Yeah, little cube type deals. Oh, Jesus. Throw in the back seat of a car and go on with it. Jesus, man, that's so stupid.
Yeah, but, oh well.
In a knight in shining armor, I guess he wasn't.
No, he wasn't.
Apparently not.
But
Apparently not.
I tell you, I really do have to give Michael Ann kudos for all that she has done.
Absolutely.
And the other people in the background that I don't know about that have contributed.
Bob, McKay. I think Rev's helping out as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're all awesome. I mean, just amazing.
Yep, Rev, Bob, and Michael Ann, clarify. And then there's also an unnamed donator that is also donating money. So, yeah.
Cool.
The only reason I lasted as long as I did was Monica and Rosemary and Peter. But they are...
You ain't going nowhere, Nadia. You ain't going nowhere, Nadia.
No, we're all going somewhere.
A long time, I assure you.
No, Vaughn, we're all going somewhere. The river flows. There's nothing you can do about it. Dams be damned.
Hey, Simon.
Hey, Simon.
Well, I have not yet begun to fight, so there.
What the hell are you waiting for?
Is the bed comfortable?
Yeah, the bed's comfortable.
Good.
Yeah, my stomach looks really bad. It looks like my husband's shites when he was dying from liver failure.
What was that?
Your husband? What?
My stomach looks really bad. It looks like my husband's shites when he was dying from liver failure.
Well,
why do you think that is?
Well, she's drinking acid, right?
Because fat looks sick.
Uh,
One kind of sick looks a lot like another.
Oddly enough, with all this contrast, I was actually able to scan both those
QR codes?
QR codes without having to modify anything. I'm still not clear exactly what modifications I would need to do to improve contrast on them, but whatever. Not an issue.
Oh, speaking of being behind the curve, Chitscracker said, "Get your ass in gear, bro/girl."
Bro girl.
Jeez.
Oh, you know what? You need to steal that term. Take control over it.
Yep, steal it and make it your own. That's right.
Trademark it.
Can I just settle for trans woman?
Trans woman. Too many.
Yeah.
Too many syllables. Too many.
Nadia the Transformer. Dun 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 dun.
You calling me Transformer? Don't be doing
Too many syllables. Just woman then.
Yeah, but doesn't that sound too generic?
Well, the thing is, if you're a bro girl, you could have a bro girl mance. Totally
like
mess up with the people with the bro pony thingy.
Yeah. Well, if I could be like Smurfette, I win.
But honestly, if I could find a way to get that damn nutritional database shit, you're the one that knows the math to do the frickin' statistical algorithms to make it work.
Yeah. The main thing about Smurfette is she was the only woman in an entire village full of men with blue balls.
Alrighty then.
Okay, sorry.
I didn't understand that, and it's probably best I didn't.
Smurfs.
I think it had something to do with Smurfs in a blender or Gremlin in a microwave or something equal.
Smurfs, blue balls.
Either way, I'm sure Gargamel would approve.
Of course.
Yeah, I don't have the wherewithal to offer anyone jobs, but the one person I would be very happy to collaborate with getting cross-platform nutritional application out there is Nadia, because statistical algorithms.
Well, yeah, I can do like Kolmogorov, Smirnoff tests and so on.
Any closer to finding a database, or?
I've been distracted personally because I want funding.
You haven't been up for the past 3 days, have you, Fud?
I've not been solidly awake for the past 3 days, no, but I now have the capability of not only scanning in pretty much every code that's out there, I do have the ability to generate QR codes from arbitrary data that are generated anti-aliased for printing and display purposes for an entirely different purpose, but the point is all of that is actually a fallout from Nadia's nutritional algorithms that she was doing in Haskell to being able to scan, the idea to being able to scan in food items by their UPC code. Well, they're actually EAN13, but that's neither here nor there. And link that to the food items because doing OCR is ridiculously difficult, especially when you want 0 error rate.
Are you saying now you're the Neo of scanner codes?
No, I'm not. I am actually using APIs that are built into the iOS operating system. In fact, the code is embarrassingly simple. It's just finding out what code I needed that took me so long.
We'll just replace the self-checkout with just put FUD there and scan the codes.
No, not really. But essentially, when it comes to a more complicated project like the nutritional thing, there are actual algorithms required beyond the ability to just scan in food items, because obviously people are going to be more inclined to track what they eat if they don't have to spend much effort in so-called, the tracking. If they can scan shit in, if they can look shit up easily and quickly, that is the user experience deal, the user interface. But it still has to be backed up by sound algorithms. And there is where my math falls short, but Nadia is quite capable in that area. So I see the opportunity for teamwork.
Excellent.
Assuming, Nadia retains interest in the subject.
Brilliant.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's just a matter of Nadia retaining interest and staying alive.
Well, there are two, I guess, minor things. One is, of course, the language doesn't really matter. I mean, Haskell kind of looks like ASCII math, and actually renders into LaTeX, which is pretty convenient. Yeah, translating it to Java. Not as nice to read the code, but no big deal. The other one is that the library to do the kind of big bad math algorithm set up there might not be licensable in a meaningful way. So at some point we might have to re-implement that. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right. It's quite possible that some of the lower level routines would have to be re-implemented, but you can't patent math, so that's not an issue. Android, as far as I know, must have a bar scanning facility, certainly for QR codes, and I don't see why it wouldn't be able to handle UPC codes, because I don't think Apple invented that. In fact, I know for a fact they did not. I do know how they implemented on a 20,000 foot level. That is, they're using GPU processing. But the thing is there's no reason why Android would not have all those capabilities. So it's just a question of two different code bases, obviously. Java does have the ability to communicate with C code through the Java native interface.
Right.
I have not tested that, though, not ever. And it's been a while since I've even touched Java.
A pretty long while for me, too.
I was hot and heavy on it until I started trying to deal with the, what did they call it at the time? Before Swing, they had a framework for doing graphical user interfaces, and they absolutely, literally crashed the Java virtual machine on the computer I was playing with them on. I mean, I was able to do the networking shit, and I was put off by Jigsaw, not knowing that that project would be a failure, but I was actually had the idea of an HTTP server that would run applets, and I had even built a framework and shit around it, that had, because of the computing time capability of a Pentium 200 processor, basically it had a thread pool, and it would just take a thread off the stack, use it, and then put it back in the pool. So all the threads were pre-allocated.
I've
Fun
got
loves this stuff.
One hater here.
All right, bud. All right.
One of the Von haters here. Kevin in Beantown says, well, at least Nadia doesn't shit her pants or underwear like supposedly Von Helton does. Actually, I do shit my pants. It's partly from gastroparesis.
Is
I'm
that like
betting
a
Von.
massive chart?
Yeah, I said I'm betting Von doesn't have health problems that would cause him to do that very often.
No,
Okay.
I don't think I do. No. No, I don't.
It only has to happen once, though, to be really, really, really upsetting.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting every time it happens. I don't have to be quiet now. I can use something closer to what my voice should be.
You'd think they have porta toilets like all around the towns and things, you know, like for human beings to use. But we got to go searching for a bathroom.
What I find? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Nadi.
Because it would be too communistic for America to have toilets available at any price in public.
You
Everyone's
know,
not rich.
you know the trolls are reaching when the only thing they've got to talk about is shitty underwear, right? You know.
Well, you know what's truly annoying, though, on a practical level, is that over a decade ago now, somebody invented a wonderful public lavatory. It would have been coin-operated, and so it's not like you could have used it to have a homeless person staying in there. But the way it worked was, you know, you'd put in your coins, go in, do your business, come out, and the thing would clean itself. It was completely self-maintaining.
Like a kitty litter box.
And essentially, but I mean, it like sterilized itself and everything, and all it needed, you know, was a power supply and a water supply, and it would be absolutely perfectly pristine for the next person who needed to use it. And they could have been, you know, put up all over the place. And
you think they would, right?
yeah, well, they were a little bit pricey. But I think by now the technology would bring down the prices of the same technology, at least a bit. So, you know, there should really be no problem locating a public lavatory that is absolutely and completely and totally non-sex preferential with regard to its use. Because
yeah, I think it's as
a
humans
single
we
box.
would have figured out that people need to take a shit or a piss every now and then.
Right. It's a single box. You go in, you have complete privacy. It's not like a big public laboratory with rows upon rows of stalls. And it has its own sink, too.
You ever been to the subways in New York City?
I have fortunately not had that displeasure.
Many
no
years.
displeasure. It's quite liberating and enlightening. One thing you'll see down there is a lot of closed bathroom doors that have been closed for like 40 years.
So really, there's absolutely no reason to have both men's and women's. You can just combine the two, dump the urinals, just make everyone use a stall. Which seems to me, yeah, trained.
But even without that kind of conservation, there were plenty to go around 30, 40 years ago.
Well, I have been...
Gone. Why are they gone?
Okay, because I'm just going to say somebody didn't want to pay for their maintenance. But I-95, I can speak with authority because I've been up and down it, and also I-81, which is a little to the west of it, going through the Virginia mountains, but still. They have rest stops, and these rest stops have the most incredibly luxurious bathrooms I have ever fucking seen. And they are self-maintaining. They even have auto flush, and the sink, when you put your hands under the faucet, they have an infrared detector that detects when your hands are there. So you don't even have to touch a knob to turn on the water.
So what is the difference between rest stops on some lonely highway in the middle of nowhere and subway stations in New York City?
I would not call the major eastern corridor arteries lonely highways in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, I-95 gets pretty freaking busy. And those bathrooms do too.
Okay, definitely need the answer to the subway thing.
But the fact of the matter is they have a shitload of money, apparently, from federal highway taxes to pay for those suckers.
Well, and I mean, every last time you get to it, is a question of, well, it's nice you say that, but why is that?
Yeah.
Right?
They even have baby changing stations.
You said they didn't want to pay to maintain the restrooms, and now, okay, there was never a question answered as to why that they didn't want to maintain them. You say that they're maintaining all these, luxurious rest stops and, BFE along some stop of a lonely highway, and I guess restrooms in the subways in New York City have been shut down for 40 years. What's the trouble here? What's the difference here?
New York City is mismanaged. Federal highways are not.
If it's so mismanaged in New York City, then how does it have, vastly higher productivity? Vastly higher, say, federal and other tax returns to outlay rates than any of those areas you're citing as having a well-maintained infrastructure.
Well, obviously, I can only speak to my own anecdotal experience. I don't know how things are done behind the scenes. All I know is that the rest breaks along these majorly traveled interstates are very well maintained indeed. They have a police presence. They have vending machines, water fountains, air conditioning.
A lot of them have like
very clean bathrooms,
seating and stuff too.
and they even have baby changing stations in case you want to swap out your baby for another baby, or maybe they mean something else. I'm not really sure on that point.
Well, that's in trouble. Right. I mean, there's something going on here. It's rather deliberate. And I mean, Bush Sr., for example, they want to concentrate wealth in tighter, righter hands. Righter is in right wing. That's blue state, red state, federal outlay versus federal tax receipt differential. Again, same kind of urban-rural, left, right, and so on divides.
Yeah.
So what was the reason that the subway bathrooms are closed?
It has to be money.
New York, the urban leftist environment is something that's trying to be starved, laid siege to, and it's destroyed that way.
Well, if that's true,
and the maintenance can't happen. Of course, the rural right-wing areas showered with wealth. Hence the gold-plated, technologically advanced rest stop stations in the middle of nowhere.
If that's true, that's actually very bad policy because, for example, New York, Washington, D.C., and Philadelphia have fairly efficient mass transit systems that work very well, and with, well, much better, much more economical than using cars when you're traveling inside the city. So it is absolute, and even out to the suburbs, there are SEPTA stations for Philadelphia, and down in D.C., also out into the suburbs, there are stations that take you into D.C., which have big, huge parking facilities. So
we also have a bus that come around to take people into DC too.
Yeah. So basically there is inside those dense population areas, which is the perfect place for mass transit, because that's where mass transit really takes off as a benefit in terms of return on investment, because it is a much more efficient means of travel, especially when there's physically no room for roads.
The world did fine before 1900, running entirely on rail.
Well, there were people traveling by horse as well, but my point still stands.
There also weren't nearly as many people traveling.
Yeah. The fact of the matter is, the Eastern Corridor is probably one of the most busily traveled corridors around. I mean, I-95 is just getting bigger and bigger. Lots of construction. Only in truly rural areas that are far between cities do they drop down to 4 lanes.
Rail, rail in pre-World War II or so was actually competitive with many flights today, at least the not so direct ones.
So are we suggesting monorails across the U.S.?
You don't even need monorails. We're talking about just the record of what was being done with 1930s technology in 1930s U.S. showed that the rail travel got you across the country and swiftly enough to be competitive with, I guess, airplanes flights with lots of layovers.
Well, unfortunately, last time I did a price check, I wanted to go all the way down to Florida, and I thought, it would be so nice if instead of driving, I could take Amtrak's auto train. The auto train starts in Virginia and goes all the way down to Florida, which would have carried me about 85% of the way that I wanted to go. The price on that, the price ticket for that was hundreds of dollars. I forget the exact amount, but more than the cost of gas and motels combined. Not only that, it was slower. So they basically priced them out of the market for me.
Yeah, Amtrak sucks in my opinion. The only point is that if you're trying to get drunk on the frickin' Amtrak while you're going to get more drunk.
Yeah, but the thing is, there's no alternative to Amtrak. It's Amtrak or nothing.
Yeah, that's true. Or you take like a Greyhound, which frickin' is worse.
I just
but I need my car.
Drooling on me on an Amtrak halfway across the country.
Okay, I think you're talking about.
I needed my car on each end.
You're talking about something categorically different. Okay.
No, trains are better than buses. That's for damn sure.
Yeah. If I was going to,
we had hyper speed trains like I think Korea has really high speed trains. I mean, obviously Europe does too. But yeah, we just don't have them around here.
Yeah, if I was going to take a bus, I would have to rent a car, and that has its own deals. I would really have loved to have taken the auto train, but they simply priced it out of my bracket.
Well, you already had the sunk cost of the car, right?
Yeah. Well, here's the other thing. I would be very happy if they had the ability for me to take a motorcycle on their train. That is, I ride down to where they start the auto train service, and instead of parking a car in their train, I park a motorcycle with appropriate tie downs. And then I could travel down without tearing up my tires. And motorcycle tires cost more than car tires, by the way, on interstate. It would be, you know, it would have been very nice to have that ability. It's simply not available.
They could hook a few extra cars onto the train for that.
Yeah, that's the thing. You could put 4 motorcycles in the space of 1 compact car.
Give a call to the company.
Like ADHD massive. Boy.
Track.
I think it's so far derailed. It's
We went
unrecoverable.
Yes, it is
subway
derailed.
bathrooms.
Amtrak is fucking derailed.
That's not what I was referring to.
I know, but I could not resist the opportunity.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
Sorry, go ahead.
My face looks really fat. It's like a triple chin.
Well, don't give up hope on that. You might be able to deal with it. The thing with mass transit is it is workable in high density populations. When everything is spread out in rural, it does not work. You need automobiles for point-to-point transportation.
Yeah, it does.
And unfortunately, roads are...
Do you know what the proof is?
Wasted real estate.
You know what the proof is? The trains were used prior to automobiles existing.
That's because the automobile wasn't invented yet.
Wouldn't mind horse and buggy. Rural areas.
Well, that's what I said,
Yeah,
right?
on mud tracks, no chance.
That's what I just said, though, right? Before the automobile existed, trains did just fine delivering people to rural areas.
They were the only way to do it. And yes, they did well, but essentially, yeah, what you had was the rural areas, nothing in between, and yeah, that made them workable. But I guess a lot of people did not like living in cities, hence suburbia or sprawl, whatever. That changed the game.
It didn't exist until the 1950s and was a specifically and deliberately promoted phenomenon with some particular list of companies pushing it and
you can say General Motors. Go ahead. You can say it.
Backing from particular government officials. Again, with names.
Yes, you can say General Motors and Goodyear tires. They benefited
No,
strongly by the
they were.
dismantling of the LA.
They were not. They were not. They were a small piece of that puzzle. Here was the housing development, mass manufacturers, etc. Prefab housing builders and such.
There is prefab housing, but they get called trailer homes, even the double wides.
No, prefab housing is not trailers.
A lot of the factory built housing thing is mostly a failure. Most houses are built entirely on site. About the only prefab thing about them is the housing plan. That is the architectural layout. They have a few different templates to give the illusion of having your own home design unique to yourself.
They're built on site, but everybody has like prefabricated parts of various kinds, ranging from various beams and drywall segments and everything else.
Yeah, those things are definitely. Yeah, you can find them at Lowe's.
No. Well, Lowe's didn't exist in the 1950s during Eisenhower's big highway push, right?
Right, that's true. But today you can find those materials at Lowe's. Overly priced, by the way. Contractors go to where Lowe's goes to.
The important part is that was the prefab housing that was spread en masse in the 1950s, and that's where suburbia came from.
Yeah, and I never liked suburbia, by the way. I was very happy when I was a rural child.
I could never stand suburbia either. I would be more the urban sort.
Well,
the one thing I would
packing us in cities now.
Sorry, Flip.
No, go ahead, Flip.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. The one thing I'll give the urban thing is that everything you need is a block away. You got a store, you got whatever. It's a block away. You don't need a car. You live in an apartment or a condo box. I don't know. There are certainly advantages.
I think your house is in a box.
My house is in a rather sizable box, actually, which is unfortunate on many levels, but fortunate on others. It's a compromise.
So your house is a box.
Yeah, and I'm actually kind of pissed off about the level of quality of construction of it compared to the construction of my grandmother's house that I grew up in, which was built in the Victorian age.
So what's so bad about all these urban residences being boxes?
Unless you stay on top of them, they're going to disintegrate within 10 years. Population density is sucking the water out of the aquifers. Also, the roads are not equipped to deal with suburban sprawl. They're designed for rural routes, not urban routes.
Urban, not suburban.
Yeah, well, the suburbs, the roads, I mean, they've been making them wider where they have room, but a lot of places they don't have that room, so there's horrible traffic congestion. Basically, it's a complete mess because a lot of people live out in the suburbs but work in the city, or vice versa. The vice versa one is kind of confusing to me. And of course, there are plenty of companies that are out in the suburbs, so it's suburb to suburb travel, and the roads are just not big enough to accommodate the amount of traffic that hits them every freaking day at 7:30 or 7 a.m. or earlier and continues to pummel them through 7 p.m. or later. I'm also not wild about the fact that the property tax where I live is $1,200 a month when you throw in county, township, and the big one, the school tax.
$1,200 a month?
That's what it adds up to.
Better get busy on that app.
You ain't fucking kidding me.
God dang.
I mean, I have to pay a form of rent too, but I have to come up with cash.
Looks like FUD is going to go into a smaller box.
I've already done that once. You know how much it sucks?
You'll get used to it.
Well, the thing is, I don't.
Just drink more.
Yeah, there you go.
That's one way to take care of it.
Shorten my life with medical difficulties. I'm sorry. Not interested. I mean, yeah, I kind of drink more than I should, but still, it's not a good idea.
Now, a small cabin in the woods is different. For some reason.
I would be perfectly happy with a small cabin in the woods, provided there was no one within, I don't know, 2 or 3 miles.
About 50
and that I still had high-speed internet.
I would pine away and die of loneliness in that kind of situation. I need a, I don't know, apartment somewhere in Manhattan.
How about your little deer friends running around?
I fucking hate
deer. Now, people in Manhattan, they're my friends. Human beings in Manhattan.
I hate humans too, most of them. But no, with the deer, if it wasn't going to land me in jail, I'd fucking shoot them all on sight.
You can with a bow, actually, in Virginia. So
No,
you should
not
buy a
in
bow,
Virginia.
Fudd.
In fact, in my county, there is no hunting whatsoever.
Where the hell do you live in Virginia, dude?
I don't. I live in Pennsylvania.
Oh.
I
Yeah,
am
in
allowed to
Virginia we
own
can shoot them on sight as long as you have a
allowed to
bow.
use
You
it on
can't use a
bow.
gun, though.
Yeah, if I was rich, I could buy a machine gun, but I would not be allowed to use it on deer. And also, there are no firing ranges that I know of that would allow me to shoot one, unless it was a pistol caliber submachine gun.
Did you have a bad experience with deer at some point in your life, or?
Multiple occasions. I have hit deer 3 times with a car and nearly got creamed by one on my motorcycle.
Well, that'll do it.
The motorcycle one I got on video, and it's on my YouTube channel, if you care to look. My YouTube channel is Fudmountain.
Not of you actually hitting the deer, though.
No, it simply jumped over my front fender with both my wheels locked.
I saw one of your videos and was kind of scared. But I'll have to check it out.
Well, the deer video one actually made it to a news syndicated site. I think it was CBS. But I have a Creative Commons license on it, so, you know, that was fine. It's kind of interesting to see that my video is like their thumbnail image. The deer jumping over my front fender. Because deer hits are on the rise because of the deer population on the rise. And also more cars. So statistically, boom.
Yeah, we have a horrible problem with deer in Virginia. Do you guys have a bad population problem up there too?
Oh yeah. I mean, and it's worse than that too, because for some strange reason, I've decided to keep a set of the property wild so that deer would be attracted to it. You know, for bedding down at night. And
right.
Also, there's a fox, maybe two, nearby. I love foxes. I'm a big fan of the predators. Foxes handle the field mice population. We've also got raccoons. It's kind of like a little oasis of nature. Not nearly as good as my grandmother's place, but it's something.
That's horrific. Somebody in New York City is like, get away from that stuff. Get the exterminator. Call pest control.
Honey, I am pest control.
Yeah, my dad gave up on trying to grow corn because the deer they come up on our property, and I mean, we live on the suburb street, but they still come up through the woods and eat all his corn.
I've got an AR-15 with a suppressor. Unfortunately, 5.56 is not a big enough caliber for a deer.
Yeah, I don't know how people that frickin' take them down with bows.
You've got to get very fucking close to them. Bow season is several weeks longer in the counties that do, in Pennsylvania, that do have deer hunting season, simply because it does take longer to take a deer with a bow than with a rifle. Because the basic method of rifle, air quotes here, hunting, is you build a stand in a tree along a game trail, you wait for a deer to walk by, and you shoot it. Now, if that's not as boring as fishing, I don't know what is.
Yeah, and the problem with hunting is you don't want to get too drunk either.
Okay, you know, that's something that never really occurred to me, but that might explain the level of idiocy among the hunters that are out there.
Oh, come on, what the hell else do you do? I mean, that's what you do when you fish, right?
Oh,
Sit
true.
back with a brew or five.
But listen, when you're talking shooting, I think the minimum caliber that's legal in Pennsylvania is a .273.
That's not going to stop people from getting drunk due to boredom, man.
Well, the point is it slings a slug at significant velocity, and it is sufficiently, for a deer round, the bullet jacket is sufficiently thick that it will penetrate a house, and barring hitting something substantial like rock or iron or what have you, if you're talking a modern house made out of drywall and 2x4s, that bullet can fly right through the house. And guess who doesn't check out their backstops? Drunk people.
Yeah. I still don't see the correlation. People are still going to be doing it. And that's probably what caused. I mean, look at Dick Cheney. Guarantee you he had a beer or two before he shot that guy in the face.
Now, Dick Cheney is in a special case. He shot a lawyer in the face with a shotgun. Imagine the level of connections you need to get away with shooting a lawyer in the face with a shotgun. Think about it. A lawyer.
He barely made a peep afterwards, too.
Yeah, I think there was a small payoff and a little bit mentioned in the headline, and that's all there was. You or I would be not only out in the streets, but 7 generations of our families following us would also be paying off the fucking debts, even though you cannot inherit debt legally in the United States. And by the way, I don't shoot that. I go from 5.56 to 7.62 NATO. I guarantee you that NATO shit will take down a deer, even if you shoot it in the ass.
I don't know how many ADHD attacks later after the urban-rural discussion, and as it relates to mass transit, as it relates to the livability of various cities in the U.S. for someone who's had seizures and cannot drive.
Yeah, in a situation where you're restricted from driving due to seizures, obviously the urban situation where taxis are cheap and mass transit is a block away at most, that is the ideal situation.
Urban environments associated with left-leaning, LGBT-affirming types and so on, where the urban environment, or sorry, the rural environment, on the other hand, is associated with right-wing, religious fundamentalist, Republican, racist, sexist, homophobic, transphobic, practically neo-Nazi.
Just all the shit of America. Except you say that.
I said neo-Nazi, Ku Klux Klan, and neo-Confederate bigots. So.
I'm sorry. I thought in New York City only Wall Street was the white straight men, and everyone else was trans. Perhaps I've been mistaken about the demographics of New York.
Yeah, but to be fair, Natty, is it really fair to characterize every rural area in America like that? I mean, wouldn't you have to break it down between various different states and geographic locations and that type of thing?
Maybe north and south a little bit, but besides that, I mean, seriously, I live in Virginia and people still wave Confederate flags around in freaking Washington, D.C., bro. You're like, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah.
Go to,
the mole here.
Outside of Spokane, Washington, Eastern Oregon, especially out by Kirtland, etc., Idaho border stuff, and so on and so forth. And you'll find, well, every bit as radical of, redneck, hillbilly, racist, sexist, religious fundamentalist, neo-Nazi, neo-Confederate, Ku Klux Klansman hillbillies, and they, and biggest too.
God damn, that's
and so it's not entirely north-south. It's mostly urban versus rural.
With apologies in advance to the mole. Fairfax County, god damn, fucking rich ass people there.
Oh yeah, we're very, very rich.
And you got what, Eisenhower Station, and a few other stations fairly close by that take you into DC, with nice large parking areas for your Mercedes or BMW or Ferrari, whatever. And boom, into DC you go, Crystal City or wherever you happen to be working.
Yeah, I'm not going to last here much longer. I don't make enough money.
Yeah, I've only happened to been in Fairfax County, and it's like, oh my God, these people are rich.
Oh, if you think we're rich, you should go to Clifton. But yeah, we're really rich here.
Or Alexandria in general. I think it's Alexandria. Whatever. But yeah, Fairfax County in particular. It's like, holy fuck.
We waste a lot of money on our high schools. That's how you know we're rich.
Well, I'm not rich. I can't afford the fucking school tax. But hey, whatever. I gotta come up with it somehow.
Well, I'm not rich. My parents are. I'm fucking screwed. I pay rent, and I'm gonna be leaving soon, so.
Well, I'm paying rent in kind, and I need cash because, well, let's see. You know, you sell a big property like your grandmother's property that you grew up with, that you hope to live for the rest of your fucking life in, and you couldn't because the tax level was so fucking high that any money that would have gone towards maintenance of the property was sucked out in taxes, and therefore forced to sell. And by the way, inheritance tax, oh my God. You can forget about those shyster lawyers that can claim to be able to get you out that with trust funds. Nope, doesn't work. The state still takes their cut.
No, the only way around that is to go the Republican route with like insurance and all that bullshit.
No, the only way out of that is to have a 2-megaton nuke in your basement and set it off.
Oh no, trust me, there's life insurance policies rich people do where they avoid all kinds of that nonsense.
Trust me, we tried everything, and it didn't work.
Yeah, but your mom didn't take out life insurance policy 20 years in advance for that to work out for you guys.
Okay, yeah, it was not 20 years in advance. It was less in advance, but still. And it's my grandmother. My mom is still alive and going strong.
Oh, yeah. Well, your grandmother didn't do that.
And actually, my grandmother died before 9/11, and both my mom and I are kind of glad about that because she didn't get to see how things went to shit so quickly.
Yeah, that was a bad day.
Yeah, I have to say the terrorists won then, not because of the damage they inflicted, but because of the own laws our own government inflicted upon us afterwards. And the wars.
How many derails have you guys gone past?
At least 90. We're trying to break a record here. Sorry.
Yeah, Nadia, we're operating like SEPTA. We've got at least 90 rail lines running in parallel through 30th Street Station, and then they all split in different directions.
We could go back to shitting in pants.
That's because that's a brilliant topic. Yes, we could do that.
And we're
speaking of shitting in pants, I have this insane neighbor, and when he like yells pretty frequently across the street and shit at my other neighbor, calling him a terrorist. And so they finally call the police on this guy. In order to try and evade the police, he shits his pants when they arrest him.
Are you serious?
Yep, I'm 100% serious. And he's back there now, so we're not sure what's going to happen. But yeah, he shit his pants, and they had to call a paddy wagon to pick him up.
Well, why do they think he's a terrorist?
Oh no, they don't think this guy's a terrorist. They think this guy who's insane thinks my neighbor's a terrorist for no reason.
Oh.
Hey, that was relevant, Nadia. That was the shitting pants story.
Yeah, Nadia, ADHD is a real problem for me. No shit. I mean, it fucks me up.
You can talk about drinking and fishing.
Well, no, it's like, okay, I can be coding away, doing well, and then I'll just suddenly find myself staring at the screen, doing nothing for an indeterminate period of time. It really affects productivity negatively. Plus, I am a bit OCD, so it's like I'm constantly trying to perfect things. It's like, this code would look a little better like this, and oh, I need to move this thing over 3 pixels to the left and shit like that. It's
So basically nothing gets done.
Basically, yes.
But it looks good, whatever it is.
I kind of wish. I mean, I've got on my iPhone a bar scanner and a QR code generator. And you can type in whatever random text you like and create a QR code out of it, but it just displays it on screen. So
I will say I'm not one like for change, but those 2 codes on Nadia's Hangout, I'm already used to them pretty well. They look pretty good there.
Yeah, those are QR codes.
QR, yeah, they look good.
Yeah, it takes a bit of contrast for my phone to be able to read them. But yes, my app will read them, given the right contrast, maybe a little bit of time. It's indeterminate, but it does do it. And like I said, I can create a QR code with arbitrary data in it. And all I have to do to publish it right now is do a screenshot. It would take a little bit more code to make it into a PNG file for dropping or emailing or sharing in whatever form. But I'm working on that. But my productivity, waxes and wanes with the effects of ADD and what have you. And it kind of looks like I've upset Nadia.
Yeah, she couldn't handle us jumping around too much, I think.
If we're quiet long enough, a natural subject will come out. Or someone could say something to piss Vaughn off. What could that be?
I don't know. It's basically very difficult for me to concentrate. If I get into a zone, that's one thing. I'm going away, fine, no problem. But if I fall out of the zone or something, then there's a period of time before I can get back into it. And I don't think Nadia has that problem. Nadia is clearly capable of laser sharp concentration on a very specific topic, and will stay there.
Is Vaughn still here? Nope.
Is who still here?
And I was wondering if Vaughn was still here. Must be AFK.
I don't know.
So how was your Easter, Fudd? You anything good?
I slept through Easter, so I guess it was pretty good.
Did you really? Oh wow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that's the best way to get through holidays. Or pretty much any day.
Oh, wow. Okay, we apparently bored Nadia so badly that she's hanging out with Neff.
Where's
We really screwed up, huh, Fudd?
Yeah. Wow. I can't do anything right.
Well, Neff is interesting. We'll give
He
him that.
is interesting. And if he's not talking on the topic of evolution, he can actually be quite interesting. I mean, you know, nice to talk to. I'd have a beer with him.
I think that's pretty much all he talks about.
He does have some knowledge of photography.
He does, really?
Yeah, it's out of date. I mean, that's beside the point because there are things that don't. The technical issues of film versus digital media are different, although it still comes down to lighting. Composition, that's the artistic aspect. That is independent of the media. So.
Hey, since Nadia is in Neff's hangout, let's just sit here and talk about Neff. That'd be kind of like.
Yeah, I really don't have anything bad to say about him.
Me neither. I like him.
Okay, well that kind of covers it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What can we say about him? He's a Christian, damn you.
Well, I don't agree with his young Earth creationism stance, but hey, he knows that.
Okay, we can't. Can we make fun of his photography? I never seen it, so that's all.
I've never seen his photography, although he did tell a story about destroying a bunch of images that were on film, and I found that kind of upsetting because it was like, wait a minute, they might have had artistic merit to them. But then again, they were his to do with as he pleased.
We could visit, just for Grin's topic, of how it's impossible to go fishing without drinking.
Well, I imagine next room is full at a guess, and I don't know how to participate in more than one hangout at a time.
I will say it is impossible to go fishing without drinking. Beer specifically.
I think fishing pretty much requires you to be drunk.
I mean, there's really no other reason to go fishing except to drink.
Yeah, that was your job. But then you're doing a completely different kind of fishing.
Yeah, lobster fisherman, that'd be a pretty decent job.
Yeah, I guess if you're in the Chesapeake Bay area, or Oh wait, they do crabs. Where do they do lobsters?
Lobsters up in Maine, right?
Yeah, I guess that's where they do it. Yeah.
That'd be a pretty interesting job.
And then, of course, there's the world's most dangerous catch, the Alaska king crabs.
Oh yeah. What do they make? Like, I heard they make like what 40, 45 grand or something like that for that. For like whatever they go for 2, 3, 4 months or something like that. Or
It
maybe not
depends
all of them.
on
20.
it depends on how lucky they are in terms of their catch. But based on previous experience and such, when they sign on, they get a certain number of shares. Now, there's not a maximal number of shares. It's basically, you get X number of shares, and the total number of shares ends up being the number of crew times, the number of shares signed up for. And yeah, it's basically a high-risk business in every respect because it can literally kill you.
I wonder if I saw anybody die on that show. I can't remember. But I haven't watched TV in like years and years, so.
I don't think they would show that. But those little boats do get tossed about quite severely. And, you got to lay down the lines and shit with the traps. And then you got to go back and recover them. And this is you're doing this in 20-foot seas. In cold weather, icy water. It's not something that a lot of people are cut out to do physically.
No, yeah, I know. I would not be able to handle that for a day.
No.
No, it would kill me. I would never sign up.
Throw your right overboard.
Yeah, that's the other thing too. If you are in mid journey and you decide, you know what, I'm not cut out for this, and you quit, you forfeit your shares, but the boat does not take you home. It completes its mission.
So what do they do? Like beat you with like a sock like every night?
I have no idea. I've only seen what I've seen on the TV program on the Discovery Channel.
Like they do in the military or something? They just beat the hell out of you every night if you quit?
Yeah, I have spoken with someone who signed up to do fishing in the Gulf of Mexico, but believe me, that is no Bering Strait.
Let me turn my light off. Maybe that'll help. Alright.
Actually, I can imagine one benefit about Neff's Hangout that would attract Nadia, and that is he never goes off topic. He has.
Didn't he have 90 derails going at once?
He's got one topic only, and that is why evolutionism is wrong.
I'm surprised not even pick a topic and actually stay on it. Is that even possible, or?
It's part of her talent. I mean, in order to tackle a difficult problem, you have to be able to devote a huge amount of your brain power to it. And if you're not able to do that for a lengthy duration, you're not going to do it. So while it may upset her that we're constantly jumping around topics, that same thing that upsets her is why she is so very brilliant at solving difficult problems.
See, I don't know if I have ADHD or you do.
Well, I do. I've been diagnosed. The problem is I can't get treatment for it because of heart issues in the family, and as a result, I need to get a full-blown EKG and shit, and I just have not yet. I've got a procrastination issue as well. Also, I'm phobic about doctors and medical offices and such. So I've got the back loaded against me.
Why? What do you have to get? Oh, you can't take like Ritalin or anything for like because you got heart problems or something.
Well, actually, the preferred medication would be Adderall, and starting out at the 10 milligram dose.
It's kind of like the same thing, right? Or
well, sort of. It's in the same family. Adderall is made out of 2 different amphetamines. But the idea is, if you have ADHD, rather than making you wired, it makes you focused. Although it is something you would take in the morning rather than near bedtime, for obvious reasons, because it's going to be seriously more than caffeine in terms of keeping you awake.
So you got
Have you ever tried that, Fudd?
Yeah, have you ever tried it?
I've never had it, but I have had tachycardia episodes.
Because honestly, the problem I had with Adderall was that it completely destroyed my appetite. And I'm a skinny guy, so that would be really bad for me.
Well, you know what used to be the most... Oh, sorry, Flip.
No, I was asking just because you have ADHD too?
I have ADD. It's a little bit ADHD sometimes, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm not really clear on the difference between ADD and ADD.
I have like 3 different kinds of ADD. I had like that doctor whatever's brain scan done, which, I mean, it's theoretical work, but it kind of made sense when I read the information about it and stuff.
I'm not sure. I think ADD is attention deficit, and ADHD what is that with
Hyperactive deficit.
So you're also hyper on top.
Yeah.
Either way, it destroys your ability to concentrate. But the thing is Adderall, it's 2 different amphetamines. I don't know what's in Ritalin. I haven't looked that one up.
I wonder if like a lot of coffee would have the same. No.
Probably. No.
No, it would have the negative effect.
Just for Grins was talking about appetite suppressant. There used to be an appetite suppressant sold called what was it?
Cocaine?
Diet something or other. It was ephedrine, essentially.
Yeah. Didn't they ban that though? Eventually.
They banned it, yes, because ephedrine is a precursor to making methamphetamine.
Oh.
And pseudoephedrine is now behind the counter as well, because with one extra step, you make it into ephedrine, and then it's a precursor to making methamphetamine. But the point being is that as an amphetamine or an ephedrine, or the similarity between ephedrine and amphetamines is they're all going to be acting like appetite suppressants. They'll also raise your metabolic rate. So you lose weight. So it makes a wonderful diet pill.
So you get tachycardia when you take, or if you were to take those medications?
I don't know, but excessive alcohol does cause me to get tachycardia.
Well, yeah, that would do it. Or in the mornings, or while you're drinking?
It happens generally in the middle of the night, wakes me up, or it may be in the morning. But yeah, my heart will be racing at a ridiculous speed. It's not good.
Well, alcohol will do that to you, but if it's over excessive, yeah.
Yeah, I have to kind of be careful about the amount I drink, but unfortunately I have this issue about once I start difficult to stop, although I can, between sessions, go an indefinite period of time without starting. But once I start, again, can't stop. So I'm what you would call a binge drinker type of alcoholic.
Well, how long can you go without drinking before you break down?
I honestly don't know. I've gone months and months and months.
And then bam.
And then bam, for whatever reason, it's like, you know what, I need something to drink. And I get something and I go through it very quickly. And then I'll go a while before replenishing.
What's your doctor say about all that? Besides stop.
I think you'd be screaming stop. Because I mentioned the tachycardia thing, and it's like, oh, yeah, that's not good. In fact, that's the whole reason why I am required. He doesn't want a simple EKG. He wants the full report thing that they do. I mean, like, literally, not just the cover letter that has the results, but the whole damn spiel that they actually do when they do an EKG.
You mean like injecting the...
Well, I mean, I don't know exactly what's involved. I've never actually had one, but the point is there's more than a single sheet involved in terms of the report that they do, and
so you haven't had your arteries
a prescription to get it.
So you haven't had your arteries like really checked out or anything?
No, I haven't. In fact,
you're a ticking time bomb.
For anxiety disorder, I went over a decade before seeking treatment, and the only reason I finally sought treatment was because I ended up literally debilitated. That is, I literally could not do anything. I couldn't leave the house, couldn't do squat. And because I was basically afraid of, I was afraid of the idea of psychotropic drugs. I'm afraid of drugs. I don't like drugs.
Well, if you have anxiety, you don't want to take drugs, yeah.
Well, the drugs you take for anxiety are, one of them is pretty much the same drug that's used to treat depression, SSRIs.
Xanax is ridiculous. Xanax will make you a zombie.
Interestingly enough, Xanax simply Xanax simply relieves a symptom for me. It does nothing else. I do not understand why people would even abuse Xanax, which is why it is so heavily regulated.
I think it depends on the person, like, honestly, because I've heard some people are, like, unaffected and it just kind of calms them down, and other people become a zombie. I don't know.
Well, it definitely doesn't make me a zombie. It simply calms me down.
Oh, hi, Deidre. How are you?
Hey, how you doing? Long time no see.
Pretty good.
There is a stereoisomer called, I think it's fluoxetine. I might be wrong on that name. You'll have to look it up. But it's less regulated. Right? Although it'll probably become equally regulated because there's absolutely no reason for it to be any different if it still does the job. I mean, certain stereoisomers the body will not process. For example, sugar has a stereoisomer that will taste to you exactly the same as sugar, but it is absolutely non-digestible. And so, it goes right through your system. No calories.
What's the name brand on that?
Delta sugar? I don't know. Back when I was in high school, it was insanely expensive to make. I think they can make it cheaply now. That is, they've perfected the technique. But if you're not familiar with what a stereoisomer is, it has to do with the shape of the molecule. Some are left-handed, some are right-handed. as the nomenclature goes. Left-handed sugar is what we eat and get sweet and metabolize. There's a right-handed sugar. Tastes exactly the same, but we cannot metabolize it. We don't have the appropriate enzymes. So
and what's that used for? Do they sell that in stores as a sweetener?
The idea was that it would be an artificial sweetener at the time, but
but it's not currently used, huh?
I don't know. When I first heard about it, it cost something on the order of about $1,000 a gram.
$1,000 a gram?
Yes, very expensive to make because it was wholly synthesized, and because they were wholly synthesizing sucrose, the particular sugar in question, the only way to separate the left-handed and right-handed was to involve bacteria, which would metabolize the left-handed, leaving behind the right-handed, and that's how they separated it out. But the synthesis process was exceedingly expensive.
I think stevia would be a little cheaper than that. Probably cause the same result.
Yeah. So Nadia left us a message. Yeah, Nadia, if I frustrated you because of my jumping tracks, I'm sorry. It's my ADD or ADHD, whatever.
We'll have to get Fudd to a doctor to get that treated. But he can't because of his tachycardia.
Well, it has to be done on my initiative because honestly, the doctor I have has already basically said you need to get the EKG. And based on my age, it's kind of advisable anyway.
Why don't you go get it done?
That's the unanswerable question. I don't really know.
You have insurance?
No, but I can still pay for one, I think.
For a doctor's visit?
An EKG is a little bit more than a general practitioner doctor visit. A GP visit I can pay for, no problem. Getting an EKG requires going to a center that does those because there's special equipment involved, so it costs a bit more.
Are you talking about just like a basic EKG?
Or
like an advanced one, like...
No, this would be the full deal, where they...
Like an echocardiogram?
An echocardiogram where they hook up, the electrodes and shit, make you walk on the treadmill and all that crap.
Oh, you mean like the entire stress test type thing?
Yeah, the full-blown deal. Requires a prescription. Because they don't just hand them out to everyone.
I've heard of people having heart attacks while doing a stress test.
It can happen.
And I've sometimes... Give you nitro and then try to resurrect you.
Yeah. It's one of the reasons I hate winter, because I have a long driveway that I'm required to keep clear of snow.
Don't you have a snowplow or?
I have a snowblower, yes, but that thing requires a lot of wrestling with, and it can only deal with the powdery snow. It cannot deal with slush or ice, even though it is a fairly decent model. I mean, it was like $1,500. It has a steel auger.
No wonder you drink, man.
I don't know why I drink. It's a bad idea. I really shouldn't.
No.
But I'll only do it at home. Never out, because I refuse to get a DUI. A DUI would destroy my lifestyle.
Yeah, DUIs are no good. Like, always be responsible. Honestly, not everybody should be drinking. It depends on the person. Like, I think it depends.
Well, I'm definitely one of the people who should not be drinking. But a DUI in Pennsylvania is not a traffic offense. It's a felony offense. With everything.
It should be, actually.
I
think
mean,
it should be.
the minimum legal fees for a DUI are on the order of $5,000.
But I
And
mean, they have to do that because people freaking kill people. You know what I mean?
exactly. And I'm all for it.
Isn't it a felony in pretty much most states, or?
Some states, no. But in Pennsylvania, it is. And also, there are consequences beyond jail time, which you will do, revocation of license, which will happen, and all the lawyer's fees, which you will pay.
Probably stick one of those breathalyzers in your vehicle, huh?
They would do that, yeah, but that's only after you finally get your driver's license back, which will take at least a year after you've gotten out of prison. You would also lose the right to vote for life, and you will never, ever, ever be able to purchase a firearm again or get a permit to carry. So, I mean, there's a number of things that basically a DUI fucks your life up for permanently.
That caused you to drink, right there.
Yeah, well, whatever. I mean, it's like, okay, I may not be the ideal person to drink, or, well, I'm definitely not, but if I'm going to do it, it's going to be responsibly. I am not going to do it when I have to travel. In other words, if I kill myself at home, no problem. Going out on the highway, big problem.
Yeah, you definitely want to keep it at home.
Exactly. So in spite of the fact that, you know, I have my own issues, I still fully support the DUI laws.
Yeah, if I was the type to still go out, I'm poor. I'm not going out. But and then I've been, you know, now that I'm in my 30s, it's like, meh. But if I was the type to go out, I would probably take the trolley or something or a cab. I've just always been that way because I'm just too paranoid. Like I know people have a few drinks and they're fine or whatever. I don't want to take that risk. So, but I've never been much of a binger. I'm not a binger. I've always been really moderate.
Yeah, the only problem I have is that I'm a binger.
Yeah.
I mean, if I wasn't a binger, there would be no issue.
From the religious standpoint, I know this is going to sound dumb, but, you know, there's that verse that says you're not supposed to be a stumbling block to other people. So, like, I think about that all the time, and, like, you don't know who's an alcoholic and who's not. So sometimes, you know, I try to be careful. Like, if I know somebody's in recovery, I'm not going to be like, look at this nice lager I'm drinking. You know, I just feel like that's really rude and not supportive. So, I mean, I try to be a sensitive drinker, and like I said, for me, it's not a breaker thing, but it's interesting that you drink at home because I understand your logic, and then part of me is like, well, I won't drink if I'm depressed. I will avoid alcohol, and that's most of the time. Actually, most of the time I avoid alcohol because it's a depressive drug.
And that's actually a wise course of action for you.
I mean, I don't.
If drinking starts making you depressed, then that's when you want to stop.
Absolutely.
Well, I'm already somebody that is depressive, so like if I'm going through a valley, I definitely just avoid alcohol.
Yeah, that's a good idea because it just makes things worse. And yeah, you're preaching to the choir here at least.
But it's tough, man. Like people, you know, there's the mothers are against drunk driving, and they're like no alcohol kind of people, you know, all the way. And I'm kind of a moderation person, and.
Well, in my case, I mean, if I had a machine to measure my blood alcohol level, if there was a measurable amount, I would not drive. It's as simple as that. That is, I'm not, with the .08, fuck that. No. Even though that is the legal limit, it's way over the detectable amount. So I don't even want .01 or even 001. I don't want it to register. I will not operate a motor vehicle on the highway with any alcohol in my system whatsoever.
Well, I'm glad that you recognize that you shouldn't be driving, because a lot of people don't, and they just push themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, very responsible. You don't want to kill anybody.
That's probably the worst. The next problem would be like when you have kids and you are verbally abusing them or hitting them or something. That's really bad too.
Oh, well, I don't get violence or anything like that. The only danger is my sensor switch going off and me just speaking my thoughts without...
Filter's gone?
Yeah, the filter's gone.
Yeah. I noticed that some people just get mean. Do you get mean?
Oh, no, I don't get mean.
Just
At least
blunt?
I don't feel like I'm being mean. But, my judgment's gone too, so how do I know? But,
I don't think I've ever gotten mean when I was drunk.
Yeah, some people are mean, just verbally mean. Hey, PJ.
yeah, no, I'm not a mean person. Not when drunk. Sober is another issue.
Yeah, you strike me as somebody that isn't cruel. You don't seem like a cruel fellow.
No, I'm not. I have discovered long ago that it is so much simpler and far more stress-free to just let things slide. I mean, I don't even care if people nearly kill me on the highway anymore. With cutting me off or shit like that. It's like, no problem. If there's no collision, no harm, no foul.
Yeah, I can't really get
don't
that
even
upset
lay on
over
the
strangers. My husband does, though. Man, he gets mad. He starts talking. He's like, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, man, I don't have the energy to get that angry about people that just you'll never see again.
Yeah, really. It's just not worth it. I literally don't care enough to get angry anymore.
I have like a 5-second knee-jerk reaction, then I calm right down.
Yeah, I never last more than a second for me.
Yeah.
I can never hold a grudge.
If someone does something stupid on the road, I'll get pissed, but then I'll just calm right down.
Yeah, it's kind of like okay, fine. They made a mistake. Let it go. I mean, it's already over by the time you're ready to get mad. So, what's the point?
There is no point.
Exactly.
So,
mind you, that still does not mean I would give a pass to someone who's DUI, because they knew they were drinking ahead of time, and I know from personal experience that my motor coordination goes before my judgment does. And motor coordination is required for driving.
same. If I've had a little bit too much, like right away, I can tell, like my arms feel heavy. I might knock my drink a little bit, and then I'm like, okay, I need to not drink anymore. Usually that's when I'm like, okay.
Exactly. When the fine motor coordination goes away, and that includes the ability to focus, by the way, to see, those are the early signs.
Well, they say that when you're driving, your eyes just drop down. You keep dropping down to like what's closest to you on the road. Your eyes will actually start falling down and focusing on the lower part of the road, and so you won't see as far.
Yeah, that's why you start to weave.
That's why you need like 10, 20 acres of your own if you want to do that. Just drive around on your own land.
I can assure you 20 acres is not enough. Although there was that one time when it took me 3.5 hours, maybe closer to 4, to get home because of a snowstorm. And I took the car out into the front field and proceeded to destroy all the pristine snow because it was an all-wheel drive car. I did not have the traction problems that everyone else had, and I just had to let off my temper that had been accumulating during the entire drive home. And
you can drive in circles, though.
I was not just driving in circles. I was not just doing donuts forwards and backwards. I was sliding sideways, cascading snow over the top of the car. I ripped it all up, and the next day I went out and the car was like going thud, 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 thud. I was like, oh shit, what did I break? Turned out that all that snow had packed into the rims and frozen and turned to ice and was stuck there. So all 4 wheels were really unbalanced.
Wow. Yeah, I'm glad I never really, I don't know, drinking's never been my thing, and definitely not drinking and driving. And that's not bragging, it's just me. That's one Pandora's box that, like, I'm glad that it's just, I don't know.
Yeah, it's just the way it is.
Yeah. But I mean, drugs are like that too. I had friends that got really hooked on drugs, and for a couple of them, it was a box they opened and they just could not shut.
Yeah, that's kind of a worry for me. It's like, is there ever going to be a time where I will feel so compelled to go to the liquor store that I would actually make a special trip for it rather than mixing it in with a bunch of other errands?
Yeah.
Because so far, I've never made a special trip.
Oh, you're not a real drunk then.
Well, that's debatable.
If he just gets the Costco stuff, loads up.
Yeah, if I start going to the cheap shit just to get the alcohol, okay, now there's a problem.
Ford's got like a house full of food he never ate. He has this excuse to go buy alcohol. Got like stockpiles.
Do you think you'll ever want to kick the habit, or?
Actually, I honestly don't feel like doing so right now.
Okay.
I mean, if it were to become a health problem, I would immediately seek every effort to do so. I've taken lengthy breaks. For example, around the end of December, I stopped drinking through beginning of March. And my
That's quite a long time, actually.
was to give my liver recovery time.
Did you feel like you had any physical symptoms for that, or?
No.
That's good. So you're not that.
Yeah, there was no
boozy.
illness or anything, no withdrawal, nothing.
Did your liver hurt? Like ache for like a week or something?
I have never felt my liver.
I feel like if you feel your liver, you know that your liver is it's in trouble. When you feel your organs, it's bad news.
Yeah, if I had a gallstone or something, that would be a serious issue, obviously. But no, nothing like that has ever happened. I think I fall into the category of people who normally would consider themselves absolutely fine and not alcoholic, but they're in denial, with the only exception that I'm ready to admit that, yes, I'm a binge drinker. And, that's basically where things are. But the other thing is, I don't mind that I'm a binge drinker too much.
To me, it just sounds like you recognize that you're could be an alcoholic, so that you go out of your way not to pass the limit, basically.
Well, I won't endanger other people.
But you even said you'd quit it if it was causing you like a health problem, for example. So I mean, it doesn't
Oh
sound.
yeah, if it was causing a health problem, absolutely, I would do something about it. Because, well, my paternal grandparents, both are still alive, and old age. Well, let's put it this way: my last birthday, when I was talking to my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, the one that's still alive, she gave me a rather interesting bit of advice, and that was, "Don't grow old. It really sucks."
Well, I guess you just keep doing what you're doing then.
Yeah, you're on your way to a good life.
Well, it's kind. Well, I don't know if I'm on my way to a good life or if I'm on my way to a bad death. I don't know. Because potentially the way things may work out is thanks to electronic transactions and all, I could have everything automatically billed and paid for until the money runs out. And only then would somebody come to investigate, only to find out that I've been dead for 3 years and I'm a mummified corpse.
Yummy.
You know, one of those internet legends.
I think
You live
people
alone?
drink most of the time
That's
because
probably
they're
an
bored.
invasive question. Do you live alone?
That's a good
Please
question.
tell other.
I have a landlord, but that's not a topic I wish to really go into. I mean, I've shared a lot of personal information, but I got to draw a line somewhere.
Can you give us your address, social security number, and personal phone number? Thanks.
And
Just
banking
kidding.
routing number would help.
Oh yeah, let me. I barely
Don't
know
forget date
the
of birth.
Nigerians, so I might as well type it out for you.
Lol. I'm just kidding.
Maybe
Yeah,
you're just.
I understand. I tell people what city I'm in, and then even that kind of is a little sketch, you know. So
Maybe you're just bored, fun.
I'm not really hard to
I
find,
actually,
unfortunately.
yeah, boredom, I think, is probably the #1 reason.
Yeah, that's probably why you're drinking.
Yeah, I think that is.
If you drink, I don't know how much you drink, but
I don't drink while I'm. Excuse me.
why don't you get like a radio-controlled helicopter or something?
Yeah, I don't drink while I'm programming. In fact, I don't eat or anything else. When I'm when I'm locked in, I kind of sacrifice all bodily needs.
Yeah.
How long can you program for?
Because of the ADD thing.
How long can you program for? Like when you're into it?
Oh, I've gone 10 hours straight, uninterrupted. And that's the one time where I actually took metrics.
So once you just have a problem starting.
Yeah.
Procrastinating.
But once I get going, I'm going, and I won't stop until I have at least reached a milestone.
So is most everybody here crashed out? Like,
That's a possibility. I mean, all right, Eastern Coast time is 0213.
people are weird, man. Like, when I'm tired, I'm just like, bye guys, and I leave. I don't just sit here. It's awkward. I'm like,
Oh,
are you
I've
there?
fallen asleep during these hangouts.
Are you there? Oh, I've noticed that. I'm like, how is Spud still in that hangout and he's not said a word?
Yeah, Simon said he went AFK, and that was like 3 hours ago now. So I don't know where the hell he went.
I try not to fall asleep, and I'm always like thinking, hit the hang up button, and all of a sudden, boom.
They should give you an eject button that doesn't completely ban the person to come back. That would be cool. I don't know why they have to do it all in one button.
Well, I always told Nadia to throw me out if I'm not answering to make room.
Because I would throw out people that have been AFK for 3 hours, just cause, but just to keep conversation going. But then, like, I don't want to block them from coming back in, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of a feature that should be a automated thing. It's like if somebody hasn't participated for X number of minutes, bump them.
Oh, it blocks you when you inject somebody. You can't.
I wasn't
it.
telling Nadia to leave. What
I
happened there?
get enough.
Well, fortunately, it's Nadia's room. Hopefully, she can get back in. Oh, wait, there's a bug. If the room fills up, she cannot get back in.
Is the room filled?
No, it's got at least, I think it's got 2 spots. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, and it's got 1 spot. Damn.
I didn't mean for her to go. That was really coincidental.
Communication issue, actually. I mean, her network might have dropped, or it could be a Google bug, because
you
I
can't
got
blame
bumped
her.
a couple times earlier due to Google having some kind of error. Had nothing to do with anyone kicking me out.
I think between the move and I guess I mean I had this on earlier during the day because I was doing paperwork and I had to call the state and I was on hold for eons and eons and yeah, I know, right? It's all about water conservation stuff. Is super boring, but
agriculture uses 95% of the water, but turning off the water when you're brushing your teeth, that'll save water.
Yeah, I was trying to do some landscape stuff down because that's what my husband does for a living. I was trying to help him out, but anyway, yeah. So I had you guys on when I could pay attention, and it was just a lot of banter. You know, I think Nani likes more directed conversations, and there were some that looked pretty directed.
Yeah, topics do kind of derail a bit in here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm a little ADD, not ADHD, but I'm a little ADD. Like, I definitely can flip to subjects with the best of them.
Yeah, I do too. And honestly, I still am not clear on the difference between ADD and ADHD. I mean, okay, so you add the word hyperactivity to it. What the hell does that mean? I'm certainly not hyperactive.
Have you been diagnosed with it or given a test for it?
Yeah, and yeah.
Okay, so I haven't been diagnosed with it, but my friend who has ADD, a certain type, more of a calmer, introverted type, said, "Oh my gosh, you have ADD or ADHD, absolutely." And she just said it over and over again. And I was like, "No, it's just my personality, blah, blah, blah. Maybe it's anxiety that you're seeing." She's like, "No, there's something there." So I was like, whatever. So I took this test that I guess her doctor gave, and I was like, it says I have ADD. I don't know. So maybe I'll ask next time I see the doctor, but
welcome back.
Yeah, I haven't. I mean, all I understood from the difference was that hyperactive people usually, they have hard times sitting still in comparison to ADD people's minds wander.
Could be.
One is daydreaming. So a calmer,
yeah, that's what
calmer
ADD
version
is.
is a daydreamer. People that seem like they're vacant in their own world.
Yeah, my mind will drift. And
so did your doctor tell you you're specifically ADHD?
No, I think I'm just ADD.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scrolling through the stuff she sent me. It's way out there. If I can find it again. If I can find it, I'll try to link it. Of course, it's on my phone.
But there's 2 specific things that get in my way. One, mind drifting, and therefore, perhaps jumping off topic or what have you.
Hi, Nadia.
The other thing is actually feeling severe fatigue.
Oh, yeah.
Actual tiredness. Just simply flat out losing the physical ability to concentrate on the task at hand.
But see, anxiety can make you really exhausted too. There's a physical toll.
Yeah, that gives you depression also.
My worst panic attack that I ever suffered, and this was before I was being treated for it, literally made me feel like I ran 2 consecutive marathons.
Oh yeah, it's exhausting. I haven't had one in a while, thank goodness, but it takes a toll. It ruins my day.
Yeah, it'll fuck you up.
The worst is if you have an anxiety attack in front of somebody. I had one at work one time, which was a terrible idea.
Yeah, and that induces agoraphobia.
Yes, because now, like, my boss, like, okay, so I was like in my cubicle, and I had an anxiety attack just because there was so much freaking pressure that day at work, and it just kind of triggered everything. And of course, my boss comes by. I'm like, damn it, and I can't. I mean, I wasn't really logically thinking at that point. And she's like, get control of yourself. She's
Yeah.
like, oh, like this is helpful. I mean, I couldn't really think much except I was dying at the time. And then like after I recovered, I'm like, oh gosh. And then I got brought in the office and grilled about it. Like they brought me in the office and grilled me about it, like kind of illegally almost. It was bad.
Yeah, people don't understand. I mean, you really do feel like you're dying, and it is really horrible. And in fact, at the peak, it's like, all right, just die already. But of course, that doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't.
Usually.
And it's weird because you know it's irrational, and so you're trying to kind of tell yourself, I'm not dying, but you can't.
Right. Yeah, that's the worst feeling about it, though.
Yeah, you cannot pull yourself out of it. There's no arguing your way out of it. There's nothing. Your brain will just spiral down regardless of what you try to do about it.
The way it feels for me is I feel like maybe I'm having a heart attack or my chest is closing in or like there's a weight on my chest. It's ridiculous. It hurts. Like people don't think it's painful. It actually hurts people.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, I've literally been knocked off my feet.
Yep.
It's
so good. People act like it's not a real thing. It is. It's definitely a thing. And the problem is too, like then you start having anxiety about having anxiety.
Yeah,
like,
that's
oh
one
no,
of
I
the
don't want
more
that to happen
vicious
again.
things about it. It's circularity that just sends you into that downward spiral.
Yeah, I was stuck there for a while. Couldn't even get a job.
I'll tell you, if it wasn't for the fact of the medication and my finally giving into it, I think I'd be dead now.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's crazy hard. Like, yeah. I mean, if I was to pick something that I hate worse, it'd be anxiety over depression. Absolutely. Because it's like it's so much cortisol. It's not good for you.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I'm on an SSRI. I got off of Paxil because I didn't like the effects of forgetting it because, I mean, severe electrical storms. I got this thing called, let's see, it is citalopram. It does not have the nasty withdrawal effects that Paxil has, but it is good enough to do. It does the job almost as well as Paxil. As far as for short-term things, I also have the Xanax or alprazolam.
Yeah, pretty much. That's really standard stuff. Paxil.
So
is Lexapro.
Okay, Lexapro is actually a stereoisomer, but yeah. Alprazolam is very heavily regulated in some states like Maryland, and actually in Pennsylvania too. The only reason I'm still getting prescription to it is because I've been on it for a while. So it's.
I'm kind of sick of the stigma of this stuff. I mean, there's so much stigma around really kind of mild mental illness, but even people that have something heavier duty, like I would say bipolar is a little bit harder looking to deal with. There's so much stigma around it. People act like you're dangerous if you have something like that, and it's really so common. It's really common.
In fact, the moment you mention SSRI, you're going to freak people out.
Yeah, they act like you're going to go shoot up this school or something.
Well.
Yeah, stupid.
And I guarantee you, I have never, ever, ever felt suicidal in my entire life.
Well, that's fortunate, but I'd say that I've been in some dark times, but.
Oh well.
But I try to treat everything.
But I cannot, picture it.
Yeah.
I thought those trains were supposed to shut down after midnight.
Oh, it must be a freight train because they're the ones that run late.
It's not midnight yet. Half an hour or two.
Oh, right. Time zones.
I'm in the same time zone. I just didn't look.
I keep forgetting the time zone thing. I wish everyone would just go to universal time coordinate and be done with it.
So, Nadia, did you go over there and drop the hammer of science?
No, I pretty much got filibustered out of the conversation.
That's a good tactic.
What was the topic?
No, filibustered me out of the conversation.
What was the topic? Evolution.
Age of the Earth.
What was it? Oh, Age of the Earth.
Yeah.
It falls down into the same thing. I mean, Neff is a young Earth creationist, and
How did they explain the starlight?
the photons were already. Everything was created as if it was old, because Adam was created as an adult. Everything follows from that argument.
The entropy argument.
No, the created is in the appearance of age argument.
Oh. So like the Earth and all the planets were already aged.
It's basically like God made it to look like something is not how it actually is, which makes no sense, but sure.
Of course, that means that God is lying to you, unless you absolutely believe the Bible. So that creates a bit of a issue there. Although, obviously, and look how easily I got derailed.
I know, we went from depression and anxiety to... Well, that was my fault. I was the one that did that, to science, because I asked Nadia.
Well, no, it's not your fault. I mean, that was a perfectly legitimate question.
The problem is there's never going to be an answer to the argument.
Yeah, well...
In our lifetime. Or the next...
It is a simpler explanation. And obviously, Occam's razor is merely a guideline, not a law. So
Which
simply say that things are as they appear to be.
Which question?
Do not needlessly multiply entities.
Does it narrow down which question? I was wondering. It could have been which of.
Well, if we assume the young Earth creationist argument, everything was created with the appearance of age. We could have been created 5 seconds ago.
Okay, so it was the, I guess, creation affairs as opposed to the mental illness.
Yeah, well, the alternative is to basically take all the scientific data at face value and act on that accordingly.
Do I know the Hebrew Israelites, PJ? Not personally. Oh gosh, I'm going to know them personally?
Oh well, have we exhausted the anxiety thing or the depression thing? I mean, I don't know.
I mean, we can keep talking about it. It's cool. I don't care.
Well, I don't want to bore Nadia to death or anyone. I mean, obviously these are things that are beyond our control, and people who, for example, tell you, pull yourself out of it, whatever. Like with post-traumatic stress disorder, for example, people have literally been shot by firing squad because of PTSD.
Yeah, and the thing
What
is
they
with
used to call
mental
shell shock.
illness, I mean, a lot of mental illness has some sort of starting point. A lot of times anxiety disorder has a starting point. Usually something's happened to you in your life. You don't just, there's some people where it's purely chemical and other people they're situational. For me, it's probably both.
Well, after I was diagnosed, I started questioning my ancestors, e.g. parents and grandparents, and also paying attention to not only what they said, but the way they act and such. And it seems fairly clear that I inherited a bundle of bad genes.
Yeah, there's a history for me, from what I understand, from the histories that I've looked up. There's definitely a history going on.
Yeah, for me, definitely, there's a history with everyone on my dad's side.
The hard thing in the spiritual theist kind of ring is that everything gets turned into a spiritual issue. And I think that's why I have such a sore spot for charismatics and people that are into faith healing and stuff, because I feel like it's damaging. It pushes people who are hurting away. So, like, I'm a religious person and I pray to God and I feel like I have, He's a rock and I have a relationship with Him. But I think when something's wrong with your head, you should go see a therapist. If something's wrong with your body, like you broke a bone, you would go to a doctor, right?
Well,
I mean,
you know how long it took me to actually get proper treatment after I started admitting that I really needed it? It took over 2 years.
Wow. Yeah, it takes a while. First is denial. I'm not crazy, right? The I'm not crazy in denial. Did you go through that?
Oh no, there were people who are allegedly licensed to practice therapy saying, "Oh no, you're not crazy. You just need to, think yourself out of it. Positive thinking, blah 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 blah." I was like, "You moron! I have
Positive
tried
thinking,
that
or did you do cognitive therapy? Cognitive therapy is actually legit. It's not that bad. It might not work for everybody.
Well, it didn't work for me.
So you went to a cognitive therapist, right?
The only thing that worked for me was medication.
Yeah, well, see, and that's probably partially chemical.
Well, the medication is 100% chemical.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really all there was to it, and it worked. I mean, it's not 100%. That is, I'm still uncomfortable going out and interacting with people, but I can do it. Before, forget it.
Yeah.
And it's still not 100% because if I am trapped in a situation, for example, jury duty, that's going to trigger an agoraphobic type response.
Can I ask you what form of anxiety you have? Is that too much?
It's a panic disorder.
Okay, you have panic disorder. Yeah, they got me with GAD, which I don't know. It seems like they get everybody with that one. General anxiety.
Yeah, I think that falls under that classification.
But I think for me, like I've noticed my triggers are often performance-based, like at work, or if I took a test at school, I crumbled into a panic attack in a test. I mean, like the worst thing ever, just because for some reason I was convinced I was gonna fail, and like somehow if I fail this, then this is gonna happen, then this is gonna happen. My mind just like suddenly just went on like derailment, and just not good. But probably achievement based sometimes. It's ridiculous.
I didn't get hit by noticeable symptoms until, well, that I noticed until my very early 20s. Before then, I mean, I had a few episodes, but it was like, I don't know. I just didn't associate that with anything that was potentially going to be a problem in the future.
Yeah, I think though, like I wish more people would be willing to talk about it. Everybody's afraid to talk about it because honestly, there's a lot of stereotypes that go in it, a lot of judgment, and I'm actually really terrified to talk about it with other people of faith because they'll put a spiritual band-aid on it. I've had people go, you could be healed from that if you only had faith. You don't have faith. You're too skeptical. You're a doubting Thomas. I mean, I've had all that said to me, and I'm like, really?
Yeah, just need an exorcism.
Right? So, I mean...
I've seen The Exorcist. I don't want a priest to throw himself out the window.
Right. Because that's super biblical.
Yeah, absolutely. That's entirely biblical, right?
I mean, I'm sure there might be, I believe that there's spiritual components that tie into the physical world, but, like, to label everything spiritual, I don't know. It's like attacking a problem by the wrong angle. It's like, why don't you attack it by all angles? It's like people that won't give a blood transfusion. They're like, God will heal my kid, and they refuse to give the kid a blood transfusion, and that kid dies, because of whatever faith they have. Like, what is it, Christian Science, or what's the other one, Jehovah's Witness? for me, like that's very frustrating because I feel like that's almost like testing God.
Well, yeah, that opens up another can of worms right there. But I'm going to sidestep that and simply say that in my particular case, the situation was purely chemical. The demonstration of which is that a chemical cure was, although not perfect, a huge improvement in my quality of life. And also, when I'm talking about asking my ancestors about it, I didn't just ask. I grilled them. I mean, I might as well have, strapped them to a chair and put a 100-watt light in their face. I really did dig deep, and it turned out that all my surviving ancestors had some kind of issue, whether it would be simple worry or previous panic attacks or having been on SSRIs before, that kind of thing. And I was like, wow. I had no idea.
Yeah, I think I mean a lot of people it's pride, we hide it, and I think that's part of what's wrong with our healthcare system is everybody hides it and everybody's afraid of being judged. And extroversion and optimism is really valued in America. So like there's a lot of pressure to look a certain way and act a certain way and be like, hey, I'm like on the cast of Full House or I work at Disneyland, kind of hyper, kind of hi, and not everybody's like that. And not only on top of it, like
Big
people
factor
have things.
jobs.
What's that?
Big factor is jobs.
Yeah.
Try getting a job if you don't have to deal with your.
Yep.
If word gets around, you might have some kind of thing like, I don't know, whatever, mental thing.
I think slowly now more and more people are coming around because these are so common, but it's still a lot of people living in the dark and struggling in the dark without any help.
Yeah, but except that everyone is saying, oh no, the problem is overdiagnosed. Well, that's possibly true. And, everyone's doing these antidepressants. That's bad. Well, okay, maybe it is. Or maybe there's a real problem out there. I mean, I don't know.
Employment discrimination, anyone?
Employment discrimination definitely is a serious issue.
Yeah, and it stretches into a few categories. I actually took a employment survey that asked if I was often depressed, which I think should be illegal, because that's actually kind of like a medical issue. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, in the United States, I believe medical questions are still covered under privacy laws. And almost certainly in Europe and probably Canada as well, because the United States is notoriously bad with privacy laws.
I mean, the point is, like, you try to keep stuff like that away from work, like and people with depression can hide it. I mean, look at, I mean, people are so shocked Robin Williams, decided to kill himself, but people that are funny have issues too, and not only that, like, I mean, in his case, it's probably I don't want to live this way, but I mean, Buster Keaton, depression, he was a comedian. Ellen DeGeneres talks about depression, comedian. Like funny people, it's a coping mechanism. Jim Carrey, depression.
They've also got they don't have to worry about losing their jobs.
All right, that's true too.
Yeah.
Good point.
Some of those people I wasn't aware of actually, but
supposedly Robin Williams had money issues. I guess he had to sell one of his $13 million homes or something.
Yeah, but
something to that degree. It's all relative, I guess.
I think it was about him not wanting to live with Parkinson's and degenerate.
Or his auto asphyxiation. One or the other.
I mean, that was a kung fu guy, whatever his name was. I forget his name.
David Carradine.
Yeah.
Supposedly, yeah.
Well, I hope he went out with a bang? Question mark.
I heard he was pretty freaky in his life. I read one of his books.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah, the thing is, every time I discover new things, for example, looking in the nutrition application idea and shit, I find that I am so incredibly naive with respects to how things are every single time. And I wonder how much of the general population is in fact incredibly naive without being aware of it. Because I wasn't aware of it. So am I a typical case or am I atypical in that respect?
Aware of what? That you were depressed?
No, that I have extreme naivety when it comes to trying to do something that requires a little bit of domain expertise. For example, I mean, a nutrition app. It's like all of a sudden I start realizing that there's shed loads of science that have been done on this topic that I have never even heard of. And
well, I mean, that's why we all have our niches, right? So, like, I don't know a lot about biology. I know a little bit to get me by, but I'm not going to go jump into a debate about evolution since I'm not a biology nerd. Like to me, it's just not my gig. It doesn't get me passionate and excited. But I have a friend that gets super passionate and excited. Let me show you the ways of evolution, and it's her thing. It's just not my gig. Social things are more interesting to me. Obviously theology, which is really boring to most of you guys. I like some history, though I'm not even a super geek at that. I just think it's interesting here and there. But I don't know. Some people, it's their gig, but there's no way you could be an expert of all the sciences. There's so much to absorb. And Nadia, you do a great job trying to bring in all this information, more than most people, but it's hard to be, I mean, what do they say? Jack of all trades, master of none,
Yeah. I would say Nadia's seems to be exceptional, though.
Oh yeah, her craft or and just the ability to be able to stretch out and do a lot of things, yeah.
Well, she picks up new information so quickly and easily, it just boggles my mind, and I'm envious of that capability. But, yeah, as far as defending evolution goes, I fall back on Carl Sagan's arguments from his Cosmos series from the 80s, which is ancient science by modern standards.
Yeah, it's what doesn't survive doesn't breed. What outbreeds the rest is eventually all that's left.
Does Neff have any main argument that he uses, or is it just many piled upon?
He's getting into the precept, I think. He's not a full Calvinist, though.
Yeah, many. He believes in free will and such. He's pretty dualistic about philosophy of mind.
I think Neff is basically an answers in Genesis kind of guy, or an ID kind of guy, assuming there's a difference between the two.
Shouldn't his ideas be refuted completely if they had no legs at all?
They've already been refuted. He just doesn't buy the refutations.
Yeah, it'd be nice to bring him in. No, I did not get rid of the headset.
I'm not attached to evolution by any means. It's just like some people are attached to it. I'm not attached to the idea, but so far, I mean, our smartest brains are saying this is what's happening, and
Are
I
there
don't
any
know.
points, Nadia, that Neff brings up that at all intrigue you, or no?
Okay, I detect the conversation is bifurcating here. So we need to pick one rail or the other. But yeah, I only go with evolution because the weight of the evidence has convinced me, and that's simply a personal issue on my part.
Yeah, there's pretty much a formal, almost mathematical part of it. What doesn't survive doesn't breed, and what outbreeds the rest is eventually all that's left. And then, of course, the empirical part confirms that very well.
Do you think that humanity is going to go extinct?
Of course.
Before we ever get a chance to evolve?
Well, evolving into something else would mean we're extinct, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever heard that song by Tears to Fear or Fears for Tears? Nothing lasts forever.
Tears for Fears, I think you mean.
Yeah, I have doubts that we would evolve anymore, but I'm a theist. Don't listen to me.
They may keep our genetics and keep us in a zoo, like. But
sexual selection. Yeah, pretty much. If you can't get the socioeconomic status and all, well, nobody wants to touch you.
Yeah, sexual selection is definitely a big player in the field.
Oh yeah, it's hard. I mean, just what we look for. I mean, people don't realize what we look for even. Like, you don't even realize it, that you're looking at people's lips, or you're looking at people's rear end, and you're looking at, like, girls are looking at guys' hips area, and, like, I mean, people really don't realize, like, what you're looking at. It was funny to watch the science program about, like, what people actually notice, you know, from whatever person they're attracted to. It's interesting.
Yeah.
And it's all in our subconscious.
Yeah, I clearly have my sexual preferences with regards to what I find attractive in females, but they have their own, and ultimately the females get to choose.
And an economic status plays in a part. I mean, I guess people could see that ahead of time, maybe by the way you dress, maybe, or carry yourself.
Well, they already said we're on our way to a new species. Here's the link. Homo.
Well, how do you even play the high maintenance game unless you got shitloads of they throw away? And a fair amount of time too.
I don't think I'll live to see it.
Yeah.
I think there's a time when we're going to start hacking our own genome, kind of like in Gattaca, but actually far further than that. I mean, I'm talking actual engineering, GMO style. And there's also nanotechnology, which is developing along its own track. The convergence of the two lead to interesting possibilities.
Like in the article, it says programmable cells augmenting our abilities for robotics.
Oh yeah, immunity from all diseases, immunity to aging.
So
those things are all within the realm of physical possibility.
Yeah, it's already in the process.
Isn't that kind of scary to you? Like, it would turn into sort of like another form of racism almost, or like, I don't know what you would call it. Sort of like Gattaca?
Well, Gattaca was dystopian, so yes, that's a possibility.
Well, I don't think utopian is a possibility in real life at all. So
no, dystopian.
No, I mean like
utopian.
Sorry, what?
The rich buy their way into superhuman status, and
Exactly.
the rest of us are shafted.
Exactly.
Absolutely. Yep.
It'll be like Gattaca if that happens.
Yeah.
Or even worse, it'll be like, what's that movie, The Island or whatever?
Well, there was a premise of Gattaca. Or Sniper. Or The Island, sorry.
That's the one where they grow other humans as like backup parts.
They kind of did something like that in Aldous Huxley's Brave New World. Not as backup parts, but they predetermined what class of citizen you would be because you were grown in extra vitro, artificial uteruses, essentially.
Yeah, and they'd stunt some people's intelligence, right, by exposing them to alcohol or something?
Yes, they did. That was the Delta class. They were the workers.
I mean, it's kind of scary, but like with all this like technology, if we started messing with, genetics in that way or the genomes in that way, hacking into people, I mean, you're looking, I really think a Gattaca scenario or a even a Brave New World sort of scenario, not with the alcohol, but you know what I mean? This idea that there would deliberately be people kind of held down at birth just so that they could get things done, or those people wouldn't exist and there'd just be robots, right?
Well,
yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think robots are going to take over before we start.
People are starved to death because their jobs are replaced by robots.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I think is going to happen. Is mass starvation is going to happen, and then all the rich people are going to be what's left.
On the first world, it'll be like denial of healthcare. So. All right, Moss. Fair number will have some kind of a major health condition. With healthcare denied because of all the homelessness, especially in red states. Yeah, every last one with any major medical condition dies.
Oh, I can guarantee you the GOP will be out of business by the time that kind of technology comes around.
A nice world war would
that kind of technology is here. And
I mean, in terms of implementation, the ability to implement an immortal human being that is immune to all disease.
What?
And cancer.
That was a different kind of technology from, I guess, technological unemployment. Okay.
Well, yeah, it's different from technological unemployment, but it is kind of part of the package because, basically you'd be breeding these people that are super intelligent, will never need sick days, and, well, they'll effectively push us natural humans out of the picture.
Yeah, I think if things like that happen where people were being altered to become kind of their best selves, the first people would be obviously the very rich, and then everybody else would just be regulated to being a janitor, almost like Gattaca. Like it would definitely become the new class system. There's no way it would, I don't see it trickling down in a proper way because history has shown us that that stuff doesn't. They'll be dumpster babies like you. What's
there is
that?
no trickle down. There is no trickle down now. The class system.
Yeah.
Essentially hobbling people by various kinds of deprivations especially during early childhood.
There is a provable there's less numbers in middle class now. It's provable. People that were on that borderline are getting knocked down to poverty.
Hate to be a grammar Nazi, but the number is fewer.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Rule of thumb, fewer means a countable number, less means an uncountable number. Just saying. I don't mean to be offensive.
I'm not offended. You're correct. I'm a lazy Southern Californian. Sometimes I say things in goofy ways, so...
Yeah, and I have a little bit of OCD, and sometimes, yeah. Okay. So what are
Don't call me an idiot because I'm actually not an idiot.
4 minutes on topic.
Yes. What are under the bridge?
4 minutes.
So moving on. Yes, the idea is
Engineered human beings
these
and
engineered
social
human beings
consequences.
are going to have a leg up on us, and the unengineered human being will be the janitors, the
And
guys.
it won't trickle down.
5 minutes till changeover.
Oh, we're having the switch over in 5 minutes?
Yeah, apparently. I'm probably gonna head off in a second. It's getting late.
All right. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom soon, so and I don't want to get dropped.
Can you hold it for 5 more minutes, Johnny?
It's gonna take that long, Foot?
I can wet my pants. I'll be like Alan Shepard. When you gotta go, you gotta go.
PJ. That
Have
baby.
you seen The Right Stuff? That is.
Here you go. Let's switch over now. There you go.
I loved The Right Stuff. Ah, awesome. I'm there.